Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Hey, Boss Vision, calm down. Loki Hill's voice rang out in alarm as she watched Yi Meng throw a direct punch. She hadn't expected him to act so suddenly. We can finish questioning him first. It's not too late to. Her words cut off abruptly, her beautiful eyes widening in shock as she stared ahead. Under Yi Meng's devastating punch, the central figure, the supposed Asgardian, was torn apart. But what spilled out was not flesh and blood. Instead, wires snapped and mechanical parts scattered like shrapnel, revealing the truth. This was no living being, but a robot. An Asgardian is a machine? Loki Hill muttered in disbelief before quickly turning her accusing gaze on Judge Ravana. Were you deceiving us? Stalling for time? I don't know. Ravana stammered, shaking her head desperately. But Asgardian is. Before she could finish, a sharp searing sound filled the hall. Zap! A beam of crimson energy lanced out, cutting through the air like a divine sword. It incinerated the remaining two lizard-like machines disguised as Asgardians and then slashed upward, cleaving through the ceiling of the grand hall. The entire building trembled as it was split from the inside out. The scorching red energy didn't stop there. From the heart of the Time Variance Authority, Yi Meng's heat vision surged outward, carving through the three towering lizard statues that loomed over the complex. A moment later, the statues collapsed, split in half by the relentless energy. Every agent in the TVA bore witness to the destruction. Yi Meng slowly turned his head, his mechanical eyes glowing a relentless, fiery red, like a mechanical deity of wrath. Faced with this terrifying sight, Judge Ravana's usually composed expression cracked. True fear gripped her. She had no doubt, if she dared to lie again, she would be decapitated just like those statues. I gave you a chance. Yi Meng's voice was steady, almost casual. Even without the Mind Stone, I can still read thoughts. The only problem is, I can't promise your mind will stay intact afterward. He stepped forward, red eyes burning, reaching for Ravana's temple. Wait. I'll tell you everything. She shrieked in terror. This time, it's the truth. Loki Hill narrowed her eyes. You'd better hope so. Ravana gasped, gathering her breath before blurting out, you need to use the TVA batten's cutting function. It doesn't just erase people, it can send you into the void, beyond time itself. That's where you'll find the true creator of the Time Variance Authority. Loki Hill scoffed. You expect us to believe that? Everyone knows the batten's clipping function is used to erase time offenders. No. Yi Meng's mechanical voice cut through the doubt. It's not direct execution, it's teleportation. He had already analyzed the device when he first acquired it. Trust me. This time, I'm telling the truth, Ravana pleaded. Just as she finished speaking, a golden glow enveloped her. Zap! Yi Meng had already activated the batten, striking her without hesitation. Ravana's eyes widened in shock before her body was instantly erased from the hall, clipped away into the unknown. Loki Hill arched an eyebrow, but before she could react, Yi Meng turned the batten on her as well. Without resistance, she allowed herself to be transported. And finally, Yi Meng himself touched the batten's tip to his mechanical form, vanishing into the golden energy. The void. A rush of energy surged through them. When they reappeared, they found themselves in an entirely different realm. Yi Meng lifted his head and took in their surroundings. An infinite wasteland stretched beyond the horizon, littered with debris. Ruins from countless civilizations and ages long forgotten. Scattered among the wreckage were remnants of lost souls, time exiles struggling to survive in this desolate abyss. Where are we? Loki Hill demanded, her expression sharp. This place is beyond time, Ravana murmured. She took a deep breath before continuing, it's the void, a realm completely outside the influence of any timeline. This is where we send time offenders, to be devoured by Elrios. Elrios. Before Yi Meng could ask further, an ominous presence loomed on the horizon. A vast, shifting mass of purple mist surged toward them, consuming everything in its path. As it moved, it devoured discarded technology, lost artifacts, and even the unfortunate exiles that wandered too close. That's Elrios, Ravana said, trembling. It has no true form, it's a formless living storm that can consume everything, including time itself. If we don't escape, we'll all be erased and become part of its gaseous existence. Boss Vision, what do we do? For once, Loki Hill hesitated. She, the god of schemes, who always had a plan, found herself instinctively looking to Yi Meng for leadership. It was an unconscious trust, one she hadn't realized she had placed in him. Yi Meng turned toward Ravana, his mechanical eyes flashing with golden intelligence. The only way to reach the creator of the TVA is through Elrios, correct? Ravana hesitated, then nodded. Yes. The true time barrier is beyond it. Only Elrios can break through. Then we go forward. Yi Meng raised both hands, effortlessly lifting Loki Hill and Ravana into the air. Wait. Shouldn't we come up with a plan first? Loki Hill protested, eyes wide. This is suicide. Ravana shrieked. We'll die. We're going to die. Ignoring their protests, Yi Meng propelled them forward, directly toward the monstrous swirling mass of purple energy. Roar. Elrios twisted in the air, forming a massive mouth as it turned its endless hunger toward them. In an instant, the three were swallowed whole. A surge of purple energy engulfed them. But instead of immediate destruction, a brilliant golden light flared from within. For a moment, Elrios stopped. Its vast, consuming maw remained open, frozen. Elsewhere in the void, on a distant hill, an elderly Loki in a yellow cloak and a young Loki wearing a golden-horned helmet stood watching. Strange. The old Loki muttered. Elrios has never changed its course like this before. Isn't that a good thing? The young Loki shrugged. Nearby, a silver-haired man wearing sleek goggles sat atop a pile of discarded machinery. Don't worry, he said with a smirk. As long as it doesn't cover the entire void, I can get you out of its path. Quicksilver Pietro grinned. After all, I'm the fastest man here. The final destination. Elrios slammed into the time barrier at the far edge of the void, its swirling form corroding the boundary like acid burning through steel. A hole tore open. On the other side, a floating meteorite encircled by a shimmering white energy field appeared. A castle, ornate, ancient and regal, stood atop the rock, bathed in the eerie glow of the white star belt. Yi Meng narrowed his gaze. The shimmering field was not just light. It was a time loop, a prison where time itself stood still, locking its occupant in eternal existence. This was it. The lair of the one who created the TVA. The one who ruled over time itself. And the place where Vision's final battle would begin. The void of time. Beyond the time barrier, where the laws of reality blur and timelines lose their meaning, a lone meteorite drifts in infinite emptiness. It is an anomaly, untouched by the flow of time, a self-contained loop where past, present and future are frozen in eternal stillness. At its center stands a grand purple castle, a relic from a forgotten era. For countless years, no one had set foot here. But that changed now. With a gust of displaced air, a mechanical youth descended onto the dust-covered steps of the castle, flanked by two women. As they landed, the accumulated dust scattered around them, breaking the stillness of the long-abandoned place. The moment they entered this realm, something changed. Much like within the Time Variance Authority, the power of the Marvel Universe was once again suppressed. Yi Meng felt it immediately. The yellow glow of the Mind Stone embedded in his forehead dimmed, flickering weakly as if it were on the verge of extinguishing. His already worn mechanical body deteriorated further. The vibranium plating cracked, its once indestructible structure failing. The ancient projection of Doomsday's power, which pulsed like a dying sun at his core, continued to corrode his body. Without the stabilizing force of the Mind Stone, the primal urge for destruction gnawed at his will, consuming him piece by piece. His once perfect balance was crumbling. He was dying. Yet, even in this state, he stood tall. The last stand of Vision. The moment Yi Meng's feet touched the ground, he released both Judge Ravana and Loki Hill, staggering as parts of his mechanical shell self-disintegrated. Boss Vision. Loki Hill caught his exposed mechanical right arm, her fingers brushing against raw, exposed metal and fractured circuits. Her sharp green eyes, usually filled with mischief, now held genuine concern. Ravana, standing nearby, remained silent. Her gaze flickered with something different, awe. Here was Vision, a being who should have been long dead, now little more than a broken machine. His face, once sleek and pristine, was melted and warped. His chest, arms, legs, even his tattered cape, all torn and barely holding together, his inner framework exposed like a skeleton of steel and circuits. By all logic, he shouldn't even be standing. Yet this very broken machine had done the impossible. He had defeated Thanos in the sacred timeline. He had stormed the TVA, crushing their agents and breaking through their strongest defenses. He had shattered the illusion of the timekeepers. And now, he stood at the very doorstep of the one who controlled it all. Ravana had witnessed many time criminals, people who deviated from the sacred timeline, but Yi Meng was different. He had kidnapped and rewritten history itself to reach this moment. Regardless of what happened next, she could not deny it. He was the first to challenge the very fabric of time and succeed. As long as I refuse to fall, I never will. Yi Meng turned his head slightly, his dim electronic eyes meeting Loki Hill's worried gaze. As long as I refuse to fall, I never will. No one can make me fall. His voice was as calm as ever. Even as his body continued to break apart, his will remained unshaken. Ravana said nothing, but for the first time, she believed him. Loki Hill hesitated for a moment before nodding. I'll open the door. She knew time was against them. The longer they lingered, the worse Yi Meng's condition would become. Steeling herself, she stepped toward the castle entrance, reaching for the massive doors. But before she could touch them, creak. The 3-meter-high doors swung open on their own, revealing a vast and darkened hall within. From within the shadows, a flickering orange hologram materialized, shifting and twisting into the shape of a floating, cartoonish clock with a mischievous grin. Please, honored guests, this way. Miss Minutes hovered before them, her digital face unreadable. The master of time. Yi Meng stepped forward without hesitation, his expression unreadable. Loki Hill and Ravana followed, their footsteps echoing through the dark corridors of the purple castle. The only illumination came from the endless star belt outside the windows, casting a faint glow inside. The silence was heavy. For the first time, Loki Hill, normally confident and unpredictable, felt the weight of what they were about to face. Yi Meng, on the other hand, remained unmoved. Whatever lay ahead, answer or trap, it didn't matter. This was the end of all things. Then, finally, they arrived. Stepping onto the second floor, they entered a dimly lit chamber. A deep, resonant voice greeted them. Welcome, Vision. Loki. Yi Meng's eyes locked onto the figure before him, a tall, broad-shouldered man seated in a grand chair, his face partially obscured by shadows. He wore a flowing purple robe, and his dark skin bore a weathered yet amused expression. He slowly raised his arms in a mock gesture of welcome, before turning his gaze toward Ravana. Ah, Ravana. You're here too. His tone carried familiarity, tinged with a strange fondness. Ravana sighed, shaking her head. There was nothing I could do. No one in the TVA could stop them. The man smiled knowingly. I know. Then, shifting his attention back to Yi Meng and Loki Hill, he gestured toward the seats before him. Please sit. You must have many questions. Yi Meng moved without hesitation. Loki Hill, however, did not sit. Instead, in a blur of motion, she drew a dagger and pressed the gleaming blade against the man's throat. You talk too much. Her voice was cold, her emerald eyes locked onto his. If you value your life, start explaining. The man raised his hands in surrender, chuckling. All right. Let's start from the beginning. The truth of the TVA. My name is He Who Remains. His tone was steady, yet distant, as though recounting a long-forgotten memory. I was once a scientist from the 31st century, on a version of Earth not too different from yours. One day I discovered something. The multiverse. Yi Meng's electronic eyes flickered. And in that vast multiverse, I was not alone. There were others. Many versions of me. His smile darkened. And not all of them were as benevolent as I. They sought dominion over all reality, and so began a war. A war that stretched across the multiverse, consuming entire realities. Loki Hill's grip on the dagger tightened. And you won? She asked. He Who Remains nodded. I did. To prevent history from repeating, I created the TVA. I erased all divergent timelines and ensured only one remained, the sacred timeline. No multiverse, no war. A silence settled. Then Loki Hill scoffed. Self-righteous bastard. Call it what you want, he shrugged. But without me, the multiverse would collapse into chaos. Yi Meng's gaze was unreadable. And yet, you offer to hand everything over to me. He Who Remains nodded. Because I'm tired. And because. He leaned forward, an eerie smile forming. None of this matters anyway. We're all just pawns in the grand design. Yi Meng narrowed his eyes. This is all, just a dream. Loki Hill's breath hitched. What the hell does that mean? Ravana's face twisted in confusion. But Yi Meng froze. His entire mechanical body trembled. His electronic eyes flickered wildly. He Who Remains smiled. Tell me, Vision. What is more real, this world or the one you dream of?
You said this is a dream. In the castle of the founder of the Time Management Bureau, Yi Meng stared at the remaining people, his eyes flickering with a red light of destruction. Tell you something, it doesn't matter. The remaining person ignored the bayonet held by Hilwei. He reversed his indifferent attitude before, a ray of fear suddenly appeared on his vicissitudes of life, and he still murmured, I found that there are multiple concepts in this universe, when I was the only winner among the many. I have traced back the long river of time, arrived at the most distant original origin time of the multi-universe, and peeked into. He paused, his expression became more and more horrified and distorted. Even after so many years, he was still terrified by the scene he saw at the beginning. What did you see? The female Loki Hill's eyes froze. She suddenly realized that the things discovered by the people left behind may be even more terrifying than the concept of multi-universe, but it is also the ultimate truth of countless multi-universes. Livona also took a few steps forward, waiting for the other party's answer. The body of the remaining person trembled, tears rolled down his face, and he sobbed and said to himself, I saw it, I saw it. A vague figure was lying and sleeping, countless multi-universe origins, from his dream the structure emerges. What are you talking about? Hilwei's expression was horrified. His first reaction was that the person left behind was lying, but the person left behind acted as if it was true. Justice Livona also shuddered, her whole body was so cold that she couldn't feel any warmth. If what the survivors said was true, it would be too scary. If these are dreams, what are they? Yi Meng was startled at first, and clenched his fists tightly. Impossible, how could this place be just a dream? Even if he thought so at first, but he has been immersed in living here for so long, and gradually began to think that this is a real world. He just entered here through the channel of dreaming, anti-invasion. The Morgans, Wandas, etc. I met were also real people. But now, the words of those left behind are like a slap in the face, and like a bolt from the blue. Is this really a dream, and everything is fake? Once he actually wakes up, everything will be disillusioned? I do not believe. Yi Meng's eyes turned red. He stood up abruptly, forced his hand to use the hard-to-maintain yellow broken light spiritual power, and stretched his hand towards the leftover who was crying and laughing. Goodbye. The remaining person seemed to know what he wanted to do, and suddenly raised his hand to hold the bayonet on Hill's neck, and took the initiative to send it to his body. What? With Livona covering her mouth and screaming, the neck of the remaining man was cut open, and a lot of blood was sprayed out, and the blood splashed all over the dazed Hill. At the same time, Yi Meng's broken mechanical arm landed on the temple of the remaining man. At the last moment when the remaining life was cut off, a scene of memory was captured from the mind. Yi Meng was dumbfounded again, standing there motionless. Tick. Under the watchful eyes of the three, the remaining person fell limply on the sofa, his vitality was cut off, and a large amount of blood stained the carpet red. Under the real-time detection of the Time Management Bureau, countless branches of worlds have been derived from the original sacred timeline, and parallel universes have appeared one after another. In the Marvel Universe, near the original site of the destroyed god's domain Asgard, the fleet of Thanos has disappeared, and the spaceship driven by Wanda has also left, leaving only countless broken spaceship cabins floating in the outer space. In a section of Thanos' main ship, a 2-meter-high teleportation light door emerged, and the mechanical youth stepped out of it, and returned to the place where Thanos was defeated. Although it was only half an hour past, there was an illusion as if it had been a lifetime away. Boss Vision. Hilwei hurriedly chased him out, her short hair was swaying, her uniform was stained with blood, and she shouted at his figure. My name is not Vision, I'm just, Yi Meng. Yi Meng stopped for a while without looking back, and calmly said, the behind the scenes of the Time Management Bureau is dead, the sacred timeline no longer exists, and the parallel universes are back. You are free, let's bid farewell. Where are you going? Hill asked a little lonely. To complete, as the last of me now. As Yi Meng said, he manipulated the space converter to open a teleportation gate again, and the dilapidated mechanical body disappeared within it. Hilwei stared blankly at the young man's disappearing back, suddenly feeling like he would never see him again. The Marvel Universe, Earth, the realm of Wakanda. Outside the energy barrier covering the entire city-state, alien warships landed on the plains outside. As the hatches of the warships opened automatically, a large number of alien soldiers and monsters emerged from them. It's not the previous Thanos fleet. Inside the energy barrier, the Black Panther and Wakanda armies gathered on the plains, Captain America, Black Widow, Falcon, Winter Soldier, who had disappeared from the Avengers for 3 years, and the Hulk and Thor who just returned to Earth, are all facing enemies. No matter what, keep our space gem. Thor said in a deep voice, although Thanos is defeated, if his subordinates get this gem, the previous battle will be reversed. Where did Vision go? Dr. Banner, back in human form, in anti-Hulk armor, wonders. If Vision is here, I am afraid that one person is enough to deal with these fleet forces. Wanda, who was here just now, is gone too. Captain America looked around in surprise. In Wakanda, in the forest on the plain side, a young girl is standing here alone. She is wearing a uniform windbreaker and trousers, her soft and bright dark blonde hair cascades down like a waterfall, and her slender and fair fingers are clasped together. With her eyes closed, the scarlet magic power emerged from her youthful and sexy Fulong body, lingering and permeating, and the windbreaker and hair reflected in red constantly fluttered and danced. No matter who sees this scene, I'm afraid they will be amazed. It's a pity that no one appreciates it in the forest now. At this time, a teleportation light gate emerged from the side. Without waiting for the person on the other side to fully appear, the girl Wanda opened her beautiful eyes wide with tears shining, and threw herself into the arms of the young man who walked out of the light gate. Xiao Meng? I'm so anxious. Woohoo, just now, I have been feeling uneasy, afraid of losing you. If I had known, I would have gone into some bureau with you. Wanda whimpered, hugging the broken mechanical body with both hands, refusing to let go. Sorry, I'm late. Yi Meng lowered his eyes, hugged the girl's soft body with one hand, and gently smoothed the dark blonde hair with the other. The girl Wanda smiled happily, wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, raised her thin neck and face, and comforted him in turn. It's okay, it's fine if you come back. We will never be separated from now on. Yi Meng was silent, and then said softly, Sorry, Wanda, please forgive me. The young girl Wanda trembled, with an ominous premonition. She forced her eyes up calmly, looked at him and asked in a trembling voice, Little Dream? The fate you mentioned is over, right? She looked down, her small mouth opened wide in surprise, but she found a serious damage to Yi Meng's mechanical body. Who did it? Wanda's beautiful eyes immediately flashed scarlet, the scarlet light on her body soared, and a terrifying aura glowed, causing the surrounding trees to tremble. Yi Meng shook his head and said, No one can do this, it's me, who came to this point. Wanda felt distressed and gritted her teeth firmly. It's okay, I will fix it. Even if I give up this reality, no matter what, I will fix your body. There is no need to fix it. But Yi Meng shook his head again, his hands fell on Wanda's shoulders, and the remaining electronic eye was shining. Remember, I promised you before. Now I promise you again, I will fulfill the agreement with you. So, no matter what happens in the future, please believe me. I believe in you. I definitely believe in you. Wanda kept nodding, but tears rolled down her fair and delicate face. She realizes it. Yi Meng is going to do a very dangerous thing, far more dangerous than fighting Thanos and the Time Administration. Yi Meng looked at the crying girl and finally made that decision. His broken and scrapped vision body floated up, suspended in the forest at a low altitude of about 2 meters. In the next instant, violent golden red lightning burst out from the whole body, rushing towards the yellow gemstone on the forehead like a wave. Little Dream. Wanda yelled in horror, and quickly covered her mouth tightly, watching silently. Yi Meng felt the infinite pain of the separation of the brain and consciousness, but still used the projection power of the ancient Doomsday to attack the mind gem on Vision's body between the brows. That's right, Yi Meng's last step is to destroy the mind gem? Perhaps, in anyone's eyes, this is undoubtedly an act of suicide. After all, the mind gem is a part of the Vision body, connected with tens of millions of nerves and brain consciousness. Once the mind gem is lost, the Vision body will die, not to mention destroying the gem. However, Yi Meng is really not committing suicide. Rather, after 3 years of experience in the Marvel Universe, I finally found a way to break through the bottleneck. Since the Vision body cannot perfectly control the mind gem, it is better to simply give up the Vision body that imprisons the artificial intelligence, and try to control the mind gem with pure consciousness. That is, becoming a mind gem. A complete mind gem with 100% mind resistance. There have always been only cosmic beings controlled by mind gem, and no existence can control mind gem in turn. This evolutionary road is obviously a dead end, or a dead end of self-seeking. However, Yi Meng helped Ant-Man intervene in the quantum realm before, when the mind gem lost its power. From the future, the mind gem fragment obtained from the Scarlet Witch Wanda still has the effect, as if it is not borrowed, but the power of the mind that it really owns. Therefore, Yi Meng thought of this possibility very early. Since the complete mind gem cannot be controlled, it is better to destroy the mind gem by yourself. In the Setsuna destroyed by the mind gem, the artificial intelligence consciousness takes over all the gem fragments. This is the only possibility of success. Definitely, if it fails, Yi Meng will die completely in the Marvel Universe. So Yi Meng didn't take that step until he went to the Time Management Bureau, and Vision was on the verge of being scrapped. Sizzle. The powerful golden red lightning energy surged between the forehead and eyebrows, and a crack burst out of the yellow mind gem. No, don't, stop now, Xiao Meng. Wanda covered her mouth and cried out. Tears fell like unthreaded pearls, but she didn't stop it because she firmly believed in Yi Meng. Yi Meng had a splitting headache, suspended in the low air, barely opened his defective electronic left eye to look at the girl below, and burned her voice and appearance into his memory. He suddenly smiled relieved. Actually, I didn't have the courage to take that step until I saw you again, Wanda. Whether this is a dream or the real world, I will fulfill my promise. If I fail, my incarnation will stay here with you forever. If I succeed in the end, I will definitely come back and meet you again. The next moment, violent destructive lightning poured in from the crack of the mind gem, causing the yellow gem to burst like a glass ball, and a burst of energy blasted out from the center of the forest. Pada. A vibranium mechanical body that lost all energy and vitality, its inner cold bones disappeared, fell apart and fell to the ground from a low altitude. Among them, a small ray of warm yellow broken light rushed into and disappeared in the body of the red-haired girl who was kneeling on the ground. Pain, pain, pain. The power of the ancient Doomsday erupted, and Yi Meng's artificial intelligence consciousness seemed to be shattered along with mind gem, and seemed to be integrated with the fragments, and scattered to all parts of the earth, and even the outer space of the earth. Under the severe pain that was tearing his soul, Yi Meng could hardly bear it. But then, the surrounding scene was like a dream when waking up, shattered first. Disillusioned with the dream world, there is also the red-haired girl Wanda who knelt on the ground and covered her mouth with tears. Yi Meng suddenly saw that his completely disintegrated vision body fell from the sky, and his consciousness was separated towards the outer space that was farther than the sky and the universe. Everything in the Marvel world is shattered and disillusioned, as if it really is an illusory dream. But Yi Meng could still hear the heart-piercing cries of the girl clearly, which faintly overlapped with the cries of the future Scarlet Witch. That sincere feeling is definitely not fabricated by fantasy, it is true and unmistakable. Wanda. Yi Meng wants to call out, but his consciousness has been separated from the Marvel dream, and it seems to be cut off from the Marvel dream, falling towards another place. Wanda. Yi Meng opened his eyes suddenly, and what he saw was a huge and retro mansion room. He was sitting on a bronze chair that was 3 times the file size of an ordinary chair. Looking down, he could see his big hands with hard and sharp grey-white bone spurs. On the bone spurs' right hand, at the moment is still tightly holding a diamond-shaped crystal that glows with faint green light. The sharp end of the green crystal cuts the palm and the epithelial surface of the thumb, and a few drops of blood lingering with violent energy overflow from the tiny wound. Obviously, he did not return to reality, but was drawn in by the DC dream again and became the incarnation of the ancient Doomsday. However, the heart and soul still feel the pain of breaking and bursting. What made Yi Meng feel even more stinging was the red-haired girl crying helplessly at the end of the Marvel dream. "You promised me. We are family, each other's only, and we will always be together. I want to go back for me." The day of destruction of the ancients. Yi Meng clenched the kryptonite tightly, causing the kryptonite sharp diamond to penetrate deeply into his palm, blood dripping continuously on the bronze chair, and the fiery energy contained inside ran wildly. Yi Meng has never been like this moment, just being drawn into the DC dreamland, and wants to return to the Marvel dreamland. He closed his eyes, and called out the name that was the anchor point of the Marvel dream in his heart, just like switching dreams before. "Wanda? Wanda? Wanda? Can you hear me?" But this time, no matter how he called, he couldn't hear the words from the corresponding dream world. If you can't hear the sound, you can't follow the anchor point of the dream and return to the world there. Morgan Stark? Can you hear me? Iron Man, Tony Stark. Captain America, Steve Luogis. Female Loki, Hilvi. Yi Meng changed a few characters from the Marvel world and called out vigorously, but still couldn't sense the existence of the Marvel dream. It seems that the moment he ushered in his death as the incarnation of Vision, the connection with Marvel's dream world was completely severed. The ancient day of destruction. Yi Meng caressed the center of his brow. There was no phantom of mind gem anymore, only a shattered ray of light was maintained, so that he would not be overwhelmed by the desire for destruction. The me on the other side of the Marvel dream failed. Yi Meng muttered to himself, clenching the blood-stained kryptonite more and more tightly. Now only pain can keep him calm and awake. Being disconnected from the Marvel dream, and losing the projection power of mind gem and artificial intelligence, doesn't it mean that he has failed in the last step in the Marvel world, that is, the game from artificial intelligence to mind gem? The last step of advanced metamorphosis failed, and the avatar on the Marvel side died, so the Marvel dreamland no longer has him. In other words, the Marvel world is completely shattered as a dream, and all the things and characters in it no longer exist. The result of speculation and deliberation made it difficult for Yi Meng to accept. He didn't believe it. It was just a dream, a delusion. Reality. I want to return to the real world. Yi Meng's eyes flashed red. He wanted to return to reality and find out the truth about these dreams from reality. But the problem is that now, without the power of mind gem on the side of Marvel's dream, the balance of the two major dreams that has been maintained has been completely broken. Not to mention waking up and returning to reality. If this continues, the incarnation of the ancient Doomsday in the DC dreamland will once again lose its sanity and sink into destruction, and will remain in the dream forever. Either, as the ancient day of destruction, we will go further towards perfection, or, let the DC dream and the Marvel dream reach a balance again. In any case, the purpose of both is to wake up and return to the real world. The day of destruction of the ancients. Yi Meng whispered to himself, suddenly lowered his head, his fiery eyes fell on the blood-stained kryptonite in his hand. Perfectly adapting to kryptonite may allow the ancient Doomsday to get rid of extreme genetic defects and enter the realm of perfection. However, Yi Meng could feel that it would take at least a month for him to fully adapt to kryptonite. In the past, 1 month was very short. After all, he had lived in this dream world for 30 years. But now, Yi Meng doesn't have much time left in this dream. There is only a wisp of mind gem fragmented light left. At most, it can only maintain sanity for a week. Before then, find a way to bring Doom of the Ancients to metamorphosis, or escape the DC dream. Maybe it can be done that way, and it can be done in less than a week. The day of destruction of the ancients. Yi Meng clenched his kryptonite tightly, and had a bold idea in his heart. Like the Marvel dreamland, it's also a big gamble. Yi Meng didn't believe that he would lose twice in a row. Even if he loses, he will admit it, that is the only chance. Gilyala. A petite figure of a pink loli floated in from the door of the master room, her dreamlike colorful hair swaying, and the hem of the dress she was wearing fluttered. Seeing Yi Meng holding the green crystal bleeding right hand, the exquisitely carved, pink and petite girl immediately flew forward, her big watery eyes staring in shock. "My lord, what's going on?" This is the first time she has seen the King of Destruction injured. Surprised. Kem felt more afraid and angry, and immediately scanned the manor area with his mind, worried that other people would notice this. Yi Meng didn't care about this, even though his right hand was bleeding and his body felt weak under the restraint of kryptonite, he was still invincible on Earth. Kem. The day of destruction of the ancients. Yi Meng raised his bony spur left hand, but this time he did not need the opponent, but lightly placed it on the opponent's head. I have one thing that I want you to do. Kaim Xiaohua immediately flew down from the air, knelt down on one knee on the floor in front of the bronze chair, raised her star pupils to flash bright and fiery light. My lord, no matter what, I will do it for you, even if it costs you life. Gotham City, a large top-end manor. Underground, there is a natural waterfall Batcave, which has been transformed into a large and secret underground studio. Sizzle. The TV was turned on suddenly, and the sound it made caused countless bats to fly out. The standard feminine words echoed in the Batcave. This time I'm reporting for you is the Daily Planet reporter, Louise. The alien spaceship that landed not long ago has self-destruct in the center of the metropolis. So far, the urban areas within 10 kilometers of the city center have been damaged to varying degrees, and conservative economic losses have reached trillions. According to current statistics, nearly 30,000 people were killed in this incident, and 40,000 people are still missing. 130,000 people are injured and mentally disturbed. With the heavy broadcast of the TV, the news gave a helicopter perspective, looking down at the metropolis after the war, and the screen was full of devastated ruins. Many homeless citizens were wailing and wandering, the city was smashed to pieces, the flames filled the air, and the whole city seemed to be shrouded in shadow. Quietly looking at the tragic situation in the world on the TV screen, the middle-aged man with white temples firmly grasped the remote control and picked up a sharp bat dart on the table next to him. His undulating chest protruded from his shirt with strong muscles. Master. An old butler wearing glasses, dressed as a gentleman, walked into the basement with a tablet computer, and sighed. In our group, 2 satellites were destroyed, 4 branch industrial buildings in the metropolis were destroyed, and as many as 3,000 employees were killed and injured. I know. I was there, at the Met. Bruce Wayne had no expression on his face, and the figure of the bony monster flying across the sky flashed through his mind, just like the nightmares of countless nights from childhood to youth, and the fear was even stronger. But because of fear, there are some things that only Batman can do. Superman, destroy monsters. Batman. Bruce Wayne whispered calmly, and slammed the bat dart in his hand onto the dartboard next to the TV, hitting the black heart of the 10th ring. God, will you bleed too? Metropolis, Port. Lakes Group, in the underground garage of the headquarters building, a black van is parked here. A one-eyed local gang leader got out of the car. He was nearly 1.9 meters tall and had a menacing appearance, but now he actively bent over to the side. Mr. Lakes. The young man in a suit, who looked to be in his early 30s, stepped forward with brand-new brand-name leather shoes, and responded flatly. The gang leader doesn't care about this. The other party is the chairman of the Lakes Group, and the Lakes Group is second only to the Wayne Group, and it is a major client of a wealthy country. Here's what you want. The gang leader gestured to his back, and several gangsters immediately lifted a stretcher covered with a white cloth from the rear compartment. The gang leader's eyelids twitched suddenly. However, Lakes Luthor, the chairman of the Lakes Group, stepped forward and took the initiative to lift a corner of the white cloth covering him, revealing a tall male corpse lying on a stretcher. The tall male corpse is not General Zod from the Kryptonian civilization. In the previous battle, he was first defeated by the existence of the Bone Spur monster, and finally his neck was broken by Superman. $300 million will be credited into your account immediately. Lakes Luthor said with a glimmer of excitement, licking his lips. It's nothing, we're leaving first. The leader of the gang was a little timid for no reason. Although the other party was alone and looked gentle, he had the aura of a superior. Go ahead. Lakes Luthor snapped his fingers lightly, several gunshots rang out in the underground garage immediately, and the gang leader and his subordinates fell to the ground in response. Superman, the god of the world, the monster of the Doomsday, hee. Lakes Luthor ignored the corpse lying in a pool of blood, looked at the corpse of General Zod. His eyes were full of madness. I will expel you all from this planet. Lakes Luthor mused. The next step is to find Superman's weak point, preferably his family. 6 days later. The manor house in the forest at the junction of Metropolis and Washington. Nearly a week since the Kryptonian invasion ended, the manor seemed to be back to its former self. Except for the occasional small fights with the king's partner training, this place is far more peaceful and harmonious than the outside world. This day, with different identities and purposes, all the people living in the mansion were summoned to the master room again. The Steppenwolf and Black Adam, who had the shackles on their bodies, stood at the door of the master room as usual. Wonder Woman and Leopard Girl looked at each other, and each came to the main seat with hostility and admiration. Kem quietly floated on the armrest of the bronze main chair, and Atlanta and Superman stood in front of the main chair, bowing their heads to accept the overlooking of the King of Destruction. On the main seat, the day of destruction of the ancients, the yellow glow between Yi Meng's brows became dimmer, but the red flame-like pupils in his eyes became brighter, so that no one in the room dared to meet his gaze. After calling everyone over, Yi Meng didn't speak, just sat quietly on the chair. 5 minutes later. The others were astonished, but they did not dare to open their mouths. For decades, the power and deterrence of the king has been baked into the genes. Time passed by every minute and every second. From noon to afternoon, the king still did not speak, sitting motionless on the chair. Inside the house, everyone in the presence of the gods or Mephisto looked at each other in blank dismay, but still stood there quietly without daring to move. Only Kim's star pupils are serious and bright, recording the inexplicably warm scene at the moment. This is the last here, Kim thought to himself. Clark, do you have anything to say? Yi Meng, the ancient day of destruction, suddenly looked at Superman and asked. Me. Superman Clark opened his mouth, recalling General Zod's words, and finally shook his head under Atlanta's anxious gaze. Yes. The bony spur monster grinned, but looked very happy. But the next moment, Yi Meng's eyes flashed with endless red flames of destruction, and a powerful pressure enveloped the people in the room, and he declared, "You, all of you, there is no need for me to exist anymore." What? Everyone on the field was stunned, including Kimzai Huawa. Tomorrow morning, I will settle all grievances with you, kill all of you, and leave this world completely. The ancient destruction day. Yi Meng spoke hoarsely, as if telling a fact. Steppenwolf, Black Adam, Wonder Woman, Leopard Girl, Atlanta, Cam, and Superman were all terrified in place. They knew that what the king said was true. After all, the king never lied, and there was absolutely no need to lie. Tomorrow morning, the king of destruction will literally kill them all. And with the strength of the king, he can definitely do it. This is like a sentence of death, bestowing doomsday destruction. Tomorrow morning, I will settle all grievances with you, kill all of you, and then leave this world completely. In the master room, sitting on the giant bronze chair, the eyes of the hideous and sacred bone spur monster flashed red flames. Winter is approaching, but the room is hotter than summer noon, and the heat wave is surging. The day of destruction of the ancients. Yi Meng calmly announced his plan to the assembled people. 30 years ago, from the first time I came to DC Universe Earth, the purpose of the existence of this manor mansion, as well as everyone around Yi Meng, is to act as sandbags to vent their endless desire for destruction. And now one day later, Yi Meng, as the incarnation of the ancient Doomsday, will obviously lose his rationality and humanity again, and will not be able to switch to the Marvel dream that has been disconnected. It can be said that he has no way out, either as a further step of the ancient Doomsday, or completely escape the current DC dreamland, lest as an out-of-control ancient Doomsday, the consciousness will sink and be imprisoned here forever. So no matter what, this mansion, and the people who stay around, the family of the so-called ancient destruction day, will soon lose the meaning of continuing to exist. The day of destruction of the ancients. Yi Meng always knew that the people he left behind in the mansion held hatred towards him to some extent, and even wished that he would disappear forever. It's just that Yi Meng, who is the day of destruction in ancient times, never cared about it. For him, these are even the spices of daily life. Those who dare not kill the ancient Doomsday are not the real powerhouses under the DC starry sky, and it seems much more boring. Still the same sentence, the ancient destruction day only needs enemies. At the moment, it's time to meet the end of this dream world, to put an end to all these relationships and dramas. So, you only have one chance, the last night. I will kill all of you the moment the sun rises tomorrow. Ancient destruction day. Yi Meng slowly closed his eyes, as if to temporarily extinguish the powerful destruction flame, and a conceited and violent aura enveloped the entire manor. The day of destruction of the ancients. Yi Meng doesn't have any tricks, and doesn't have so many intrigues. In the end, it's just a battle of life and death. All the people living in the manor mansion walked out of their own rooms. Everyone obviously has their own complicated thoughts. In fact, it's strange that they don't have any thoughts. This is a death sentence pronounced by the ancient destruction day, as Yi Meng said, only for one night. This night, you can escape, or resist. In any case, everything will be turned upside down after today, and this manor house may no longer exist. Or shock, or fear, or anger, or relief. Everyone walked out of the room with their own thoughts. The leopard girl Barbara narrowed her long and narrow eyes, like a predator flickering faint pupils, followed Wonder Woman Diana all the way back to the room on the second floor where the two were. The next moment Diana returned to her room, she changed her long skirt back to an armored battle skirt. Her temperament immediately became heroic and wild, and she clenched a silver longsword tightly and drew it out. Diana, you are. Leopard girl shrank her eyes in surprise. Wonder Woman wiped the mirror-like blade, and said firmly, what else can I do? Definitely I am ready to fight. The leopard girl covered her tall and soft chest, took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, do you think we still have hope of victory? How many times have we failed against the king over the years? Yes. Wonder Woman raised her eyes and looked at the setting sun outside the window. Her soft eyes were shining with light, and she raised the silver crown on her head. Because I have failed so many times, even I am not confident at all. If it wasn't the king's reminder, I have forgotten the original purpose. It was not because of the promise to kill him. That's why I stayed here for more than 20 years. She glanced at the leopard girl and smiled brightly. Barbara, if you want to escape, do so now. Facing an enemy who doesn't hold back like that, it's normal to run away. But I will stay, complete the original contract and end this battle that has lasted for more than 20 years. You really? Leopard girl Barbara shook her head, her cold words paused, and said coldly, no matter what time, you will always walk in front of me. Steppenwolf, what do you think? In the corridor, Black Adam looked at the Steppenwolf beside him. Steppenwolf dragged his shackles, and there was no response from hesitation. Even if the king wants to kill me, I will resist. Fight to the last moment. That's right. Hey, Adam smiled, his dark eyes glowing with wisdom. What is the purpose of the king's move? Does leaving this world mean that the king is leaving the earth? Or is this a trial for them, and those who fail to survive tomorrow will no longer be able to follow the king? And indeed, if the king alone could kill them, there would indeed be no need for them to exist any longer. Black Adam tried his best to use the wisdom of one of the 6 gods of Egypt, racking his brains to think and speculate. Clark, wait for me. Atlanta held up her skirt and chased down the stairs on the first floor, looking at Superman Clark, who had already walked out of the entrance of the main hall. And hi, I want to be alone and go to a quiet place. I will come back later, and I will definitely protect you. Superman paused, turned his head and gave a forced smile. After leaving these words, he took off on the spot and flew towards the sky outside the manor. Clark. Atlanta looked worriedly at Superman's leaving figure. A burst of childish and clear words came from behind. Now, you are happy, isn't this what you have been looking forward to all this time? Kem flew down from the 2nd floor along the stairs, holding his young and delicate breasts in his hands, and his pink-skinned delicate face was expressionless. Atlanta was speechless. Indeed, let Superman and the king go against each other, and then the most righteous superhero Superman will solve this pair of ancient doomsdays that have hidden dangers of doomsday. It was a beautiful idea she had been raising Clark for 30 years. It's just that when Yi Meng, the current day of destruction of ancient times, took the initiative to go to confrontation, Atlanta's heart was a little bit disappointed for no reason. Perhaps, it was because they were worried that even if they worked hard together, there would be no hope of victory in the face of the King of Destruction. Cam, will you make a move? Atlanta clenched her pale hands and looked at Kym. Cam, in the shape of a pink loli, with bright eyes of different colors, turned his back to face in the air, and responded in a mature way. I will, because this is what the king wishes. I will fight with all my might until I die. Superman accelerated through the air, crossing the border between dusk and night, into the port of Metropolis. A huge amounts of light and shadow of bats have been projected from the port below to the sky after nightfall. Superman fell from the sky and landed on the roof of the abandoned factory where the big bat lamp was located. There was already a man in a black bat suit waiting for him, who seemed to melt into the night at any time. After turning off the bat lights on the roof, Batman raised the bat mask with his chin exposed, and the eyes of the mask were filled with electronic white light, and looked at the fallen Superman. Clark, have you decided to join forces with me? Superman was silent. Although you have huge amounts of hidden dangers to the Earth, in the past few years, you have made outstanding contributions to the Earth, and you are obviously a hero on the side of justice. Batman said in a deep voice. However, the monster that raised you is different. Its existence will lead to the destruction of the world at any time, and it has caused countless things to be destroyed in the past 30 years. He stared at Superman firmly, and stretched out his right hand covered with bat armor. Come on, join hands with me. You don't need to kill it, just drive it out of the Earth. Superman shook his head. No one knows his strength better than me. Even with my help, it is impossible to defeat him, let alone expel him. I'm not going to hide it. Batman said bluntly. I recently fished out a kind of crystal from the Indian Ocean, which originated from the previous Kryptonian spacecraft trying to transform the planet on the Earth. After experiments, I am sure that kind of crystal it will cause great harm to the existence of Kryptonian genes, and it is your nemesis. Under the reasonable use of that weapon, we definitely have a chance to win. Crystallized weapons that can cause great harm to Kryptonian genes. Superman Clark was shocked, and he looked at Batman without doubting the other's words. He hesitated, but still shook his head and said, Sorry, I won't join forces with you, let alone make an enemy of the king. Don't worry, I won't reveal your purpose, and the nemesis weapon you hold. Why? Batman was puzzled, staring straight at him, and said loudly calmly, according to the information I got, that monster destroyed your hometown Krypton and killed your parents. It will you stayed by my side, just using you all the time? Solving the extremely evil thing is the most beneficial thing for the Earth. How did you know this information? Superman Clark opened his eyes incredulously, but shook his head, and said in a low voice, You seem to know everything, but you don't understand anything at all. Even if there is no king, Krypton will be destroyed due to the collapse of the star core. The death of my parents may have something to do with the king, but no matter what, I will not take action against the king, because he is mine. Superman paused and continued, Also, he is indeed called the Doomsday disaster of the Earth, but that's because he is too powerful. If he really wanted to destroy the Earth would have ceased to exist 30 years ago. Batman said coldly, but this cannot erase the damage it has caused to the Earth in the past 30 years, as well as its own hidden dangers to the Earth. Superman was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, How about I pay it back? What? Batman froze for a moment. Superman calmly but firmly said, I will take responsibility for the incidents committed by the King of Destruction. I will publicly announce tonight that I am the adopted son of the Doomsday Calamity. He suddenly felt much better, and continued, I don't care what the world thinks. If he represents destruction, then I represent hope. You. With Batman's strong heart, he still feels angry and sad. He even wanted to scold Superman, trying to wake up the stupid opponent, and finally sighed, You go. Sorry. Superman Clark nodded slightly, and was about to turn around and fly back to the manor. Hold head high. But at this time, A roar that is definitely not human can utter, resounded from a certain building in the city not far away. The glass within a radius of 1 kilometer shattered instantly, and the roar spread far away in the metropolis port. That, what? Batman looked back in surprise. With Superman's farsightedness and perspective, he could immediately see the area where the roar came from 2 kilometers away. His face changed suddenly, his figure exploded and took off, and he arrived at the middle floor of the headquarters building of the Lakes Group in less than a second. Whoosh! Superman flew into the room on the middle floor, and saw a young gentleman on this floor. Other than that, the whole floor was empty. There was only a huge amounts of cultivation tank, and in the cultivation tank that was comparable to an indoor swimming pool, a 2-meter radius mysterious egg is wriggling. Looking around, you can see the outline of a 2-meter-long bone spur humanoid body, and a powerful breath of life and energy overflows from the giant egg. This kind of existence, how is it possible? Superman opened his eyes wide in surprise, and looked at the young gentleman beside him. What did you do? Lex Luthor stayed where he was in a daze. He just experimented with his own human genes and the corpse of the Kryptonian General Zod. Unexpectedly, he actually created this brand new creature of life. Hee, I'm your father. Lex Luthor muttered to himself, looking obsessively at the creature inside the egg. It must be fully formed before it. Superman swooped down, his fists ruthlessly rushing towards the giant egg in the huge cultivation tank, but before he landed, he was blocked by a big hand protruding from the egg with a bony spur. Superman was in the air, but he was directly forced back. Hold head high. There was another roar like thunder, and then a 2-meter bone spur figure violently jumped out, hugged Superman and rushed to the outside world, leaping from the building to hundreds of meters away, and slammed into another person on the opposite street. Building? Boom! A huge pothole was immediately dented on the front wall and glass of the building. Superman opened his eyes wide and pressed himself firmly. What was lying on the outer wall looked like a monster with bony spurs similar to the King of Destruction. It's just that the overall size is a little smaller, and the whole body is naked, the muscles and bones are bloated, and the eyes are violently red. It's a Doomsday? Even though he was just a freshman, Superman still felt terrible pressure from the opponent, and the powerful explosive power in the bone spur body was directly transmitted to him. Boom! Superman was thrown out by Destroyer Day, crashed directly through a high-rise building, and fell hard in front of the abandoned factory. A ditch was wiped out on the ground of the factory. Superman quickly got up from the ground, saw Doomsday jumping down the curve, and immediately swung his fist hard. Doomsday grinned ferociously, and also swung a punch. His body fell with the fist, and the ground was dented one step ahead, as if hit by a meteorite. Superman's always invincible fist, in comparison, is as weak as a child's fist. Two fists collided, Doomsday stuck in place, and Superman flew upside down against the factory floor again. That's right, ha 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 ha, that's right. Inside the building, Lex Luthor stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows, watching this scene from a distance, and couldn't help waving his fists excitedly. Despite the terrifying existence of monsters created by accident, it's clear only monsters can handle monsters. Such a Kryptonian extreme genetic monster might be able to kill Superman, or even the same bone spur monster, on the roof of an abandoned factory. Doomsday calamity? No. Batman opened his eyes wide in shock, looking at Doomsday leaping here. Although this humanoid bony spur monster has powerful destructive power in every gesture, it is obviously not the previous one. Batman saw the downwind Superman 100 meters away, raised his left wrist quickly, contacted Butler afoot, and applied for the support of the Bat fighters parked nearby. In the battle situation, Superman rolled and flew upside down, and the surrounding factory buildings obviously bear the upper limit that they shouldn't be able to withstand at the beginning of the design, and they are so fragile that they will shatter when touched. Facing the new Doomsday rushing forward, and the bone spur fist chasing towards him, Superman gritted his teeth and crossed his hands to defend. The next moment, Superman froze. Not only Superman was stunned, but Lex Luthor and Batman Bruce, who were watching the battle, also felt their scalps go numb. It can be seen that the bony spur fist of newborn Doomsday was resisted by a bony spur palm next to it before it fell on Superman, just as it easily resisted Superman's fist before. Newborn Destroyer's red and violent eyes stared round, and at this moment, he looked sideways with a little bewilderment, standing next to an existence taller than himself, and a burst of strong wind blew out. The opponent also has gray and white hard bone spurs and exoskeleton, but he is only wearing a black battle suit. The battle suit shows muscle curves, and his slim body tends to be more perfect in the golden ratio. At the moment, the other party's eyes seem to be burning with red flames, clearly revealing a humanized excitement. Newborn Destroyer's body is already huge enough, but compared to him, he is still a lot shorter, like a child who hasn't grown up. No way. Not far away, Batman saw this scene trembling and opened his mouth wide. The Earth, the real Doomsday calamity deity, is here. DC Universe, Earth, Metropolis Port. In 2010, Lindong was still the time when night had fallen. For some reason, the temperature in the local urban area of the metropolis has quietly risen above 30 degrees Celsius, which is hotter than summer, and an atmosphere more oppressive than sweltering heat makes human beings feel uneasy instinctively. No matter indoors or outdoors, the local citizens began to take off their down and autumn and winter clothes in amazement. When someone opened the window, they could intuitively feel the obvious heat wave coming from the direction of the city port. Like the blazing light erupting from a live volcano, it lit up from the direction of the city port at the same time. The abandoned factory area quickly burned with raging flames, reflecting the night sky red. Boom, boom, boom. It was like two skyscrapers holding huge heavy hammers, and they kept hitting the ground of the port with all their strength. Cracks burst out from the abandoned factory in the port, which can be judged as an earthquake of magnitude 5 or 6 vibe erupted. There is no doubt that it can be defined as a large-scale natural disaster, and what makes people in the city feel even more frightened is that there is a deafening roar in the direction of the port, and the windows of the buildings near the port factory are uniformly shattered. At this time, people began to understand that it was not a natural disaster, but man-made, or monsters, and only monsters could cause terrifying movements. Just now, the disturbing and throbbing was the breath of destruction and death coming from there. The engine sprayed, and a black bat fighter rushed out of the factory area covered by flames in time. In the cockpit, Batman firmly grasped the steering wheel with his gloved hands, and looked out along the protective window that cuts off heat waves and red light. One large and one small bone spur monsters are fighting together in the factory below. The smallest of them are 2 meters tall, and their bodies seem to be composed of muscles and exoskeletons. They have sharp bony spurs protruding from their backs and hands, and their pale faces are ugly and hideous. Can suppress Superman at a disadvantage? Fighting this monster was a bone spur monster with a taller body, but not so bloated muscles, a face like radiant white jade, and a Superman-like black battle suit. In this way, two similar but completely different bone spur monsters fight together, just a game of body-to-body, fist-to-fist collision, like a frenzied bombardment of tactical missiles being launched concentratedly in this direction. On the top of the battle situation, it is still in a state of anger, just like the physical incarnation of natural disasters. Batman originally chose the factory site carefully in order to join forces with Superman to deal with the existence of the Doomsday disaster. It is far away from the bustling urban area, and the abandoned area is as high as 12,000 square meters. But such a perfect battlefield was completely destroyed by such two bony spur monsters in an instant, turning it into a piece of purgatory. The factory buildings were razed to the ground continued to sink, and the shocking earthquake cracks spread towards the area outside the abandoned factory. This is the true strength of Doomsday calamity. The sniper rifles or Gatling prepared before, obviously won't have any effect. Mine missiles. Batman kept adjusting the height of the fighter plane, but found that the safety of the fighter plane could not be ensured even if he retreated 1,000 meters, and his inner plan was constantly being subverted. He suddenly discovered that no matter how well planned the means were, when facing such a terrifying existence, they all lost the effect they had originally imagined. Because, even if you have seen the appearance and attack of the Doomsday disaster before, the opponent's field is still far beyond your own cognition. Because, the battle situation below cannot actually be called a battle, but unilateral abuse. Hold head high. He has steadily surpassed Superman in strength since he was born. On the newborn Doomsday, he climbed up from the deep pit roaring angrily, and blasted his fists hard. What met it was a bony spur fist that was a circle bigger than it. The two punches collided with Setsuna, and the power far surpassed thunder. The heat wave raged, the storm broke out, and a circle of sound waves and vibes swept away, and the surrounding ground, building ruins, and even the air were torn apart. Newborn Destroyer's thick, muscular arm immediately burst into a crackling sound, the bone spur and the entire arm twisted and shapeshifted, and let out a scream that was sharper than a low growl. The bony spur monster in black seemed to be standing on the ground, but there was always a certain distance between the solace of its feet and the ground, so it stood motionless at a low altitude. He grinned at the corner of his mouth, as if he was grinning heartily. The big hand loosened by the ancient Doomsday grasped the cracked hand, and the other hand was placed on the shoulder of the new Doomsday, and both hands were pulled out suddenly. Ah! The screams of the monster resounded over the metropolis. The ancient Doomsday Yi Meng casually threw aside a pale arm of the new Doomsday. Newborn Destroyer Sun's eyes were red with anger, and he opened his mouth while roaring, interweaving into a beam of blazing heat ray like a laser cannon and rushing towards Yi Meng. Yi Meng resisted the hot gaze with his bone spur body, flew forward frantically, wrapped the face of newborn Doomsday with his left hand, and threw it down on the ground. Boom! The hot gravel dust storm rushed away, and a crater appeared out of thin air in the center of the abandoned factory area. The pit is tens of meters deep, and the newborn Doomsday is stuck at the deepest point. The ancient Doomsday Yi Meng jumped down from the sky and stepped the newborn Doomsday deeper into the ground. The face under Batman's mask was already numb from shock, the heat wave was roiling outside, but his hands and feet were icy cold. How can the sight of a grandpa beating his grandson be called a fight? Before the existence of what is truly called the Doomsday disaster of the Earth, the Rebirth and Destruction Day had no power to fight back. This kind of suppression is far more than the suppression of Superman by Newborn Destroyer Day. Batman finally understood why Superman said that even if he joined forces, there was no chance of winning. No one has a chance of winning against such an existence. Even if you can choose helpers freely, you can use all the manpower or resources on the Earth, and you can design traps carefully. This desperate gap like a moat is like a sparrow bird, no matter how hard it is to touch the space above 3,000 kilometers. Batman Bruce Wayne in the Bat Fighter, and Lex Luthor, who laughed wildly to sit in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows in the distant building, are superhero and supervillain respectively. Human weakness and powerlessness. At this time, Butler of was horrified and hurried voice suddenly sounded from the other end of the headset. Master, run away. The Wayne Group's satellite has detected that there is a nuclear warhead flying towards the port of your city. What did you say? Batman's heart stopped suddenly on the fighter plane, and he couldn't help shouting angrily, those bastards? How dare you do this? Indeed, in the face of such an invincible and terrifying existence, we can only resort to the most powerful and proud ultimate weapon of human civilization at present. Boom, boom, boom. The seismic coefficient is still upgrading. The abandoned factory starts from the central area, the pits become craters, and then evolve from the craters into abyssal rifts. Ancient Destruction Day Yi Meng trampled on the newborn Destruction Day's body, tore off the other thick, bloated arm, trampled its chest until it was completely sunken, and pressed the newborn Destruction Day on the ground and rubbed it back and forth repeatedly. Doomsday, whose basic combat power is slightly higher than that of Superman, is just a bigger and more resistant toy. That's it, it's not enough. Yi Meng murmured inexplicably, looking at the newborn Doomsday of self-healing who was wounded quickly, but unfortunately, the speed of self-healing was far behind the speed of self-destruction. Oh. Yi Meng suddenly raised his eyes consciously, and his sight instantly went from the Rift Valley about 1,000 meters underground to the night sky of the city 10,000 meters above the surface. A fat metal warhead is being fired towards this side. The ancient Doomsday Yi Meng's eyes shone with red light, and he stretched out his hand to pick up the new Doomsday that had been trampled on the ground with one hand. Above the abandoned factory. I'll stop it, never let it fall. The red cloak was hunting and moving. Superman also saw the nuclear bomb being fired towards this side, and immediately signaled to the bat fighter not far away to intercept the nuclear bomb that was about to fly. However, a figure is faster than Superman. The ancient Doomsday Yi Meng rushed out of the abyss rift created by himself, carrying the new Doomsday on his back, speeding up to break through the sound barrier, and soaring into the sky to actively face the nuclear bomb launched towards the port. King. Superman's pupils narrowed. What is he going to do? As smart as Batman, at the moment can't understand Yi Meng's thoughts and actions. Under the horrified gaze of them, and tens of millions of metropolitan citizens. Bang! A ball of dazzling white light and huge amounts of explosive waves exploded at a height of 10,000 meters in the Metropolis port. Did you make it? In Metropolis, in the base of the North American Military Division, a group of officers and scientists stood up together, still unable to drive away the fear in their hearts. Although I don't know why the two bone spur monsters collided with the nuclear bomb, this is undoubtedly the best result, if you can get rid of them. After the light, the clouds covering the night sky were swept away in an instant, and the sky was blown red, as if it was bleeding, and a naked bone spur fell like a meteorite. That is, Superman flew 100 meters in the air, his eyes widened in shock, and he saw clearly that it was the newborn Doomsday. Under the bombardment of the nuclear bomb head-on, the body was not destroyed, but it seemed to absorb and transform abundant energy. The broken arm and sunken chest recovered as before, and the bloated and strong body lingered with powerful destructive energy inside and outside. The newborn destroyed the sunset on the ground next to the rift, raised its head and roared, and the eyes and mouth burst with destruction currents. Buzz! The overflowing destructive current alone wiped out everything within a radius of 100 meters. Better than before. Regarding this scene, Batman in the fighter plane was completely speechless. After being attacked by a nuclear bomb, not only did he not get injured, but instead absorbed power from it. This kind of monster is more and more breaking through the upper limit of his cognition, and the real god is no more than this, right? My lord, I did it on purpose. Superman seemed to realize something, shook his head, and looked over the head of the new Doomsday. The bony spur figure in the black Superman battlesuit stood high in the sky, facing the newborn Doomsday, while grinning. Golden red violent lightning lingered around his body. That's what makes it interesting. The red flames in the eyes of Yi Meng, the day of destruction in ancient times, kept standing and fell straight down, dragging a golden red lightning trail. Roar! The newborn Doomsday stepped down, and with the expansion of a giant ball lightning, it jumped towards the ancient Doomsday. The next moment, boom! It was as if two small suns were finally colliding in the low altitude, and the hot golden red lightning intertwined together. The land with a radius of 1 kilometer was melted by the high temperature, and the aftermath might rush out of the urban area 10,000 meters away. On this day, the earthquake vibe spread to Washington and Gotham, which are adjacent to the metropolis. Fire and electricity symbolizing destruction soared into the sky, illuminating the area with a radius of hundreds of miles. The high-altitude bat fighters were all thrown out, but fortunately Superman caught up in time and raised his hand to stabilize the fighters. Batman, who was about to escape and pop up, looked down. There was endless lightning in the air, raging flames were burning on the ground, and the original factory site was reduced to a circular sinkhole. In the center of the Tiankang, lightning and flames linger and surround. The bone spur monster in the black clothes of Krypton stood there, the whole bone spur right foot pierced through the chest of newborn Doomsday, completely nailing newborn Doomsday to the ground. Jin Kai's eyes flashed with endless fire of excitement. This scene, ferocious and sacred, violent and arrogant, terrifying and noble, extreme and perfect, with a suffocating beauty and momentum. Batman froze on the spot, feeling the extreme fear of being dominated by bats in his childhood. Far away, Lex Luthor had a dull expression, and sat slumped in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. He didn't know whether it was fear or excitement, and his body was shaking constantly. He has always believed that Superman, the alien who claims to be a god on Earth, has affected the upper limit of human beings, so he tried every means to plan to get rid of Superman. Until now, looking at the scene of the ancient Doomsday killing the new Doomsday, the invincible posture of winning under the collision of extreme power and energy, I can only feel that the soul will be imprinted on the screen and tremble. Lex Luthor, who disdains Superman and is extremely conceited, also sincerely feels his inner thoughts in at the moment. That is, the height that human beings can never reach. Extremely terrifying, but infinitely closer to perfection than any creature. Lex Luthor was fanatical for no reason, like a believer who had finally glimpsed the truth. Newborn Doomsday was kicked through the chest and died under the devouring of unknown spores. It opened its eyes and mouth tightly, and clenched its hands into fists, keeping it on Yi Meng's right knee, causing the right foot to be sunken and cracked. At this point, it is proud enough. At least, it was only born for one day, and it has accomplished something that many people would never be able to do in a lifetime. It caused the ancient Ruin Day to be injured, and it was not an ordinary minor injury. It can only be said that it has endured things that it should not bear at its age. In the cockpit of the fighter plane, Batman's heart has never retreated like this moment. He is more courageous than anyone else, but going up now is no different from dying. Although, now may be the best opportunity. After all, Doomsday Calamity is injured, although this injury will soon be self-healing, but the opponent's injury is still an injury, which is a little weaker than the heyday state. Must do something. Batman gritted his teeth, but it was difficult for his body to get up from the chair. If the crimes that Gotham fights are of normal difficulty, then what he is facing now is undoubtedly a world-class villain monster, with a difference of more than 10 levels. But at this moment, a shocking change occurred. Within the Tiankang, wearing shattered armor, a wolf-headed wolf-horned existence suddenly descended from the sky, and the huge axe held in both hands was surrounded by golden lightning, and it slammed into the broken right knee of Yi Meng, the ancient day of destruction. Oh, Steppenwolf. Yi Meng raised his eyes and glanced at it unexpectedly. I thought you would make a move. Unexpectedly, you were the first. Sorry, my lord, I don't want to die. The Steppenwolf frowned, growled in awe, and pressed down the electric axe with all his strength, but it only cut some holes along the cracked bone and stuck. At the same time, a white thunderbolt with a radius of 3 meters fell down and landed on Yi Meng's body. The bald man in black was bathed in lightning and struck the back of his head. My lord, here I come. Black Adam has never been afraid. Black Adam said calmly. The night sky of the metropolis is red with red flames. The temperature of the whole city is far higher than that of the hot summer day. The port space seems to be slightly distorted, and the air is full of zesty currents. The originally silent battlefield was once again broken by thunder and thunder. In the man-made Tiankang covering an area of more than 5 miles, stepping on the bone spur corpse of the new Doomsday, the wounded ancient Doomsday stood on it, and the aura of destruction was enough to make the stars pale. Next Setsuna, the surprise happened so suddenly. First, the Steppenwolf with his neck in shackles jumped into the Tiankang, and slashed with all his strength on the injured right knee of the ancient Doomsday with his electric axe. The electric axe and the inner bone made a cold sound of metal impact. At the same time, Black Adam, a bald man with a height of nearly 2 meters and wearing lightning black clothes, descended from the sky with a mighty thunderbolt. The power of the 6 gods of Egypt, the endurance of Shu, the strength of Ammon, the speed of Horus, and the wisdom of Thoth, Mayan's courage, and Aten's divine power all gathered together at this moment to form a full-force god-slaying blow, which slammed down on the back of the ancient Doomsday's head. My lord, here I come. I will not run away. Black Adam never flinched. Black Adam, who was bathed in electric light, roared angrily, and shouted even more resolutely in his heart. I know that to you, we are just weak creatures, far below the level of following. But if this time, with all the positive factors and forces, you can shake you, can you recognize my value? Boom! Steppenwolf and Black Adam went up one after the other, and attacked Yi Meng, an ancient day of destruction, and formed a siege. The electric axe produced by Apocalypse and the divine power of the 6 Egyptian gods all vented to the body of the ancient day of destruction, huge amounts of bone spurs. Click! In the middle of the Tiankang, the earth was the first to collapse and collapse unbearably, but the ancient Doomsday stood motionless in the air. Facing the slashing of the electric axe and the heavy blow of the power of the 6 gods, Yi Meng's brows flickered with a ray of warm yellow broken light, and his red eyes filled with destruction and violence seemed extremely calm at this moment. That's it? You too, if you make such a move, don't you die. The right knee is indeed injured, but even if he loses his legs, he can still stay in the air and fly, and his combat power as the ancient Doomsday will not be weakened much. And the astonishing thunder resistance made Yi Meng only feel a little dizzy in the back of his head now, and his body movements were affected by a certain paralysis delay. Facing the desperate blow of Steppenwolf and Black Adam, Yi Meng directly expressed deep disappointment in at the moment. Definitely, it's not just us. Black Adam shouted loudly, using his own physique, strength, and divine power, as well as his own will and life, to hit the ancient Doomsday on the back of the head, causing his body to lean forward slightly. The Steppenwolf firmly held the electric axe with both hands, and kept pressing forward, causing Yi Meng's right foot to stretch. Coupled with the output of the electric axe energy and the power of the 6 gods, the cooperation of the two at this moment made the ancient Doomsday's body paralyzed and stuck in place, although it could only last for a second or two. But in this 2 seconds, A sword light and a leopard shadow, one white and one purple, almost joined together, and shot into the sinkhole at top speed. Along the way, the scorching air and heat waves were quickly broken by the extremely cold white light. Then, a perfect long sword in the ancient Greek style, a small part of the edge sank into the throat that was not covered by the ancient Doomsday Superman battlesuit. The day of destruction of the ancients. Yi Meng looked up, looking at the two daughters who broke into the Tiankang battlefield and appeared in front of him together. It was a black-haired female deity wearing armor, beautiful and powerful, noble and sacred, at the moment tightly holding the handle of the long sword. Wonder Woman. Beside her is a leopard print female body covered in purple crystals, with a wild and charming delicate face. She supported Wonder Woman's back with one hand, held the sword with the other hand, and completed the extremely fast and deadly sword at the moment. Leopard Girl. Once the duo of superhero and supervillain, at the moment put their life and death on the line and desperately completed this blow. So that's how it is. The day of destruction of the ancients. Yi Meng smiled instead of being startled, the corners of his mouth slightly raised on his bone-white face. The Steppenwolf and Black Adam who appeared first were to restrict his body for a moment. The purpose is for Wonder Woman and Leopard Girl to complete this fatal blow. Although the two are weaker than the previous two, they win in speed and the characteristics of the supreme Greek artifact, the Vulcan Sword. The Vulcan Sword is an artifact left over from Greece. It ranks first among all the artifacts in terms of offensiveness alone. After all, it is sharp enough to cut atoms. In the original DC novel, the arm of the newborn destroyer and the head of the Steppenwolf were also neatly cut off. The characteristics and personality of this artifact are top-notch in the DC universe. More than 20 years ago, because of the Vulcan Sword, Wonder Woman made Yi Meng feel the long-lost pain. What Yi Meng didn't expect was that the few people who used to be strong and arrogant would join forces so quickly, and played an excellent cooperation that seemed to have been practiced countless times. It seems that you really want to kill me. Feeling the pain and a sense of crisis, the disappointment in Yi Meng's eyes disappeared. However, that's the way it is. He smiled ferociously, the red flames in his eyes burning more and more powerfully, and the broken yellow glow between his brows dimmed again, ready to go out at any moment. The next moment. Boom! The heart of the ancient Doomsday's body was beating like a war drum, the loose muscles and bones tightened again, the blood all over the body boiled spontaneously, the muscles continued to burst into strength, and the cells crazily transformed into thunder, under the destructive will to fight. Every part of his body generates infinite power and energy for his will, forming a force field that condenses like a real biological aura and sweeps outward. Even for 30 years, the four people who have endured the ravages of the ancient Doomsday Steppenwolf, Black Adam, Wonder Woman, and Leopard Girl. They, who were on the verge of death countless times, felt the aura that far surpassed the past from the nearby bone spurs, and all of them were filled with unstoppable horror. The momentum and biological force field alone are like a gravitational magnetic field thousands of times stronger, making it difficult for the four of them to move. This is the true strength of the King of Destruction. In the past, it was more like releasing infinite sea water. I was afraid of killing them, but this time, the king obviously didn't hold back. Ignoring the Vulcan sword stuck on his neck, Yi Meng, the ancient day of destruction, punched the Steppenwolf in front of him. Boom! The Steppenwolf's shattered battle armor burst completely, and huge amounts of fist marks protruded from the back, which was almost pierced by this punch. Its body arched like a pippy shrimp, and then flew out backwards, spitting blood, accompanied by a storm and vibe, plunged into the ground on the edge of the crater, and knocked out a 1,000-meter-long second-a rift. At the same time, Yi Meng's right hand slapped back, like a millstone, fanning thunder and storms, and sending Black Adam flying out behind him. The power of the six gods blessed by Black Adam was defeated in an instant, and shot out of the Tiankang like a shell, splashing a lot of lightning and blood, tumbling and flying towards the urban area at the other end of the metropolis. Between Setsuna, the Steppenwolf of the new Protoss of the Apocalypse Star, and Black Adam blessed by the power of the six gods, one was punched into the Rift Valley of the Earth, and the other was slapped to the other end of the city. All life and death are unknown. There was only one electric axe left, but under the suffocating force field of terrifying creatures, it was floating in the low air without the rules of physics. The Tiankang was in situ. Wonder Woman and Leopard Girl were all stiff, holding the Vulcan sword respectively, facing the red eyes overflowing with high temperature, fully feeling the breath of death. The tall bone spur king stood in place, like an unshakable planet. Every inch of his body, every cell, was running crazily, and his will and power spread outward like a materialization, filling the Tiankang area. The day of destruction of the ancients. Yi Meng once again raised a pair of bony spur palms. Wonder Woman and Leopard Girl have no doubt that their bodies will be directly patted into meatloaf in the next moment. Whoosh! At the critical moment, a pink meteor pierced the night sky and fell into the Tiankang, which happened to land on the head of the ancient Doomsday. It was a loli in a pink dress who looked to be in her early teens. Her petite body was riding directly on the head of Yi Meng, the ancient Doomsday. The field of vision blasted into the mind of Yi Meng, the ancient Doomsday. The king's body froze immediately, Xian's eyes froze, and the force field was uncontrollably turbulent. Cam. Little Huahua. Wonder Woman and Leopard Girl's eyes widened in shock. They never expected that the other party would also participate in the siege and destruction of the king. After all, Kaim is usually the most protective of the king, so he has always been hostile to them. I don't want to die either. Kime expressed his thoughts coldly in a childish girl's voice. My psychokinesis can only last 10 seconds. If it is longer, I will be backlashed by the will to destroy at any time. Take advantage of this opportunity? Wonder Woman and Leopard Girl gritted their teeth respectively, exerted their strength together, and pushed the persistent Vulcan sword in a little more. More than half of it sank into the throat of the Bone Spur King in front. This moment, Kime's star pupils glowed with brilliance, and he hummed in pain, not knowing whether it was too much pain or what. Tears overflowed. Even if the Bone Spur King's mind is held hostage, the palms of both hands are still instinctive, and they pat the Wonder Woman together, and the air in front of them is instantly closed and compressed. Boom, boom. The Steppenwolf with broken horns, bloody chest, and armor shards spit out blood while rushing forward, clinging tightly to the left hand of the Bone Spur King unconsciously slapped down. Black Adam, whose body was rotting on the left shoulder and only 3/4 of his body remained, splashed blood all over his body, swooped down from the sky, and used all his body to hold the other falling Bone Spur right hand. Kime, Wonder Woman, Leopard Girl, Steppenwolf, Black Adam, the 5 teamed up to fight to the death with the King of Bone Spurs. How so? Superman flew and parked next to the Batman fighter plane, looking at the crowd fighting with the King in the Tiankang. His eyes were full of bewilderment. Because the King said it. Tonight is our only chance. On the edge of the Tiankang below, a cold and familiar female voice suddenly sounded. Superman looked down, his pupils narrowing. It was a woman wearing a silver scale battlesuit and holding a golden trident. And hi. Superman opened his eyes wide. Do you want to? That's right. I want to join the battle, even if I die here. If the King doesn't give a deadline for breaking up tomorrow morning, I'm afraid I'll live on in such a weak way forever. Atlanta smiled silently, clenched the Sea God Trident artifact tightly, and looked up at Superman in the air. Clark, do you know why the King has been disappointed in you? Saying that, Atlanta jumped into the Tiankang, and sent the golden trident in her hand to the back of the Bone Spur King on the field. Although the trident did not penetrate the backbone, spurs and exoskeleton, it still played a slightly surprising role, causing the Vulcan sword in the front to be inserted again, completely penetrating the throat and sticking out from the back of the neck. Did you make it? On the field, Wonder Woman and the others stared wide-eyed at the Vulcan sword that completely pierced through the King's throat. The red flames in the King's eyes were extinguished a little, and then burned even more vigorously. Facing Yi Meng, who was besieged by 5 people, he suddenly said hoarsely, "That's right. Unfortunately, this injury is not fatal to me. At least my head should be cut off. Although, even if I am cut off now, nor die." The 5 people who were desperately fell silent immediately. What is this? Is this some kind of cosmic bug? Indeed, the King originally is a bug, as expected of a king. Black Adam's blood-stained face once again showed the awe and fanaticism of a believer, but he still hugged Yi Meng's hand tightly with his body, and did not give up the fight. Steppenwolf, Wonder Woman, Leopard Girl, and Atlanta, none of them gave up in the face of the desperate disparity in strength, but burned their souls and blood again, and tried their best to encircle the King they paid the highest respect to. At the moment, maybe even they didn't notice. Their feelings for the King are extremely complicated. Some people may be hated at the beginning, but after the long years in the mansion, they have already surrendered to that supreme power. Under the threat and whipping of the King, he continued to squeeze his own strength to move forward. They resent the King, submit to the power of the King, and try to follow him. But the King of Destruction does not need to follow, so they become more resentful and angry, wanting to prove their strength. This afternoon, everyone in the mansion was horrified by the words of the King who destroyed him. "I will kill you all tomorrow morning and settle the grievances." But what made them feel even more horrified, angry and resentful was the words of the King of Destruction. "You have no value to me?" They are not afraid of their own death, but also want to be recognized by the King, so they choose tonight's battle. Batman in the Bat Fighter was in a daze, looking at the people in the Tiankang who were fighting to the end around the monster known as the Doomsday. The interweaving and collision of force, energy, and spirit made the ground and air of the port vibrate endlessly. Why did it inexplicably ignite? He also wants to do his part? Batman subconsciously manipulated the machine gun equipped with the fighter plane, and after precise locking, the Bat Fighter jet sprayed out a series of torrents of steel, flashing flames forward. Danger! The Superman standing in the air on the side shouted. In the next instant, the steel bullet landed obliquely on the Tiankang battlefield, on the face of the bony King surrounded by everyone. Jingle! The bullets were all sunken and scattered, as flat as buttons. Yi Meng, the day of destruction in ancient times, glanced at the bullet, and his sight immediately turned into a thick and long ray of heat, piercing the night sky and the Bat Fighter 1,000 meters away, causing the split fighter to explode into a ball of fire. Tearing air sounds. Just before the fighter plane exploded, Superman rushed into the cockpit of the fighter plane in time, lifted Batman out, and flew down to the ground outside the sinkhole. "It turns out that you were talking about danger to me." Batman fell to the ground, looked dazed for a moment, then shook his head with a wry smile. "It's really a terrifying existence. With my ability, it's impossible to shake him. But you are different, Superman," Batman said, picking up the weapon in his hand. A clear faint green light lit up at night. It was a metal war spear made of green crystals as the spear tip. "This is kryptonite," Superman murmured to himself, but being illuminated by the green light, his body felt weakened and uncomfortable. If he was stabbed by this kryptonite spear, life on Krypton would be death or injury. He stretched out his hand subconsciously, stopped again, and did not hold the spear. Batman looked at him and said in a deep voice, "You want to fight too? Whether it's for others, for yourself, or for him." These words sounded like a thunder in Superman's heart. At this moment, he thought of the name of the Doomsday disaster on the Earth, the destroyed hometown of Krypton and his parents, and the disappointment in the eyes of the destroying king since he was a child. So, Superman unknowingly grasped the kryptonite spear that shone strangely with green light. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, but flames and thunder burst out from the huge sinkhole. A series of cracks spread all over the port area from the Tiankang, and the sea outside the port was surging with white waves. The vibes intertwined with various forces spread out, and the vibration penetrated to the sky, shattering all the windows of the metropolis, like a doomsday announcement. Within the Tiankang, Kime rode on the ancient Doom Sun. His pink hands pressed his temples, the doll's face was full of pain, his spirit was almost broken and annihilated, and his body could no longer maintain a human shape. Atlanta held the trident artifact and fixed it on the back of the ancient Doomsday. The silver scale dress was scorched black and shattered. The shock from the artifact alone caused the silver scale dress to shatter, and blood dripped from the hands and corners of the mouth. Steppenwolf and Black Adam hugged the left and right hands of the ancient Doomsday respectively. Their tall and burly half-dismembered bodies were on the verge of death, about to consume their last drop of blood and strength. Wonder Woman and Leopard Girl held the Vulcan sword at the same time, trying to split the head of the ancient Doomsday, but the blade could only move with difficulty. The indestructible and atom-cutting sword seemed to be rusted. Wonder Woman even used the mantra lasso, but still couldn't close the bony spur body that restricted the muscles from expanding, and the purple crystal armor on Leopard Girl's body was cracked and shattered. Everyone has been shopping until the end, and has already realized that they must die. The Bone Spur King with a broken throat was still standing at a low altitude. The aura on his body became stronger and stronger, and the golden red current lingered from the muscles, and it was about to form an unprecedented spherical red flame lightning explosion. And at this close distance, in this state, facing the power of destruction, they are obviously doomed. But none of the 5 people escaped, but watched helplessly. The skyfire emerging from the body of the Bone Spur took shape. Ended. Everyone thinks so in their minds. Just as the destructive energy like the fire of the sky propped up the sweeping Setsuna, a little green cold light lit up from the center of the battlefield, and suddenly sank into the chest of Yi Meng, the ancient day of destruction. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Wonder Woman, Black Adam, Steppenwolf, Cam, and Atlanta, the 5 who fought bloody to the last moment, at the moment all showed expressions of astonishment. Even Superman, who rushed into the battlefield with a kryptonite spear and completed the blow with his own hands, let go of the spear with dull eyes, and kept shaking his head and muttering to himself, "No, I didn't. I didn't aim at the chest, I just aimed at the shoulder. It's just a part." Looking down at the kryptonite spear piercing through his chest, Yi Meng, the ancient day of destruction, had dimmed red eyes, and the flickering yellow flame between his brows was completely extinguished, and then raised his eyes to look at the night sky shrouded in dark clouds. He didn't scream, or even make any sound, just opened his mouth. In the next instant, a huge light beam that could destroy everything, like a blazing flame, and stronger than a mighty thunder, soared into the sky. The powerful and boundless golden red light beam broke through the dark clouds at 10,000 meters in an instant, and the atmosphere at 30 kilometers, rushed out of the Earth, and shot to the moon more than 380,000 kilometers away, smashing a corner of the moon into a visible there is an obvious gap, and continue to rush to the distant unknown end beyond light years in the universe. Tonight, in the northern hemisphere, countless people in the room stood in front of the doors and windows, the traffic on the road stopped, the drivers poked their heads out of the windows, and the buyers and sellers in the streets and alleys looked up at the night sky. Huge light, soaring into the sky. Tear the night, unstoppable? This is really, breathtakingly beautiful. The golden red light beam lasted for a full half a minute, and then continued to shrink and shrink until it disappeared completely, leaving a bright red streak in the sky. Yi Meng, the day of destruction in ancient times, seemed to vent out the energy in his body at once. His eyes were darker than ever before, looking at Superman who muttered, "No, I didn't mean to," and suddenly stretched out a bone spur in his finger. The trembling Superman didn't dodge, and let the bone spur fall on the center of his eyebrows, spilling out a shocking drop of blood. Not bad, Yi Meng thought, feeling the loss of infinite power, the blurred consciousness that was about to be covered by the will to destroy. That's right. Push yourself into a certain level of distress in the moment, then let the kryptonite spear deliver the final blow. This is the final ending he built for himself as the ancient Doomsday in the dreamland of the DC universe. It's not a ridiculous suicide, but in the last day before it gets out of control, it's the pursuit of the perfection of the ancient Doomsday, which transcends the 2 weaknesses of kryptonite and death. This is his gamble, DC's final ending. Either die or step into perfection. Either die, leave this dream, and return to reality. On the sky, there are traces of hot sight beams piercing the night sky. Inside the Tiankang, the air heat wave surged, and the center of the site seemed to be melted and reshaped, forming a layer of gorgeous and colorful glass crystal texture. Surrounded by Cam, Steppenwolf, Black Adam, Wonder Woman, Atlanta, Cheetah, and Superman. A bony spur body with a size of 2 or 3 meters, with an ancient Greek sword stuck in the throat of the exoskeleton, and a strong chest symbolizing the S-shaped totem of hope, was submerged by a crystallized spear that shone with green light. In his gray-white eyes, the red flame pupils that had never been extinguished since 30 years ago, or even 1,000 years ago, disappeared along with the yellow light at the center of his eyebrows. There was no sound at all, only the body fell to the ground from a low altitude. The fiery energy breath on his body, the force field as powerful as a black hole, and the extremely exuberant life all faded away like the tide, like a sun sinking on the Black Sea. The ferocious and wholly invincible king, a sharp bony spur finger on the forehead of Superman Clark in front, a large drop of blood overflowed at the touch, and half of the virtual code was lost from the deformed and perfect body. A law code unites in the void, and then hides in the space between the two, which is like a reincarnation. 30 years ago, Yi Meng woke up for the first time on the day of ancient destruction, and ushered in the new life of the current world in the DC universe. 30 years later, Yi Meng, the day of ancient doom, finally left, disconnected from the DC universe dreamland. After all, is it still a failure? The Bone Spur King seemed to let out a sigh from a broken throat, but he closed his extinguished eyes in relief, and just kept standing with his finger outstretched, like a metal statue made of poured steel. Feeling the coming of death, Yi Meng's consciousness became more and more blurred, and from the perspective of God, he saw the incarnation of the lost ancient day of destruction. Next to the incarnation of the ancient Doomsday, Superman, Cam, Wonder Woman, and others stopped, and the world inside and outside the sinkhole also stopped. The entire DC universe stops? Then, all the scenes are constantly distorted and blurred, and they are disillusioned like colorful bubbles. Yi Meng realized that he was going to leave this dream world, or even say goodbye forever. Or, this cosmic world, as a dream, is completely shattered. Goodbye. Yi Meng thought to himself that the surrounding scene was shattered, and his consciousness was completely withdrawn from the dream of the DC universe, rising towards one end constantly. It is no longer the feeling of falling into a dream, or switching dreams. This is a long absence. So long that he almost cried, and so long that Yi Meng almost forgot, it belongs to the feeling of really waking up from a dream. Yi Meng, whose dream consciousness is separated from the dream of the DC universe, naturally cannot notice it, the moment his consciousness leaves the current dream. The DC universe that has been disillusioned exists as always. Even, the time that always stopped when it left the dreamland, this time after Yi Meng's consciousness left, the time of the DC universe continued to flow. DC Earth. Metropolitan Port. Within the Tiankang, Superman's eyes were completely dull, and he kept a motionless posture. He let his bony spur fingers press against him, and all he could feel was the coldness. At this moment, he even thought that the bony spur finger would just drop down and penetrate the skull. But the bony spur finger stopped in midair, and the owner of the finger had lost all energy and vitality, maintaining a standing stalwart posture. The king is dead. Black Adam was full of disbelief, and opened his mouth wide. This is impossible. How could the king? This is also a trial, right? All of this is fake. Even if he believes that he is dead and in the illusion of hell, he does not believe that the king who is stronger than himself will pass away. Moreover, the reversal of the battle just now was too strange. Is it the function of that weapon? Steppenwolf was also absent-minded and stunned, and then looked at the green crystal spear piercing through the black clothes and chest. Kime's little flower hovered in the air, her star pupils glowed with crystal luster. She hugged the big bony hand with both hands, and took the initiative to dawdle with her face. She whispered, "That is a spear made of kryptonite. Kryptonite for the existence of Kryptonian genetic constitutions such as King's and Superman, it is a fatal nemesis and weakness." Both Wonder Woman and Leopard Girl were silent, staring silently at the existence standing in front of them. The contract of more than 20 years came to an end, but they couldn't be happy for some reason. The powerful and supreme existence suddenly passed away like this, which made it hard for them to let go. Clark. Atlanta put down the trident artifact and looked at Superman with great concern. Superman began to hug his head vigorously, his young and handsome face twisted. He kept shaking his head and repeated to himself, I didn't want to kill the king. Never. How could I kill the king? No, possibly. This cannot be true. Snapped. A loud applause suddenly sounded on the field, but it was the pink loli whose eyes turned red suddenly, and her little hand slapped Superman's face forcefully, so hard that Superman took a few steps back. Don't insult the king. How can you kill the king by yourself? Kime's eyes were red, tears overflowed from his ruby-like eyes, and he shouted angrily, the king has known this weakness for a long time, and even the kryptonite raw material of this spear weapon was given to me by the king to deliberately lose it outside. The day of destruction of the new life was also deliberately created by it. You will fight together tonight, and it is because he specially put out words to force you, otherwise you would not dare to fight at all. It's just you and us, how could it be possible to kill the king? All this is just the king's own choice. Kime was extremely angry, attached and sad, holding his big hand with bone spurs, and his small face was full of tears. I can only respect the decision of the king. Because my life is given by the king, no matter what order or task, I will do it well. Superman stood there as if he hadn't heard it. He suddenly remembered that the king had made a last move to the left just now, which caused the kryptonite spear to sink into his chest. But why? Superman's heart ached and he couldn't get an answer. Black Adam whispered, no wonder, I have always felt strange. Even at the end of his life, he can take all of us away, but he still shoots his hot eyes into the sky. He shook his head and laughed. It turns out that even in the end, for him, we are still just training partners. How could this be? The miraculous woman clenched her silver teeth, unable to accept such a result. Doesn't this make her lose the chance to fulfill that contract forever? The leopard girl's eyes were flickering with swaying purple light, and she suddenly asked sideways, "Where's the Steppenwolf?" At this time, everyone on the field realized that the Steppenwolf who was still on the field before had disappeared. Manor Mansion. With one hand covering his bloody chest, Steppenwolf walked alone in the dark corridor, holding a square metal box with the other. "Since the King of Destruction is gone, this world belongs to another King of Apocalypse." It whispered with tears inexplicably, tore off the shackles on its neck, and reawakened the mother box in its hand. Tiankang Battlefield. Black Adam flew high into the sky like lightning, looked down at the city, and the black shackles that restrained him broke. "The king is gone, it's okay for me to rule this world." Below, in the center of the Tiankang. "Goodbye," Kaim said coldly, and originally wanted to leave with the king's body, but the bony spur body suddenly turned from reality to emptiness, disappearing as if it never existed. Kaim's bright pupils shrank, and Wonder Woman, Leopard Girl, and Atlanta on the field were also stunned. Bang! The Vulcan sword and the Kryptonite spear fell to the ground one after another, and a gust of night wind blew past without hindrance, completely losing the traces of the existence of the ancient Doomsday. Superman knelt on the ground. He didn't see this scene at all, and continued to mutter madly to himself with his head in his hands. "It's not me, I really didn't do it. Failed. Failed. Failed." Yi Meng felt that he had failed. Regardless of the Marvel dream, or the DC dream, under the fate of death and life, they obviously failed at the last step. But in the case of both failures, the Vision incarnation and the ancient Doomsday incarnation ushered in their deaths respectively, and the dream no longer pulled consciousness, making the power of the two seem to maintain another perfect balance. As a result, consciousness is separated from the dream state. Then, Yi Meng opened his eyes. Today's update, let's take a look at the outline tread tat-tat. The woodland and the mud were trampled across, and a hunt was going on in the field. Don't let her get away. 5 heavily armed men with black helmets covering their entire bodies without revealing a trace of skin were obviously well-trained elites. They followed closely behind the 5 wolfhounds, moving quickly to encircle and run in the wild. The subject being pursued is a little girl about 10 years old. The girl was wearing a tattered and dirty hooded windbreaker. Her dirty little face was pale and bloodless, her shorts and feet were bare, and she looked as pitiful as she could be. All the gun-wielding men who can be hunted down are dignified, with their fingers resting on the pistol wrench, as if they are on guard against the opponent's counterattack at any time. After all, the other party is not an ordinary person. Joke. How could an ordinary 10-year-old girl escape 10 kilometers outside the city barefoot at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour under the pursuit of troops and wolf dogs? Ho, 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 ho. The large wolfhound kept barking, showing ferocious interlaced sharp teeth, snorting hot air from its mouth and nose, chasing a thin and small figure in front of it with all its strength. At this moment, the girl staggered suddenly and fell to the muddy ground. 5 large wolfhounds opened their bloody mouths one after another, and rushed towards the small figure. The 10-year-old girl lying on the ground turned her head. Under the blood-stained black hood, a pair of beast-like eyes were revealed, revealing a coldness and a threat of blood. The next moment, 5 ferocious-looking wolf dogs that were as big as calves fell from the air, whining, and a wet and fishy smell spread from their lower bodies. The girl struggled to get back up and continued to flee forward. For the intruders with that kind of bloodline, embarrass them? The strong man in the team stepped over the frightened and paralyzed wolfhound. His pace did not slow down, and he said coldly, "You can use a gun. You don't have to kill it." Immediately, the muzzles of the 5 rifles spewed out flames, and a series of bullets shot at the girl more than 10 meters away. As if she had eyes behind her, the girl suddenly bent down and landed on her hands and feet. Her speed was half as high as before. She dodged bullets left and right and continued to escape to the other side of the field, escaping and chasing, keeping away from the city and going deep into the wild, until a huge gray-white wall with a height of 50 meters, extending to the end of the field of vision, crossing the sky and the earth appeared in front of it. Bang bang bang! Another burst of gunfire. This time the girl fell down with a groan of pain, and then quickly rolled forward and got up again. Her speed response and movements were like a beast, rushing towards the huge wall in front, and climbing up the flat wall with both hands and feet. A few bullets continued to hit the thick and huge high wall, sparks scattered everywhere. She was shot. Someone in the hunting team exclaimed in surprise. "Everyone, stop for me." The strong man at the head suddenly changed his expression, and waved his hand to stop everyone in their tracks. "Captain." The other 4 members were surprised. Some people did not give up and said, "It's almost there." "Shut up. Don't I know? Don't you look at it. Where are we chasing?" The leading strong man gritted his teeth and said with hatred, "Where are you chasing?" The members of Chasing Eye looked at the huge amounts of 50-meter-high wall in front of them. Inside was like the residence of a mysterious giant, filled with a white mist that could not be dispelled. The white mist rose upwards and covered the blue sky in front of it. On the high wall, there is a high-voltage power grid. On one side of the outer wall is the words "Forbidden Area for Human Beings." There are countless white chrysanthemums that have long since died and turned black. Crash! The strong wind whizzed past, and the papers made a dense sound like a bone flute, and 1 or 2 missing person notices that had already curled their corners separated from the wall and flew to the far sky. Facing the high wall, a mysterious and desolate atmosphere poured into the soul through the airtight clothes and helmet. As if cold water had been poured on them, the 4 members came to their senses completely, and almost subconsciously took a few steps back, their eyes showing horror. We can't go any further, our containment has failed. The leading strong man said regretfully and firmly. Although 2 years have passed, extraordinary and invasion incidents have become popular among the people, and the Star Dragon Federation has ushered in a new era, and there are as many outside shelters as dogs. It can be said that extraordinary beings and contained objects can be seen everywhere. But SSS-level incidents are still very few. Only when you have personally experienced other levels of intrusions, and compare them with the grading between levels, can you know the horror of SSS-level intrusions. And there is such an incident in the current Dakin Autonomous Prefecture. Known as one of the top 10 most important histories since the founding of the Federation, it was recorded in the first history book of the Star Dragon Federation and opened the prelude to a new era of extraordinary SSS level, state extinction crisis, fog event. This incident directly modified the territory of the Star Dragon Federation, creating a foggy restricted area. 2 years ago, even Homelander's eastward journey was ultimately helpless. Finally, the Star Dragon Federation announced the construction of a wall to block the 500 square kilometers area of the fog incident, and listed it as one of the restricted areas that humans are forbidden to enter. This is the Forbidden Zone abandoned by the Star Dragon Federation, where countless souls died. The 5 men in black trembled all over and could only watch helplessly as the little girl climbed up the 50-meter-high wall, climbed over the power grid, and entered the fog behind the high wall. With bloody hands, the little girl climbed over the high wall, leaving bloodstains, and entered the fog-shrouded area. She didn't know where to go, she just ran constantly in the mist until she lost her strength and fell to the muddy floor, the blood staining the cloak even deeper. Half an hour later, 2 beams of bright headlights broke through the fog, and an off-road vehicle approached from a distance, and there were also faint communication from people on the vehicle. A playful female voice said in surprise, "There is a little girl here in the restricted area." Another calm female voice said, "I heard that because this is the place where the Star Dragon Federation gave up, many inmates who were exiled or hunted by the Federation chose to escape here." A heavy male voice said honestly, "So, she is also an extraordinary containment person? Maybe, she is from the same other world as us. How could it be such a coincidence?" The playful female voice said angrily, and then respectfully asked the only person in the car who had never spoken, "Boss, what do you think?" "Yeah." A cold female voice sounded, "Take it with you, she may know something about the fog area Forbidden Zone." She was like the backbone of this small team. Immediately, the other 3 people in the car had no objections. The girl in the hood woke up on the bumpy car, opened her eyes the moment she realized she was in a hug. She frowned like a kitten, subconsciously wanting to break free and run away. Her strength was obviously inhuman. She was able to climb half 100 high walls with her bare hands, but she was easily pushed back by a slender white palm the next moment. "Hey, you're safe." The other white slender hand, as smooth and gentle as a shining jade, gently stroked the girl's head through the tattered and blood-stained hood. The girl was startled, and looked up, and what came into view was a beautiful and gentle female face. "Ah, I really want to be hugged by Boss Bai." Sitting in the back compartment of the off-road vehicle, Xiaodo, a girl wearing a metal blindfold, shouted enviously. "Come on, you are not a child anymore." Sitting next to her, the nearly 2-meter-tall, somewhat bloated armed man Shin laughed. "Hush." In the passenger seat, the young woman called Boss Bai suddenly put a green index finger in front of her soft lips. Immediately, the interior of the car was so quiet that only the rustling sound of driving could be heard, and the car continued to drive toward the depths of the current fog, like a lone sail sailing through the sea of death. Boss Bai has shiny silver-white short hair reaching the ears, and a cool and elegant voice with a touch of gentleness, not too dirty. He hugged the scarred little girl and asked, "Can you tell me your name?" "Lillian." Under that powerful and gentle inexplicable charm, the girl whispered, a little pure blonde hair was exposed under the hood, and her pupils were blood-colored. "Why are you in the fog area restricted area?" Mom said, "It's safe to hide here." "Where's your mom?" "Abducted by people from the supernatural department." Xiaodo and Shinda in the back row of the off-road vehicle, and the young woman with long black hair driving the vehicle, Sui Sing secretly sighed, showing a look of "it really is like this." Compared with the SSS-level foggy restricted area, the outside world is sometimes the hell that drives people into desperation. "So, you don't know what's going on here?" Boss Bai asked. "I just came in." The girl was keen and sensible, suddenly realized something, and said weakly and apologetically, "I'm sorry, I can't show you the way. It's us who should apologize." Boss Bai shook his head slightly, his holy silver eyes showed pity, and calmly said, "Although it seems to have saved you, we are going to the most dangerous place in the world, and maybe you will be killed because of it." "Boss, we are almost there, the destination of this employment mission." Broken Seeing, one of the female members in the main driver's seat, suddenly spoke. In the back row, Xiaoan and Shinda, who had been seemingly casual but were actually vigilant, clenched the gamepad and the metal hammer shield as weapons in their hands respectively. Ahead, in the foggy area, the ruins of a city faintly emerged from the fog. Mission destination, the original site of Tianhe City. Isn't this one of the most dangerous places in the world? 2 years ago, the earliest SSS level event broke out, the center of the foggy area in the human forbidden area. Rumor has it that Homelander, who is comparable to a god, broke into the restricted area where he had narrowly escaped death. Entering the original site of Tianhe City, there are almost no traces of civilization of human life, only cars and ruins covered with moss and vines. Corpses and insect eggs of creatures in the mist system can be seen everywhere, and huge cold shadows hundreds of meters high are silent stands in the fog. The off-road vehicle turned off its lights and slowed down to enter. Surrounded by fog, the only sound is the breathing and heartbeat of several people in the car. Just like entering a real death place, a strange and depressing atmosphere enveloped everyone. Lillian's hair exploded all over, and the girl as sharp as beast trembled all over, unable to hide her fear and said, "Here, it's dangerous. Don't worry, we have a boss." Before Shonda could finish speaking, he stopped, and several people in the car opened their eyes wide and looked out of the car in shock. Driving into the interior of Tianhe City, they suddenly discovered in horror that those huge black shadows standing hundreds of meters were not high-rise buildings, but the corpses of sheep-like creatures. The corpses of these unknown creatures are unimaginably large. A severed head is as huge as a fortress, and half of the white corpses are enough to cover the entire football field. Human beings are extremely small in front of it. Even after death, the corpses of these creatures still exude a horrifying aura, causing the sand value to plummet. Boss Bai covered the eyes of the girl in his arms, and said coldly and calmly, "Don't look, even if it's a corpse, the impact on the vision and the subversion of cognition, if you look too much, it's enough to make people feel desperate and crazy. Such a volume is bigger than any monster I have ever seen." Shonda swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and with the last bit of hope, he looked to the leader who had supported them in countless desperations. "Boss, if you make a move, can." The other members also looked at the elegant figure of the co-pilot wearing a tang knife with a blue sheath. Boss Bai on the vice seat was silent for a moment, and then calmly said, "Unfortunately, although I really want to say that I can kill such a huge monster, in fact, the size of this creature is too large, even if the cortical muscle tissue it is normal strength, and our knives and guns are not painful to them." She paused, then analyzed, "If you pay the price of dying together, you may have a chance to seriously injure one head." None of the members on the field spoke anymore. Being able to seriously injure such a monster is already a godlike existence. But the deeper you go to the original site of Tianhe City, the more these corpses will be everywhere, forming an old relic that replaced the high-rise buildings. Broken Star, who was driving the vehicle, trembled. "Have you noticed, since we entered the original site of Tianhe City, we have been going downhill. The endless downhill, the endless corpses of super-large creatures, and the white mist shrouded this terrifying scene that shocked the outside world. 2 years ago, Tianhe City seemed to have become a file-sized cemetery, where countless monsters were buried, under silence, coldness, horror, and depression." Boss Bai suddenly said, "So it's like this." "So?" The other members looked at her in surprise. Boss Bai still seemed indifferent and calm, and spoke very fast. "Actually, I have always felt strange before. According to the SSS-level file records of the mist incident, mist monsters will continue to grow in the mist. But even if these mist monsters form a food chain by themselves after 2 years, it is impossible to stay in the mist area, let alone reduce the number on its own. Although under Xiaoan's pathfinding, we bypassed many misty creatures with large file size and small lairs, the number of monsters here in the fog area is still nearly 90% less than that described in the files 2 years ago, especially large and small monsters huge, almost extinct." "Boss, what do you mean?" Shen Da's eyes widened in astonishment. "Isn't it obvious?" Broken Star took a deep breath and said, "The boss means that there is a small number of monsters that are above all fog creatures and specialize in hunting and clearing large and above fog creatures." "No way." The girl Xiaodo's body trembled, shivering. Boss Bai pointed out the car window. "These corpses of hundreds of meters or thousands of meters are all in a broken state, and none of the corpses remain intact. They either lost their heads or broke into 2 pieces, or the middle is broken, or the skeleton is completely scattered." Boss Bai's silver eyes revealed wisdom and rationality, and he deduced firmly, "This means that they were cruelly ravaged and strangled by a more powerful existence during their lifetime." She paused suddenly, and her already swift tone quickened again. "The legend in the mist area is true. There is an unknown existence that has blocked all the mist monsters that could endanger the world in this area since 2 years ago. In the city. He is the god here, the king here, Tianhe is his territory. Go." Boss Bai, who was usually as calm as a robot, changed the subject, showing urgency. "Give up the car, let's get out of here." The words just fell. The vehicle suddenly jolted violently. No, everyone in the car quickly realized. It wasn't the vehicle, but the former site of Tianhe City where the vehicle was located, the city that was the cemetery of giant creatures in the mist, was suddenly shaken by a violent earthquake, with an intensity of at least 6 or more. Click, click, a series of rifts spread out from the depths of the mist, and several huge bone mountains standing in front of them fell down. The earth shakes and the mountains shake, and the clouds and mist surge. Wow. The girl Xiaodo in the back row of the car suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and the screen of the game controller she was holding with both hands was stained red. Xian. Shen became pale with shock, and hurriedly helped the girl who coughed up blood who almost fell down. Xian coughed up blood, and said in horror, "Quick, get out of here. The mist mantis that I controlled mentally died about a mile ahead." "Killed by what?" Broken Star asked. Xiaodou shook his head violently. His face was pale and bloodless, and he said with unprecedented fear, I don't know, the misty mantis died in an instant, and all I saw was a palm with hideous grey and white bone spurs. Come this way. Boss Bai said suddenly, opened the car door with one hand, and held the tang knife in the other, stepped out with a slender and fair leg, and the black high-heeled horseshoes simply fell to the ground. Follow her actions. Broken Star on the main seat held a longbow, walked out quickly with a quiver on his back in a black uniform, and put a special arrow on the bowstring quickly, aiming at the foggy area of the seismic source in front of him. Shanda, a strong bald man with a hammer in his left hand and a heavy shield in his right, jumped out from the back row of the off-road vehicle, facing the mist ahead with a full of vigilance. In addition to the injured Xiaoan, even the girl Lillian raised her claw-like hands, with sharp canine teeth grinning from the corners of her mouth, lying on the ground and growling, looking forward. At the moment, the other side of the original site of Tianhe City also set foot in this fog-shrouded human restricted zone, led by the man in black, with a team of nearly 20 armed personnel. Everyone turned pale, and hid under the huge white bone skeleton, feeling the fear of death that seemed to be strangled in the heart. An old man was lying on the ground, nodding his chest constantly, Amen, Goddess of Luck, God, Bodhisattva bless. Not only the humans who broke into here, but all the surviving mist creatures were all limp and prostrate on the ground. The earth trembled, and the sonic boom thundered. The heat wave rolled over, and countless mountain-like corpses were toppled under the hurricane. This movement lasted for 10 seconds. Then, the earth suddenly stopped shaking, the sonic boom and heat wave disappeared, and everything returned to calm inexplicably. Fog area restricted area, within Tianhe City. Next to the parked off-road vehicle, Boss Bai and his team were still on guard, feeling the vibration of the stop, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, some members felt that their backs were wet and sticky. Sudden, there was a rustling sound of footsteps behind him. Everyone subconsciously looked back in shock, and was quickly stunned, and the pupils of the female members froze. From the fog of about 10 meters behind him, a vague figure came out. It was a young man with disheveled silver hair, who looked about 20 years old. But that's not the point. The point is that young people are almost naked. From head to foot, there is only a rag hanging in the wind on the waist, and a delicate blue witch doll. The silver-haired young man's eyes were sleepy, as if he had just woken up. He looked at them in a dazed and surprised manner, and his out-of-focus eyes gradually regained clarity. The hiring team headed by Boss Bai maintained a vigilant movement and state, but they all opened their eyes wide in astonishment. From the foggy area behind them, a naked young man walked out, stepping on the ground with bare feet, his hair disheveled but clean. That's right, it's clean. Appeared in the ruins of the cemetery, still naked. It's normal for a situation like Lillian's to be bruised and dirty. But the young man now, with slightly messy silver-white hair hanging down his shoulders, was not stained with a single bit of dirt or dust, as if covered with hoarfrost. Especially the body is very clean, and there is no blemish that can be called a scar. Sui Xing, a tall and dashing female member of UG with long black hair, held a longbow in one hand, her eyes were slightly straightened, and then she woke up with a start, and hurriedly reached out her hand to cover the eyes of Xiaodou, who walked down from the rear door. Kid, don't look. That being said, as the team's long-distance archer, Broken Star with excellent eyes, while covering the eyes of the girl member Xiaodou, his own eyes still stayed honestly on the young man. She never looked away, and obviously swallowed a mouthful of saliva, feeling slightly hot in her body and nostrils. It's definitely not that she has a fever, but that the other party is on fire. Under the shawl and silver hair that was as messy as white frost, the young man looked about 20 years old. His facial features were as sharp as a knife carving, and his figure was about 1.8 meters tall and straight. His body is like pouring steel, with the muscle curvature of the assembly line glowing all over his body, and his golden ratio figure does not appear bloated, but is slender and fit to perfection. In particular, the broken cloth hanging around his waist can hardly conceal his greatness. The other side of the buggy, Boss Bai held the Tang-style knife with the blue sheath in his left hand, and his slender right hand took a quicker step, like a white lightning, pulling Lillian, a 10-year-old girl next to him, behind him. I don't know whether to protect the other party's body or protect the other party's soul. Boss Bai never looked away, and Shenjian's eyes were fixed on the young man, but not just perfunctorily looking at his figure. She saw the sleepiness and bewilderment in the young man's eyes, saw the witch doll hanging on the young man's body, saw the young man's confusion but remained calm, as if nothing could shake his state of mind. Boss Bai's beautiful eyes showed surprise. Under her own perception, the cellular energy in the opponent's body was also at the normal level of ordinary human beings. In other words, the youth is just a normal human being. In the SSS level fog field, a normal human being appeared, which is too abnormal. Or, it is really ordinary human beings. Or, just. Lillian lay on the back of Boss Bai's long legs, and looked curiously at the silver-haired young man who appeared. At this moment, the silver-haired young man regained his clear eyes, looked at the hiring team in a daze, and then muttered inexplicably, I won't fall asleep again. So, this is the world of spirit cages. Spiritual cage. Shanda realized that he was the only male in the team, so he held a warhammer and a 2-meter-high heavy shield and greeted him. I said, my friend, which side do you come from? Avengers. Facing the surprised-looking members of the hiring team, the silver-haired young man looked around at the familiar fog around him, and then looked down at his almost naked body and the witch doll hanging on his waist. The last trace of bewilderment in his eyes dissipated, his eyes completely recovered, and he let out a long sigh of relief. Enduring the urge to shout, he clenched his fists, raised the corners of his mouth in joy, and said sincerely, "I just had a long, long dream. Now, I wake up from the dream. I don't come from any faction, I'm just an ordinary local high school graduate here. My name is Yi Meng." Yi Meng paused for a moment, then changed the subject and said, "Well, is it convenient for me to take a ride?" At the same time, the original site of Tianhe City was on the other side. After the natural disaster-like earthquake and vision disappeared, the 20 heavily armed personnel were still in shock, lying under the huge biological skeleton and trembling all over, and some people's crotches even had a stench of wetness. Among them, an old man dressed in rags knelt on the ground, trembling and grateful. "Thank the gods of this land for taking my life." "Shut up." The leading man in black kicked the old man away, glanced at the surrounding armed men who had lost their ground, and sneered, "It's a pity that you still call yourself an elite. The enemy didn't show up, so you were frightened. What's the use of you?" There was no trace of panic on his face, calm and arrogant. "Even if there are any gods here, what's so scary? I think the so-called gods in the mist really exist, so that my ability can go a step further." As he said that, the man in black broke off a piece of the horn of the 100-meter-long corpse with his bare hands, and threw it on the ground beside him with a bang. Just now, the existence of the gods in the mist did not show up, which even made him feel a little disappointed. The man in black ordered in a domineering and deep voice, "Continue to collect corpse materials, enough mist creatures, and leave here after finishing the work." The off-road vehicle followed the path just now and left outside Tianhe City. It's just that there is one more person in the car. Shinda sat in the driver's seat and drove the car, wondering why he became the driver. In addition, the boss actually agreed just now, and let the young man of unknown origin who appeared in the restricted area of the fog region get on the bus. Well, it's not that the origin is unknown, it's just that the origin disclosed by the other party is too false. "You are really a resident of Tianhe City? Could it be that you stayed here 2 years ago and haven't been evacuated?" In the back row of the off-road vehicle, Broken Star brushed the black hair next to his ears, and looked curiously at the silver-haired young man who was sitting next to him and had already put on the spare casual clothes in the car. He obviously has muscles all over his body, but they don't show up after wearing clothes, and his figure is extremely perfect. The girl Xiaodou, who was also crowded in the back row, murmured to herself, "How is that possible? As far as I know, all the humans who hadn't had time to evacuate from Tianhe City 2 years ago were all dead, and moreover, tens of millions of tons were put into it. A large number of nuclear bombs." Yi Meng smiled and said, "Actually, I don't remember much either. I should have been sleepwalking all this time, that's why I appeared here." This is indeed his truth. At the beginning, he was corrupted by the power of Doomsday, and chose to stay in Tianhe City, which was shrouded in fog and ravaged by monsters. The last memory seems to be seeing a nuclear bomb flying into the sky above Tianhe City, and jumping over it voluntarily. Then, the consciousness has been living in the 2 major dreams, never waking up. Until now, it may be caused by the intrusion of the containment you got. After all, this world has all kinds of supernatural beings with mysterious effects. Or, you, like us, traveled from other worlds. Sui Xing, a member of Yuja, leaned forward slightly, her tall chest wrapped in a tight black uniform was very close to Yi Meng who was sitting on the right. "Miss Broken Star, can you be more reserved?" Xiaodou hurriedly pulled Broken Star back. Broken Star disagrees. "What are you being reserved for? In the last days, isn't it normal to find a man you like in terms of appearance and quality?" Xiaodou helplessly covered her blushing face. Yi Meng was in a daze, and glanced out the window. He was digesting the news he had received from the people in the car. Unexpectedly, after 33 years of immersion in the dream worlds of Marvel and DC, 2 full years have passed in reality. 2 years have passed, it seems like a lifetime away. Now, the most urgent thing is to first understand your current physical condition, the existence of the 2 major dreams, and the details about the real world. Yi Meng thought to himself. It's not clear, though, what happened in the real world between the 2 years. But the car should not exist in reality. The appearance of several people who should have been in a film and television world called Spirit Cage in a team undoubtedly means that reality has been broken. He wants to know everything about reality as soon as possible. And, about a certain person. In Yi Meng's mind, a slender figure of a black-haired girl emerged. That girl who put everything on him many years ago. Ling Cage is a film and television work of the end-time genre. In this worldview, human civilization has arrived and looks forward to the future of alien colonization. As a result, the moon phase changes, and drastic geological changes that lasted decades have erupted around the world. Human beings are left in this catastrophe. The world has gradually returned to calm, and people have set foot on this familiar yet unfamiliar land from the ruins and abyss. The world has been transformed into another mana ecosystem, strange plants flashing red under the night light, ferocious, huge, hot monsters with unmanageable weapons hunted and killed humans everywhere. Human beings, who were originally the rulers of the earth, struggled to survive in the desperate end times. Among them, there is an end-time elite team that adapts to the mana ecology, acts on land where monsters are raging, and becomes a Superman fighter. They control their own evolved life source, access to special weapons that use life source as the main energy source, and can even easily hunt and kill steel monsters with a file size of a building. Sitting in the back right seat of the off-road vehicle, Yi Meng's dark eyes glow with a virtual silver light that others cannot see clearly, and his consciousness is like a virtual static electricity composed of countless zeros and ones. In less than a second, all the information about the movie Spiritual Cage that was chased in the previous life was clearly presented in his mind. A virtual silver glow that is as electronic as absolutely rational appeared in his eyes, and Yi Meng looked at the sassy sister Yu and the lively girl who were sitting in the back row, who were bickering loudly. The longbow on the former and the game console on the latter are both connected to the wearer themselves, like a part of their own flesh and blood, quite exclusive to their personal technological weapons. There is also a strong man named Shonda sitting in the driver's seat and driving the vehicle, exuding a heavy aura. Carrying an eye-catching war hammer and heavy shield, the hammer and shield are primitive weapons engraved with ancient Sanskrit characters on the outside, but the inner structure is an advanced thermal weapon that needs energy to activate. You can't go wrong. Aren't these people from the world of spirit cages, the Doomsday team operating on land where monsters are ravaging? It's no wonder that they dared to enter the current foggy Tianhe City area, and their relationship was professionally benchmarked. Definitely. They appeared in the real world and called themselves travelers, which is the key point. Yi Meng's eyes shimmered. 2 years ago, most people in the Star Dragon Federation in the real world didn't know the inside story. Invasion and containment are only known to a very small number of high-level federal officials and special organizations. Over the 200-year history of the Star Dragon Federation, there have been a total of thousands of intrusion incidents, and most of them were film and television intrusion items. They were basically controlled by Homelander and Dragon Girl, and the people of the Alliance did not know about extraordinary incidents. And 2 years later, as soon as he woke up, he saw more than half of the invading traversers from the Spirit Cage world. It was the way he woke up that wasn't quite right. Or, the real world has already invaded as many as dogs, traveled everywhere? Just now, Yi Meng tried it out, so he asked for a ride. It turned out that most of the Doomsday team seems to have integrated into the current real world, and the hostility towards the locals is not very obvious. Does this mean that the Star Dragon Federation has acquiesced in the arrival of alien invaders, and will no longer unilaterally suppress and contain them like it did 2 years ago? In other words, the current invasion situation in the global world is no longer something that Star Dragon Federation can control. With absolute rationality, Yi Meng is like a human computer, quietly analyzing and inferring. Obviously. Despite failing and dying as an AI avatar, and even being completely disconnected from the Marvel dream, the feedback of his AI traits from the dream is still there. Absolute reason, super thinking, analysis and control of electronic technology products within a limited range. And, Yi Meng can perceive. Now I can extend my brain consciousness, which acts as a signal network, out 10 meters, breaking through to an area of about 50 meters, and my mental strength has also increased by 5 times. Compared with 2 years ago, 5 times the improvement? This is a feature feedback benefit for Marvel Dreamland. What about the power feedback of the ancient Doomsday? 2 years ago, due to the excessive feedback of the power of Doomsday, his body almost became a monster that could only destroy. Now, the ego wakes up and returns to a normal human body. This means that the power of the ancient Doomsday characteristic disappeared, or, thinking of this, Yi Meng's thinking froze for a moment. This is the most critical and most important thing, and it is also the reason why he has been immersed in the dreams of Marvel and DC for 33 years. Compared with Marvel's 3 years, he has been in the DC universe for a full 30 years. Even, the effort put in the dreamland of the Marvel universe is to control the power of the ancient Doomsday. According to the current intelligence, the situation in the real world is obviously not optimistic. If you just simply wake up, you don't have the power of the ancient Doomsday. Then these years of reality and dreams can be said to be completely wasted. This is the real failure? Yi Meng's heart tightened, wishing to try it out now. However, there was no expression on his face. Yi Meng raised his head calmly. On the passenger seat directly in front of him, a few strands of dry, soft, and shiny short silver-white hair were draped over the seat cushion. A young girl who looked younger than Broken Star was sitting with her slender legs crossed. A little girl who was picked up not long ago. Boss Bai with a girlish face and a ladylike temperament has snow-white silver hair, a ring of noble and elegant snow fox velvet around her intact slender neck. The snow fox velvet hangs down on her towering chest with excellent shape, and the snow fox cloak falls from her shoulders down to her waist in the middle. The round buttocks are gently pressed down to the slender legs, and then the feet are wearing high-heeled thick black boots. Her figure is tall and slender. Compared with the snow fox cloak that is warm enough, she is wearing a short-sleeved robe vest and cool leather shorts. Her snow-white and slender left leg is covered with black straps and black leggings, while her right leg is completely bare. Expose a large area of skin without covering up. I don't know if it's because of her natural beauty or other reasons, but the fair skin of the silver-haired girl exposed to the air seems to be glowing. With a cold and delicate face, holy silver eyes, capable and noble attire, and the unique temperament of a lonely leader. At a glance, it looks like an elegant, cold, unpredictable bright moon. Holding the little girl in one hand, she looked gentle and moving. Holding a tang knife with a blue sheath in one hand, it looks murderous and cold. As if aware of Yi Meng's gaze, Suxing next to him changed his eyes, stepped forward and said in a low voice, "That's our boss, she doesn't like yours." "Why?" Yi Meng asked subconsciously. Xiao stuck out her tongue and added in a low voice, "Because our boss likes mature, attractive, and stronger than her." "Really? Then I think I'm pretty qualified." Yi Meng blinked and joked. Boss Bai calmly glanced at the rearview mirror, his cold face was expressionless, and he didn't say anything. "You're far behind." Broken Star shook his head and patted his shoulder. "It's better to make up for it, I'll let you be satisfied. Don't have a fever." Xiao spat, then looked at Yi Meng, and let out a light laugh. "You are really not afraid of being hacked, our boss is a professional hacker." Yi Meng smiled, but also knew. Even though he agreed to give him a ride, he sat directly behind his seat, which seemed like a series of stupid behaviors. But the breath of the silver-haired girl kept locking herself, and her hand never left the hilt of Tang Dao. If he has the slightest movement, Yi Meng has no doubts. It is estimated that the other party will draw the knife directly and penetrate his heart with a backhand. As expected of the Doomsday team in the Spirit Cage world, the leader in both spirit and combat power, Bai Yukui. The corners of Yi Meng's mouth rose slightly, and he began to calm down, checking his physical condition. The off-road vehicle carrying 6 people drove away to the cemetery in Tianhe City. Along the way, they inevitably encountered mist monsters, such as mist birds and mist spiders, etc., but they were all easily solved by the Spirit Cage Doomsday team. Even if they encountered a misty tentacle monster that the army found troublesome 2 years ago, they would have no trouble dealing with it. Shonda was carrying a heavy shield in front to attract hatred. He was wearing armor and heavy weapons, but he moved nimbly and flexibly, resisting the tentacle's attack of the tentacle monster. Broken Star draws a bow to shoot from a distance in the mist. Just like the female version of Hawkeye, the special bow and arrow shot can produce high explosive power, and after a few arrows, it shatters half of the mist tentacle monster's body. Once encountering a large and fast misty mantis, Shonda and Broken Star got out of the car and circled for more than a dozen rounds. Finally, Shonda used the luminous hammer and heavy shield to firmly suppress the sickle and head of the 5-meter-tall misty mantis. "Xiao, your toy is here," Shenda yelled into the car. Immediately, Xiao happily got out of the car with the game controller and equipment. After burying a spherical receiver into the mist mantis's chest, Xiao continued to manipulate the game controller with both hands, and the mist mantis was like a game character controlled by the handle. It circled around for a few times, and then rushed towards the fog in front of the off-road vehicle. "Go out." During the whole process, Bai Yukui, the leader of the captain, did not get out of the car to participate. The off-road vehicle drove slowly all the way, and was about to leave the original site of Tianhe City. Yi Meng suddenly opened his eyes, looked towards the foggy side outside the car, and said inexplicably, "Stop." "Huh." Everyone on the field was startled. Even Bai Yukui glanced at him in surprise through the rearview mirror. After Shonda hesitated, he still stepped on the brakes, and the vehicle stopped abruptly. At the same time as the vehicle stopped, Lillian, the little girl in Bai Yukui's arms, was covered in fur, and her little canine teeth kept grinding back and forth. "That is." Broken Star hurriedly almost lay on Yi Meng's body. His eyes looked through the window into the depths of the mist outside the car, and saw an object with tail flames flying towards the front of the off-road vehicle at extreme speed. "It's a small missile." The next moment when Broken Star gave a loud warning, Bai Yukui on the passenger seat suddenly drew the knife out of its sheath with one hand, kicked the car door violently open. The speed was so fast that after images appeared, a flickering cold light flashed inside the car. Tang knife turned into a blue light to meet the small missile. The Tang Dao and the missile collided about 5 meters away from the body. It was like a thunderbolt exploded on the ground, and the flames exploded. "Be careful." Shinda barely lifted the heavy shield in the car, but only had time to protect Bai Yukui and Lillian next to him, using the heavy shield as the door on one side. "You guys, don't die." At the critical moment, Sui Xing could only grit his teeth, and pressed Yi Meng with his body, and blocked Xiao behind him by the way. Boom! Explosion waves and impacts swept away. The glass of the entire off-road vehicle was shattered, the side of the body was obviously dented, and the vehicle moved several meters horizontally. Boom! Bai Yukui kicked open the shape-shifting car door, and the cloak of Snow Fox fur scarf moved, and jumped out of the car with Lillian in one hand, catching Tang Dao flying back with white smoke. "Are you all right?" Bai Yukui also panicked at this moment, and hurriedly looked sideways at the back row of the off-road vehicle. Shendo was carrying a heavy shield, and was thrown out of the car door on the other side by the blast wave. He didn't care about his injuries, so he got up enduring the pain and looked at the back row of the off-road vehicle. After all, they at least had heavy shields to withstand the bombardment of the blast, while the people in the back row didn't have any protective measures. "Shouldn't." Under the watchful eyes of Bai Yukui and Shonda, he was quickly stunned. "I saw that Yuja Suxing and girl Xiao were hugging the young man Yi Meng tightly. The 3 of them looked like hamburgers, sandwiched in the shape-shifting car, but their bodies were unscathed." Xiao even made a gesture. We're fine." Broken Star lay on Yi Meng's strong back, blushing, clutching his chest, and got up panting heavily in shock. At that moment just now, she thought she was going to die. For some reason, at the last moment, he didn't even feel the impact of the blast. Bai Yukui breathed a sigh of relief, and raised his eyes to look in the direction of the missile attack just now. Under the mist, nearly 20 armed men stepped out, led by a man in black who was about 40 years old. The man in black stopped at 20 meters. He was condescending, with playful eyes, and looked at Bai Yukui and the others. I said, "Who will enter the fog zone here?" It turns out that it is the bailing mercenary group. I heard that you are now cooperate with Monty Company. Bai Yukui was extremely angry. Because of this, the holy silver eyes were extremely calm and indifferent, watching him with a knife. Inside the car, Xiaodo's small face turned pale in an instant. It's broken, it's a member of the Hell Mercenary Group. The leader is Black Emperor, who was officially rated B+ by the Star Dragon Federation. On the data file, he is in A-level invincible under the file, and even dealt with 2 incidents with A-level risk factors. I am afraid that I will be promoted to A-level in the near future. Beside, Yi Meng listened to Xiaodo's words and almost couldn't hold back his mouth full. He looked at the familiar black-clothed man outside, and the other party was absorbing the energy remnants of the missile blasts that overflowed around him. Also, the name Black Emperor. Isn't the other party the 4th-level mutant who appeared in the Marvel X-Men series of cosmic films, the controller of the Hell Club, the Black Emperor Sebastian Shaw? He really is a veritable Black Emperor, another character that he knows only existed in fictional movies and TV shows. The Black Emperor Sebastian looked at Bai Yukui, and continued on his own. Unfortunately, my current partner has conflicts with Mendy Company, and it is also a competitive relationship. If you remove Mendy Company's left and right hands, by the way, you should be able to get a large commission. He raised his eyebrows. Definitely. Bai Yukui, I have heard of you for a long time, and you are rated as a B+ level with me. You are indeed a rare beauty. How about you joining our mercenary group? In this case, I can consider spare the others. Dream. With a low growl, Shender rushed forward at full speed, carrying a heavy shield and a warhammer. The Black Emperor Sebastian waved his hand, and a dozen people beside him immediately shot, and dense bullets landed on the heavy shield that Shonda was carrying. Drink. Shonda stepped forward with arduous and firm steps, carrying the heavy shield forward with his fleshy body. There was a faint halo of energy on the surface of the shield, and he actually held the torrent of steel formed by the bullets, like a human-shaped bulldozer. He rushed into the Hell Mercenary Group, and swung the heavy hammer with his left hand down with a halo of energy, immediately smashing several people into the air, directly smashing people with guns 5 or 6 meters away. Shonda's second hammer hit the man in black who was surrounded by everyone, that is, the Black Emperor. Sea-level trash. Hai Huang glanced at him, eyes full of disdain, and stood motionless. Just as Setsuna, where the floodlight hammer fell towards the door in front of the Black Emperor, the old man who had been standing bent over beside the Black Emperor, suddenly raised his thin hands quickly, and even blocked the energy-carrying hammer with his hands. How is it possible? Shen Da's eyes widened in astonishment, his muscles bulged, and he kept pushing down the hammer. Cracks appeared on the ground under the old man's feet, and he suddenly smiled ferociously, with faint green light shining in his sunken eyes. In the next instant, the tight uniform on the old man continued to break, and his short and thin body suddenly swelled several times. His body stretched from 1.6 meters to 2 or 3 meters. Gray hair, a horrible split mouth full of interlaced fangs. The old man who turned into an old werewolf put his paws against Shonda's warhammer, and the two were evenly matched in terms of strength. It's a werewolf. Xiaodo pulled Yi Meng and led him to hide behind the car, and quickly said in panic, according to the official data of the Star Dragon Federation, every werewolf can be defined as a C-level, reaching the crisis index of destroying a village. This level is officially certified, and each level has a huge gap, representing the risk index and actual combat power. Just like the higher the pyramids, the fewer they are. Yi Meng asked abruptly, what level is Homelander? Homelander? You really don't know, or are you pretending not to know? You can't really be a time traveler who just came to this world, right? Xiaodo's face was full of astonishment. Didn't I say that? I've been sleeping and sleepwalking for a long time. Yi Meng spread his hands, and being invaded and traversed from other worlds, wondering if he is a local. This is indeed a very depressing thing. He continued to ask, tell me, what level is Homelander? Is there anyone with a higher level than him outside? No. Xiaodo shook his head and said in awe, Homelander is at the S level. Currently, he is the only one in the whole world at the S level. That's right. Yi Meng's eyes lit up. That's good. What did you say? Xiaodo looked at him in surprise, always feeling that, unlike other people's reactions, the young man in front of him seemed to be obviously relieved. No, Homelander's is invincible. What's the matter with you? As an unresolvable SSS level event left 2 years ago, the human forbidden zone, the foggy area. The original site of Tianhe City, where human civilization was completely destroyed and reduced to a cemetery for corpses. Bai Yukui and Hai Huang's hiring team encountered each other. According to what Hai Huang said, the partners behind the two parties happened to have conflicts and were competitors. He also didn't give Bai Yukui a chance to back down. The Black Emperor made a surprise attack first, and then provoked arrogantly, showing a very domineering attitude. Definitely, he will be so strong, obviously has a strong capital, even the officially certified sea-level werewolves are his subordinates. A fight is inevitable. Ah, the warhammer was resisted by the paws of the old man who turned into a werewolf. Shonda's round and rough face was flushed, the veins on his forehead were protruding, the muscles of his arms were bulging, and the surface of the warhammer he held was embossed with ancient script. Shanda is like burning his own spirit and physical strength, injecting beams of bleak and non-negligible energy into the technological warhammer locked by the DNA gene in his hand. At this moment, not only Shanda's whole body strength, but also the warhammer fell down like a self-propelled one. The old werewolf stared wide-eyed, his wide and ferocious wolf claws could hardly resist the warhammer, and was hit hard on the hairy chest by the luminous warhammer. Accompanied by a howl, the old and tall wolf body, which was over 2 meters old, immediately flew more than 10 meters away like a kite with a broken string. Oh. The Black Emperor Sebastian looked at Shinda in surprise, but remained domineering and unmoved. He glanced coldly at the old werewolf who flew out. It's a disgraceful thing. Wheeze. After completing his strongest blow just now, Shinda continued to pant heavily, as if he had collapsed all of a sudden, and the warhammer he was holding in both hands was also bleak. Even so, Shanda still stared angrily at the Hai Huang who was not far away, and swung the hammer again with difficulty. For them, Bai Yukui is not only a leader, but also their pillar, their guide in the last days. How could he allow others to insult him? Even if it is verbal, you have to pay the price in blood. Boom! Shanda's warhammer fell, and the Black Emperor still stood still proudly. Another young man stepped forward and blocked the warhammer with his bare hands. The young man licked his teeth and lips, and looked up, revealing the same indifferent faint green pupils, with his hair standing on end. There is actually a second werewolf. Shinda was in a daze, and suddenly heard Suxing's warning call, Shinda, be careful on the right side. Right? Shanda looked instinctively, and from the corner of his eye, he saw another young man rushing towards him. He was in the air, his body was also inflated and shape-shifting, grey hair like thick needles protruded, and the ferocious wolf head opened its bloody mouth. Shanda had no time to dodge and shield, and was bitten on his right arm, and the sharp spikes nailed into the flesh, tearing off a large piece of blood. The heavy shield dropped to the ground, and blood continued to splatter down. Hateful. Shinda snorted in pain, his face was extremely pale, and seeing the 4 or 5 people next to the Black Emperor, they all revealed their true identities as wild, powerful, and brutal werewolves. The Hell Mercenary group has more than 5 werewolves, and each werewolf has a sea-level combat power coefficient. A werewolf devoured flesh and blood, his mouth was full of blood, his eyes flashed fiercely, and he looked extremely terrifying. The other 4 werewolves also bared their teeth and claws, and rushed towards Shanda who was already exhausted and injured. At the very moment, a misty praying mantis monster jumped out of the fog, swung down its sharp mantis knife, and slashed at the werewolf, who reacted sharply and quickly avoided it. The misty mantis eyes were covered with a faint silver light, and he didn't get entangled with the werewolf. He grabbed Shanda's collar with his mouth down, and quickly retreated towards the off-road vehicle. Next moment, the dense bullets hit the back of the misty mantis, and the 5 werewolves rushed forward fiercely, biting the torso and limbs of the misty mantis, tearing off large pieces of flesh and blood. Wow! Behind the off-road vehicle, Xiaodou, who was manipulating the remote sensing of the game console with both hands, opened his mouth again and coughed out a mouthful of blood. His little face turned as pale as paper. Xiaodou, quickly break the spiritual link, or you will die. Broken Star next to him said anxiously. At the same time, he got up, drew his bow and shot 3 arrows at once, and all 3 arrows fell on the Black Emperor and ordinary armed personnel. Boom, boom, boom. 2 of the arrows exploded like high explosive grenades, with astonishing power, crushing the firepower of the opponent's guns, but the 3rd arrow that hit the Black Emperor had no effect. The misty mantis was dismembered by the 5 werewolves hanging on its body, and it roared sharply. When it was about to fall, it threw the mountain in its mouth towards the off-road vehicle. Complete the move. The misty mantis fell, and behind the off-road vehicle, the girl Xiaodou, who was connected to the misty mantis with the spirit of technological equipment, seemed to be partly injured. She let go of the blood-stained control terminal that looked like a game console, and fell limply. A hand caught the girl in time. Looking at the mentally damaged and weak Xiaodou, Yi Meng shook his head and whispered to himself, "Fortunately, you met me." Yi Meng supported the fainted girl with one hand, and stretched out 2 fingers with the other hand, touching the center of her eyebrows. A ray of warm yellow broken light appeared on the fingertips. It is like a cluster of flames that do not exist in reality, but only exist in another world dimension, ignited by spiritual thoughts, tiny, dim and eternal. The yellow flame plunged from the fingertips into the girl's eyebrows, rekindling the almost extinguished spirit. Looking at Broken Star who was guarding the battle situation ahead, she didn't notice this scene that was beyond her perception. Crash! Shinda was thrown in the direction of the off-road vehicle by the misty mantis, and was still in the air, and several bullets continued to chase him. The next moment, a snow-white shadow flew up like a bright moon, and her slender left hand easily caught the nearly 2-meter-high Shanda, flashing most of the bullets in the air gracefully and nimbly, and holding a tang knife in her other right hand to cut a bullet in half. The black high heels landed, and the snow fox cloak was still flying in the air, powerful and stunning. "I'm sorry, boss. I'm too weak, I even lost my weapon," Shinda said with great shame, covering his bloody right arm. The silver-haired girl shook her head slightly. "You have done a good job, just leave it to me, and I will get back everything we lost." Shanda didn't question the boss's strength, but still lowered his voice worriedly. "But, your cell failure problem. Just a quick fight." As Bai Yukui said, he gently put Shanda on the ground, and walked towards the Black Emperor's team with a tang knife alone. Seeing this, the Black Emperor spread his arms madly. Bai Yukui, how about it? Join my team? We will form a supreme force, a club with at least B-level members and above, and even Homelander will be unable to do anything about it us. Bai Yukui didn't respond. What greeted him was the tang knife in his hand. Roar. The 5 werewolves who tore the mist mantis to pieces and dismembered them jumped towards Bai Yukui at the same time, baring their teeth and claws. Bai Yukui didn't dodge or defend himself. She took a deep breath. Her breathing made a sizzling sound, her steps became faster, and within half a second, she reached the speed of sound with the sound. In Yi Meng's raised eyes, the maiden faced Bai Yukui's snow fox cloak fluttered, stepped on a werewolf's head, jumped up, and the tang knife in his hand sprayed out bright blue light energy, which was more than 10 times the brightness of Shanda's full strike weapon. Powerful, the blue light even spilled a few centimeters from the blade. The tang dao, which was already sharp, turned into a blue-white cold moonlight at this moment, and it was also like a holy laser sword. Hand up, knife down. A blue light flashed across. A wolf's head was thrown high, and the werewolf who lost his head didn't even have time to dodge. Bai Yukui flipped his wrist. His speed was extremely fast and his strength was astonishing. Coupled with the tang knife with powerful energy, he cut the werewolf under his feet in half. There was no ripple in her holy silver eyes, her delicate and beautiful face was cold, her posture was noble and elegant, but the movement of swinging the knife was not superfluous, it was honed from countless times of fighting and swinging the knife. Shuejianji from the end of the world continued to take a step, crossing the remaining 3 werewolves, lifted the werewolf with one hand, pierced the werewolf's chest with a knife, cut the wolf's body with her backhand and swung it down again. Blood splattered, but none of it fell on the snow-like fur of the cloak. Bai Yukui landed on the ground, threw the blue light Tang Dao forward, and nailed the last werewolf flying out a few meters in front of the Black Emperor. Tang Dao's sword edge exploded a small ball of blue light, with its own repelling energy, which burst through the internal organs and flesh of the werewolf. She passed through 5 werewolves, and all 5 werewolves died suddenly. The ordinary armed members who survived behind the Black Emperor turned pale, shocked by Bai Yukui's strength. Those were 5 sea-level werewolves, and they were all killed at once. Between each level, there is a huge insurmountable moat. Garbage is garbage, and even sea level is just high-end garbage. Hai Huang didn't feel any distress at the loss of the 5 werewolf subordinates, and stared at Bai Yukui with more fiery eyes. Call? Bai Yukui let out a breath with his lips slightly parted. Without stopping his pace, the speed was close to a sonic boom, and rushed towards the Black Emperor with shockwave. Halfway, Bai Yukui picked up the exclusive Tang Dao that crucified werewolves. The blade was not stained with a trace of blood. In the grasp of the slender and white fingers, the Tang Dao burst out full of powerful blue light again, and the sword and the blue light slashed at the center of the Black Emperor's eyebrows together. The corners of Hai Huang's mouth were raised wantonly, and before the charged Tang Dao could be swung down, the blue light energy suddenly dimmed. When the Tang Dao fell to Setsuna, he suddenly clasped his hands together and held the Tang Dao firmly in his palm. The boss's sword was easily received. Shinda sat on the ground with an incredulous expression on his face. In their view, the boss is a godlike existence and never misses. Broken Star standing behind the off-road vehicle was amazed. How do I feel? At the last moment, the boss kept his hand. It's not that she kept her hand. The young man's words suddenly sounded. What do you mean? Sui Xing hurriedly looked at Yi Meng who was holding Xiado. Yi Meng said, she did use all her strength. It's a pity that the energy and kinetic energy of the Tang Dao was absorbed by the opponent as soon as it got close, and it became like a child swinging it. It is naturally easy to catch it. He paused, and continued, the ability is too restrained, your boss is doomed. How could this happen? Broken Star couldn't accept it, and suddenly recalled the arrow he shot just now. It seemed that it also exploded, but at the moment of explosion, the energy of the explosion was controlled and absorbed by the Black Emperor. Field. Bai Yukui's cold face was expressionless, and he kicked Hai Huang's leg suddenly, accompanied by the shockwave energy of the sonic boom. However, the Black Emperor remained motionless. After absorbing a certain amount of energy intensity, his physical strength was also terrifying to a certain extent, and most of the kinetic energy of Bai Yukui's kick was also absorbed. Bai Yukui was not discouraged. With his right hand supporting the hilt of the Tang sword held by the palms of the Hai Huang, he turned gracefully and lightly over the top of the Hai Huang's head, and yanked his hands vigorously. Tang Dao finally broke free, and Bai Yukui continued to slash at the back of the Black Emperor. Hai Huang didn't turn his head back, but waved his palm back. A surge of sharp energy similar to the blue sword glow, but more powerful, surged out from the palm of the Black Emperor, crushing Bai Yukui's sword glow in diameter, and sending her flying with her sword. The fog billowed. Bai Yukui fell tens of meters away, twisted his slender waist, flipped a few times at low altitude, let go of his inertia and landed lightly. The next moment, her holy silver eyes were firm. Without any discouragement, she adjusted her breathing and continued to rush towards the Black Emperor. Don't you understand? You can't defeat me. Hai Huang opened his palm, and a blast wave spread out, sending Bai Yukui flying. Bai Yukui forcibly stabbed the Tang knife into the ground to stabilize his body. Her delicate and cold face seemed to never show a discouraged expression. She held the dim Tang Dao tightly and stood in front of the off-road vehicle without any intention of giving up. Ignorance. The Black Emperor laughed wildly and shook his head, defeating Bai Yukui again and again, sending her flying. Boss. Shinda and Sui Seeing felt great pain in their hearts. Looking at the snow fox cloak that was gradually stained with blood from the inside out, Bai Yukui's breathing was no longer stable, and his fair face became paler, and he chose to get up again and again, fighting. Even as the battle lasted, under the Black Emperor's energy absorbing and kinetic energy, the aura became stronger and stronger, while Bai Yukui's aura became weaker and weaker, leaving only a faint brilliance of the tang knife in his hand. Facing an opponent that is almost impossible to defeat under abilities restraint, Bai Yukui's body is like ice, and his heart is burning like burning, constantly looking for opportunities. After knocking Bai Yukui back countless times, he saw the other party continue to stand up holding the bloodstained Tangdao. The Black Emperor couldn't help being moved, his heart palpitating at that kind of almost crazy obsession. The other party is obviously a real werewolf who will never be tamed. Who dares to say that the other party has no chance to kill himself? The Black Emperor was trembling inside, but still maintained an arrogant posture, looking at Bai Yukui. Forget it, I wanted to accept you. From now on, Bai Yukui with one hand and Tifa with the other will be the best time to reach the summit of the world. A gesture worth having. Now, let me send you on your way. Hai Huang said, shaking his head and sighing, as if regretting that Bai Yukui, who was both beautiful and powerful, was ruined. Tread. A petite figure suddenly stepped into the battle situation after the two cleared the field. It was a 10-year-old girl, with hair all over her body, grinding her canine teeth and looking at the Hai Huang. Oh, you are the remnant that the vampire family wants to get rid of. The Black Emperor smiled arrogantly when he found the unexpected joy. In another 50 years, you may be qualified to stand in front of me, but you are still too young now. Already. But at this time, a figure touched the girl's hooded head from behind and walked forward. Huh? Who are you? Hai Huang frowned, looking at the silver-haired young man walking towards this side. Yi Meng. Sui Seeing hugged Xiaodou who was in a coma in a daze, and the young man's words echoed in his ears, I'll be back soon. That's right, isn't the young man the ordinary young man they picked up from Tianhe City and who has been sleepwalking for 2 full years? However, the opponent is at the B+ coefficient level, or quasi-A level, and even the boss can't beat it. Didn't they die in the past? Big brother, don't go there. Shinda who was sitting on the ground was also anxious. Bai Yukui stared at him blankly, supporting his body with the tang knife, and the holy silver eyes reflected the figure of the young man who walked up to him. What a big man. Yi Meng walked up to Bai Yukui, looked down at her, shook his head and said, no matter how strong you are still a woman. When the time is right, you can find someone to rely on. Bai Yukui raised his eyes, stared straight at him, and wrinkled his nose without leaving any trace. No one. Yi Meng stretched out his hand casually, I will borrow your sword for a while, I don't mind. Bai Yukui handed Tangdao to him cooperatively, but quickly added, my sword, others can't use it. How do you know if you don't try? Yi Meng took Bai Yukui's Tangdao and walked towards the Black Emperor. Garbage of garbage. The Black Emperor stared at the young man, and could not feel any obvious energy or kinetic energy fluctuations from the other party. You can't be wrong, this is an ordinary person with 5 scumbags in combat power, without any supernatural powers? He didn't even have the desire to kill an enemy of this level. Forget it, it's better to make your death worthwhile. Hai Huang shook his head, raised his hands towards Yi Meng, nuclear energy appeared in one hand, and blue light appeared in the other, the aura was unparalleled. Yi Meng stopped at about 10 meters away, faced the Black Emperor, and asked with a smile, you mentioned Tifa just now, right? So what? Before the Hai Huang finished speaking, he stopped abruptly, his hair stood on end like a werewolf, and his heartbeat stopped suddenly. Ahead, Yi Meng lifted the tang saber in his hand, and a layer of white bone-like arm guard inexplicably appeared on the surface of the entire right arm. The next moment, the originally unresponsive Tangdao in the hands of the silver-haired youth suddenly erupted into a glare that was so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at it. With the slightly trembling blade of the Tangdao as the center, the golden red light almost condensed into substance, like the light of thunder, and like a god. The pillar, the energy spurts upwards along the edge of the sword tip, rushing towards the foggy sky in a sudden burst. This chapter was well written. In fact, it doesn't make much sense for the protagonist to make a move. What's interesting is that before you make a move, it's like talking about a partner. The ambiguous period is the best, and it's basically over as soon as you make a move. I just started to write about reality, so it's a bit slow, which is understandable, and it's also to integrate into the worldview setting 2 years later, and the pace will be accelerated later. The members of the Black Emperor's team and Bai Yukui's team all avoided their eyes and couldn't look directly at them. How to describe the scene in front of me? As Yi Meng, who had no trace of supernatural power, raised the Tangdao, the graceful Tangdao of Yuebai's slender blade trembled violently, and was instantly injected with energy beyond its own power. The supreme gold and violent red mixed together, with the tip of the knife, it directly reached the 10,000-meter sky above the foggy area. It's like the light of thunder, and it's like the pillar of the gods. Bai Yukui's position was closer, and under the glaring golden red light gushing out, the holy silver eyes were still forcefully opened, looking at the silver-haired young man holding a sword. She saw that in Yi Meng's slender right hand holding the sword, a bony spur exoskeleton that perfectly fit the muscles emerged, ferocious and sacred, and lingering with biological currents bursting from the inside out. At this moment, the ordinary human cells were tearing up and roaring, shouting like a war drum to charge and fight, and one hand was like a nuclear power conversion field compressed countless times. Even though the Tang saber was her exclusive weapon, it had never been in such a moment that it entered a state of overloaded use with explosive power. I knew it. I don't know if it's because of looking directly at the strong light or because of other reasons. Bai Yukuisheng's silver eyes were slightly red, and a line of crystal clear water flashed across his cold and intellectual face. Where do you get such a powerful energy? The Black Emperor looked at Yi Meng in disbelief. Even though he had a small nuclear energy in one hand and a blue sword glow in the other hand, they were still nothing compared to what was in front of him. The perfect interweaving of supreme power and energy is far beyond what he has seen in the original world and the current world. Dreams have everything. At the same time as Yi Meng said, he swung the Tang knife in his hand down through the air, and a huge beam of thunder and fire that didn't look like a sword also fell down with a loud crash. Then use you as my stepping stone. The Black Emperor yelled, not only to be arrogant to the end, but also to vent his inner fear. He also stretched his hands forward through the air, and the energy absorption derived from the mutant gene was activated, and a part of the berserk energy suddenly disappeared in the air, flowing forward and being quickly absorbed by the palm. But the Black Emperor stopped sluggishly very quickly. The beam of thunder and fire that fell did not weaken, but he seemed to be roasted. The whole body was red with hot smoke, and violent thunderous and fiery streamers of energy emerged from under the skin, pushing the body outward at a very high speed, like a human-shaped dazzling balloon. It's not right. The Black Emperor Sebastian opened his mouth awkwardly, and the moment before his body was roasted and exploded by the energy, the huge amounts of golden red sword light was like the fall of a light cannon. Boom! The destructive light drowned the Black Emperor and the remaining hired personnel behind him who wanted to escape, and then continued to split everything within 1 kilometer in front of him. The fog that had covered Tianhe City in the center of the fog area for 2 years was extended all the way to 10 a few kilometers away. The Jianfeng hurricane broke through. Tianhe City has shown its true colors for a long time. The entire urban area has sunk hundreds of meters down, and the Tiankang-like area gets deeper and deeper as it goes to the city center. In front of the silver-haired youth, the earth left a rift valley that was several kilometers long, burying all life. The sky showed a fiery scar that reached the other end of Tianhe City, and the clean blue sky appeared on both sides of the scar, which was a superb scene that humans had never seen before. One sword opened the sky, but Yi Meng shook his head and sighed softly. It's better to use fists. His right hand holding the sword returned to its original shape, as if the hideous bone spurs and the sacred exoskeleton arm guard just now were just illusions, and the supreme energy and breath were restrained. Let's get out of here. Yi Meng turned back and handed Tang Dao back to Bai Yukui. Bai Yukui subconsciously took Tang Dao back, but felt it was extremely hot, but saw that Tang Dao's sword body was red as if it had been forged, and hot smoke kept coming out. Fortunately, if it was her, if it were someone else, I'm afraid that a layer of skin would be burned on her hands. Bai Yukui tightly clenched the red-hot Tang knife, staring at Yi Meng's back. A voice sounded in his heart for no reason. Found it. Finally found it, the thing she had been looking for nearly 100 years, perhaps also the existence of meaning that crossed the dimension of the world a year ago. Fortunately, there is a spare car. Shonda reached into his pocket, took out a capsule, threw it forward on the ground, and the capsule suddenly expanded into a new off-road vehicle. Seeing this, Yi Meng was stunned for a moment. This is the capsule of Dragon Ball. No, this is nanotechnology. Yes, Your Excellency. This is a product launched by Mendy Company, a nano-vehicle, which is very advanced and convenient. Shonda said respectfully, and his attitude has changed completely from before. No matter which world you are in, the strong are all respected. In particular, the last days of the spirit cage that Shonda came from, and the current world of disordered dimensions, only the strong can survive firmly. And the strength that Yi Meng showed just now is undoubtedly the strongest they have ever seen. Broken Star also smiled far-fetchedly, contrary to the previous teasing attitude, and said with a certain distance in awe, Mendy Company is our partner, and there are many amazing products. For example, holographic projection, artificial intelligence, levitation train, medical equipment, etc. If you are interested, we can introduce you. Since the foggy area has its own signal interference and will cause some electronic products to fail, Yi Meng does not know the external situation. But I didn't expect to hear these familiar technical names here. It's quite capable. The corners of Yi Meng's mouth rose, and the figure of a black-haired girl once again appeared in his mind. Goodbye, Tianhe City. He turned his head and looked at the original site of the city filled with fog. In fact, no fog creatures have teleported over recently. Obviously, in the other dimensional world of the Mist Link, the Mist monsters have been slaughtered for 2 years without interruption, and the departure of Yi Meng, who once incarnated and destroyed the gods, undoubtedly declared the complete end of the Mist event. This place is no longer a restricted area for humans. I believe that after a while, the fog will completely dissipate, and the dead fog creatures will be turned into rich nutrients, and life will be rekindled in this lifeless land. The fog of SSS level events has been quietly resolved. Year of the Star Dragon, 202. Outside the restricted area of the fog area, the nearest human watchdog city, Fuyaki City. This is the largest city in the Dakin Autonomous Prefecture. In addition, 2 years ago, most of the federal citizens of the 3 cities shrouded in fog moved here to settle here, making Fuyaki City the top 5 human cities in the eastern jurisdiction. Fuyaki City is a seaside city, even an island city, with 2/3 of its territory built on the East China Sea. After the fog area was blocked by the wall, Fuyaki's resident population exceeded tens of millions. This is the frontier of the world's technology and extraordinary. Various advanced armed forces and ideas collide fiercely, and even allow invaders from foreign dimensions to establish black market transactions. With the current number of traversers like dogs and the normalization of invasion and containment, Fuyaki is extremely inclusive. The city creates infinite future possibilities. On this day approaching another year's federal college entrance examination, an extraordinary team smuggled out of the foggy restricted zone and entered Fuyaki City. Star Dragon Federation, Eastern Autonomous Region, Dakin Autonomous Prefecture, Fuyaki City. On one side is the foggy restricted area that traverses the world, and on the other side is the vast and boundless extreme East Sea. Sitting on land, islands, and man-made land, the city covers an area of more than 5,000 square kilometers, and skyscrapers rise from the ground inside, with suspended trains and speedboats shuttling among them. To Yi Meng's surprise, Bai Yukui's team put on modern and fashionable clothes, hats, and masks, or carried heavy shields, longbows or tang knives, and walked on the bustling streets of the city without attracting the attention of many passers-by. This is the treatment only available in Fuyaki City. With Xiaodou on his back, Broken Star said in a low voice, "Since we are extremely tolerant of invaders from other worlds here, and there is a black market, many extraordinary people naturally gather in this city." Yi Meng nodded. Since he entered Fuyaki City, he kept covering his surroundings with a range of 50 meters, like a dry sponge eagerly absorbing and digesting the information here. Since 2 years ago, with the SSS-level fog event as the fuse, the Star Dragon Federation can no longer hide the invasion and containment from other dimensions from the people of the world. Then, on the 3rd day after losing Tianhe City, the Star Dragon Federation announced to the citizens of the Federation that it has been invaded and threatened by other dimensional worlds for 200 years, which caused a global sensation. A new era, the era of the extraordinary, begins now. Star Dragon Federation took advantage of the opportunity to launch Homelander, the leader of the supernatural department in the Western jurisdiction, to create a real artificial god, so as to stabilize the people and reduce the sense of crisis. Homelander does have that strength. Although it overturned the car once in the foggy area, it still flew around the world and settled a series of extraordinary invasions. Unfortunately, since a year ago, the number of intrusion files and incidents has increased dramatically. There are more intrusions in a single month than in the previous 100 years. As a result, the Star Dragon Federation had no choice but to implement the second bill that caused a global sensation. Most of the autonomy is given to each city, and the strongest extraordinary person in the city is the city owner. The city owner can even be an alien invader, as long as it is recognized by the Federation. Just like the ancient lords, the Castellan has supreme power in his own city, and can even dispatch and command the local supernatural department. Definitely, the city mainly maintains the supernatural security of its own city, and solves or controls the supernatural invasions that endanger the personal freedom of Alliance citizens. Once the local supernatural department thinks that the city owner is not qualified, it can also report to Homelander, and Homelander will replace it. Among them, the current A-level city Fuyaki City, the owner of the city is named Dracula, and it is designated as an A-level coefficient strength. It has been half a year as the city lord, and he is still guarding this bustling city with extraordinary gatherings. His strength can be described as extremely strong? Definitely, for these, Yi Meng doesn't care. What makes him care is that Fuyaki City is both supernatural and technological. There are thousands of technological companies alone. Among them, the most famous and the most solid is Mendi Technology Company. Second, there is Wangquan Biological Company. These two companies overwhelm all the local companies in Fuyaki. Looking at the entire Eastern jurisdiction and even the Global Federation, they are also upstarts in technology. It was 8 o'clock, not long into the night. Bai Yukui and his group came to the central city of Fuyaki City where every inch of land was expensive. There were row upon row of high-rise buildings around, and virtual advertisements were placed everywhere, making the bustling city here bright like daytime. This is Monty's headquarters. Bai Yukui and the others stopped at one of the skyscrapers, which was as large as a square in front of the gate. Looking up, the 600-story building towered into the sky, and the top of the building shone like a crown with dreamy light. Mendi. Standing in front of the skyscraper, Yi Meng whispered the entire name softly. "Let's go in, the mission is complete." Bai Yukui glanced at Yi Meng, said inexplicably, and walked in with the tang sword he was wearing. There is no one in the main hall on the first floor of Mendi Company, which is protected by artificial intelligence and robots. Bai Yukui and the others obviously had the permission they had already entered, and went directly through the entrance control of the building. When Yi Meng stepped forward, Sui Xing and Shenda suddenly thought of something to stop them, but Yi Meng had already passed through the entrance control. "Welcome back." Zhizi's crisp words resounded in the main hall. The others were also taken aback. Their voices were all "You have permission." Only Yi Meng's is, "Welcome back." In addition, Yi Meng actually has access to the smart door. Your Excellency, have you ever been here? Shanda scratched his head curiously and asked. Yi Meng shook his head, this is my first time here. Moreover, he did not use virtual thoughts to tamper with the smart permission data in advance. This is the authority that was entered in advance for an unknown period of time. Bai Yukui's eyes were thoughtful, and his lips parted lightly. Let's go up and hand in the task. The elevator with high-level special authority goes directly to the top floor of the 600th floor. As the elevator door opened, a sexy female white-collar worker in her 30s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a secretary skirt with a wrap-around hip, was already waiting in the main hall in front of the elevator door with a cup of coffee. Chen Hong looked at Bai Yukui and the others who came out of the elevator, and said with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work. Our lady has something to go out. You can wait here." Before he finished speaking, the coffee cup fell to the ground with a bang, and all the coffee was knocked over on the expensive blanket. Chen Hong's eyes were dull, his mouth was wide open, and he lost his composure and stared at the silver-haired young man who walked out of the elevator with Bai Yukui and others. Although her appearance and figure had changed, how could she forget it? Facing Bai Yukui and the others, Chen Hong, who was calm and composed, suddenly panicked and became serious. You are back. Shenda and Sui Xing froze for a moment, and looked at Chen Hong and Yi Meng in surprise. Bai Yukui seemed to know something long ago and was not surprised by it. Yes, I'm back. Yi Meng smiled slightly, stepped forward, and asked, "Where's Tifa?" His words are gentle, but with an unquestionable momentum. Chen Hong said quickly, "She is going to attend the dinner party held by the city lord of Fuyaki City, and she will be back in 2 hours." She hesitated, but still gritted her teeth. "Otherwise, I'll take you to find her now." "No need." Yi Meng shook his head and continued to walk through the main hall. The smart glass windows opened automatically. Facing the endless night wind pouring into the room on the top floor, under the astonished gaze of Chen Hong and others, Yi Meng rushed out of the air by levitating and flying. Above the skyscrapers of Monty's headquarters, the night wind is cold and high in the sky. Wearing casual clothes, Yi Meng stood in the sky, looking down on most of Fuyaki City. It seems that he returned with Bai Yukui and others, but in fact, he also checked his own ability status along the way. Now, Yi Meng has confirmed it all. In addition to the artificial intelligence characteristics that were 5 times higher than 2 years ago, the power characteristics that belonged to the DC Dreamland Ancient Destruction Day are still there. This extreme power, which is taboo in the DC universe, is like destroying the will into a dead state, blending into the body and even the soul of the real self, and can be restrained and released perfectly. Definitely, once Yi Meng uses this power, the corresponding body parts will also be bodyized. Yi Meng hasn't tried it yet, whether using all the destructive power will cause it to lose control again. Anyway, it is estimated that using half of it can achieve perfect control. Although all the destructive power of reality itself comes from the characteristics of the ancient ruined day in the dream, the total power is less than half of the power of the ancient ruined day in the dream. But this is the power of the ancient Doomsday, an invincible power in the DC universe and Earth. Even if it's half, it's no problem to play a big super. So, are my dream avatars in DC and Marvel really dead? Why, in reality, I still have those dream avatars, which are equivalent to the characteristic power of dream avatar projection. Yi Meng pondered for a moment. At the moment, the characteristics of the 2 major dream powers are in a state of fixed and real existence. This powerful characteristic power is locked to the body and soul, and once threatened, it will automatically become the body of the ancient Doomsday. So, is it a failure or a success? But no matter what. After all, the real self has perfectly controlled part of the characteristic power of the ancient Doomsday while maintaining absolute sobriety and reason, and being able to restore the human body at any time. Even the youthful base Doomsday Superman is still a Doomsday Superman. Reality, this world, Yi Meng, are back. The corners of Yi Meng's mouth were raised slightly, and the dark eyes danced with destructive and controllable red flame pupils. The pupils showed a noble and sacred red gold, and the ears were covered with silver and white bone armor. He stood in the sky of the real world, looking down at the entire Fuyaki city, listening to the voices of the entire city, as if a new god controlled everything. The next moment, Yi Meng looked at a hotel building a few kilometers away, and the sound exploded, turning into an indistinct streamer across the night sky. Fuyaki City, the central city, is a hotel manor directly under the main industry of the city. This is an ancient Western aristocratic-style mansion villa, only 5 floors, in the central city where every inch of land is expensive. It covers an area of up to 3,000 square meters. There are open squares and gardens next to the hotel villas, surrounded by high-rise buildings farther away like stars holding the moon, and the sky above is forbidden, and there is no trace of a suspended train track or a suspended airship flight. At the moment, the hotel manor was brightly lit, and high-level sports cars and hovering airships were parked outside the manor. Today is the birthday of Dracula, the Lord of Fuyaki City. After the Star Dragon Federation announced the City Autonomy and City Owner Act a year ago, such a sentence was circulated in the streets and alleys. You can offend the high-level politicians of the Star Dragon Federation, but you must not offend the city lord in the local city. In a self-administered city, the city lord has the power to override local laws, and can summon local police detectives and troops, and even the supernatural departments stationed in the city. It is no exaggeration to say that Dracula, as the lord of the city, is the king of Fuyaki City. Moreover, just the strength coefficient judgment of A level is enough to make countless people rack their brains to establish a good relationship with each other. That is the A level officially certified by the Star Dragon Federation, and it is also the first combat power ladder in the world. The only S-class Supreme Homelander? Characters with A-level coefficients represent that the opponent can handle B-level invasion events, crisis of destroying the town, stably, and have a certain probability of handling A-level invasion events, crisis of destroying the city. In this era, there are countless dimensional invasions, and only the extraordinary can deal with the extraordinary. And Dracula is an existence standing at the top of Fuyaki City. As a result, Fuyaki City Lord Dracula's birthday banquet almost brought together local celebrities, nobles, and extraordinary people in Fuyaki City. At this time, in the winery villa where the banquet is about to begin, the first floor hall is resplendent, with religious reliefs on the pillars and inner walls. Ladies in gorgeous long skirts and men in suits and leather shoes enter the venue holding invitation letters and arm in arm. Among them, only a few waves of people are exceptions. Welcome, staff of the Supernatural Department. Hearing these words from the door, many banquet guests who had already entered the venue were shocked and looked back. A 25-year-old woman with short black hair and ears, with a tied waist, wearing a gun and a bone horn, wearing the usual black action uniform of an agent of the Supernatural Department, walked in with 4 agents at the same pace. He didn't say hello to other guests. He found a corner in the banquet hall and sat down. It was more like investigating a case than attending a banquet. The places where the personnel of the Supernatural Department appear are places where there are intrusions, so many people feel odd and unlucky about this. Inspector Yingzi, the leader of the team, was obviously used to the strange gazes of the guests. After sitting down, he stretched out his hand and gently stroked the cracked bone horn. Welcome, Army Representative, Second Lieutenant Pan Hu, with the voice coming from the door. A 2-meter tall, muscular, dark-skinned young officer, wearing the Star Dragon Federation's second lieutenant's military badge and medal on his left chest, strode into the main banquet hall alone, with a strong smell of iron and blood and gunpowder on his body. Although the deterrence of the military is far less than before in the extraordinary era, it is still a symbol of the blade and shield of the Star Dragon Federation. Please, Wangquan Biological Company, Chairman Wang Xian. The tone of the greeters at the door became much more respectful. Immediately, a tall and handsome young man in a tuxedo raised his mouth and walked into the main hall of the banquet with a well-known local lady on his arm. Seeing the young man, many guests stood up immediately with fiery eyes. Wangquan Biological Company is the second technology company in Fuyaki City. The gene equation technology is one of the best in the world. In terms of assets alone, it has exceeded 100 billion stars. If it is not in Fuyaki City, it will definitely be the city's #1 leading company. It's a pity that in Fuyaki City, regardless of influence, assets, or future potential, it can only be firmly ranked second. Ranked second, not because Wangquan Bio is not superior enough, but because the technology company ranked first is too bug. Countless guests were thinking about this with regret, and a welcome speech with a slightly trembling voice came from the door of the winery. Now, welcome, Mendi Technology Company, the chairman Tifa. The words just fell. Silence. The entire main hall of the banquet was silent. All the guests stopped their wine glasses, chatted, and looked at the door in unison. Wang Xian, who led the local celebrity female companion into the arena, was enjoying the attention of everyone. After hearing these words, the smile on his face disappeared and he looked at the door behind him. First, a slender foot wrapped in crystal high-heeled shoes gently stepped in from the door, and then a stunning tall and beautiful figure appeared at the banquet alone. It was a beautiful and elegant girl. The girl has a soul-stirring and exquisite face, wine-red beautiful eyes full of charm but intellectual indifference, her waist-length black soft hair cascading down like a waterfall, her graceful body is wearing a simple silver dress, she is still so beautiful that people feel suffocating. Her mature and intact figure was already tall and slender, wearing crystal high heels, she stepped into the banquet gracefully, gentle and elegant with an inaccessible aura. It is such a girl like a noble princess who created the leading Mendi enterprise in Fuyaki City 2 years ago, and countless elites from the business world turned against her. The moment she entered the banquet, the girl in the little dress became the focus of everyone, her eyes were dull and fiery. The coldness on Wang Xian's face disappeared in a flash, and soon he returned to his smile, and greeted the girl. Old friend, will you have a drink later? We haven't gotten to know the relationship of friends yet. Tifa gave him a light look. Student, the old classmate is in charge. Wang Xian's smile faltered again, and he forced a smile. In high school, we are not in the same class. Tifa dropped this sentence and walked past Wang Xian. Good evening, Tifa. Inspector Yingzi of the local supernatural department stood up deliberately and saluted the girl. Thank you for the support of technological products provided by our supernatural department over the past 2 years. You're welcome, this is what every citizen of Fuyaki City and Star Dragon Federation should do. Tifa responded softly. Sister-in-law, good evening. The second lieutenant of the officer waved his thick arm suddenly and said hello. Sister-in-law? The brains of many guests who heard this name were blank, and some even spit out their drinks. What shocked them was that Tifa even replied good evening when faced with this address, and a stunning and moving smile appeared on her delicate and beautiful face. At that moment, the resplendent and splendid banquet looked bleak. Not far away, Wang Xian suddenly threw away his female companion's hand in agitation. His pale and handsome face had a gloomy and cold expression, and he clenched his fists tightly. At this time, the lights in the banquet hall suddenly dimmed, and then turned on again. A middle-aged and elderly man dressed in the style of an aristocratic gentleman walked down from the second floor. His pale cheeks were thin and slightly sunken, and his eyes with dark circles sparkled with energy. His not-so-tall body was dressed in an aristocratic robe with dragon pattern and golden silk. The City Lord. Mr. Dracula. Immediately, everyone in the banquet hall looked at the middle-aged gentleman man with compliments and awe in their eyes. In Fuyaki City, the opponent is the king above 10,000 people, the extraordinary king. Dracula glanced around the crowd, stood on the half of the stairs, condescending. Welcome, everyone present to my 1000-year birthday party. With this, as an opening statement, the banquet officially begins. Many people began to socialize and toast. Only Tifa and the staff of the supernatural department sat in a corner, and did not intend to join the banquet. Everyone knew that Tifa never drank at the banquet, so no one was bored. But, this time, under the congratulations and crowds of people from all walks of life, the City Lord Dracula suddenly held a glass of red wine and walked straight to the corner. Miss Tifa, thank you for your technological contribution to Fuyaki City. I'm here to offer you a toast. Dracula said hee, and handed the red wine glass in his hand to the girl Tifa. Immediately, the noisy banquet became silent again. There was silence at the banquet hall. All the guests in the main hall fell silent and looked at Dracula, who walked up to Tifa and offered a toast to Tifa. Many people thumped in their hearts, instinctively sensing that something was wrong. Although Tifa's status as the #1 technology company in Fuyaki City is unquestionable, Dracula is the lord of Fuyaki City, and today is his birthday party. No one in this city is qualified to make a toast to him. And he chose to toast, and the object of the toast was Tifa, who never socialized and drank at the banquets in the past. This nature is different. Those who can come to this banquet, who are not elites from all walks of life, quickly smell the unusual atmosphere, and their eyes gradually become playful. Rumor has it that even the Wangquan Biological Company of Fuyaki's second company gave Dracula a 30% stake in the city owner. As for Mendi Technology Company, Fuyaki's #1 enterprise, Tifa himself still owns 100% of the shares. So is the City Lord finally going to do the surgery? In the other corner of the banquet, Wang Xian, who watched this scene, nodded secretly. I have a physical problem, so I can't drink. Tifa stood up gracefully, and said tactfully. Dracula had no expression on his face, but kept raising his glass with his hands. He chuckled. You can't even drink the wine I'm toasting. The faces of the supernatural department staff on the side changed slightly. They often get along with Dracula. They know the will of the City Lord. No one can go against the change. Pan Hu scratched his head suddenly, and smiled honestly. Master Dracula, why don't I drink this glass of wine instead of Miss Tifa? I just wanted to drink, so I can give you as many glasses as I want in return. You. Dracula's old and pale face was expressionless, and he glanced at Pan Hu. What are you? And you are qualified. A powerful creature's aura spread out, pushing Pan Hu, who was a second lieutenant, back to his seat. In the already silent banquet hall, the atmosphere suddenly became solidified. Pan Hu's face turned red. The 2-meter-tall black and strong man who crawled out from the mountain of corpses and sea of blood couldn't stand up under that powerful momentum. If he does something, you guys drag him out and return him to the military. Dracula looked at the staff of the supernatural department and said in a commanding tone. Yes, City Lord. Yingzi took a deep breath, touched the bone horn, and said to Pan Hu in a low voice, Second Lieutenant, don't do anything, otherwise you will at least go to a military court. Dracula raised his wine glass, looking overpowering like a Superman, and looked at the black-haired girl in front again. Do you want to drink? Thank you, the City Lord, for the toast. Tifa smiled sweetly, reached out to take the glass of red wine, and lifted the glass high as if she was about to drink. Next moment, the girl raised her slender right hand wearing white lace gloves vigorously, and all the red wine in the glass was splashed on the face of the City Lord Dracula. What are you, worthy of letting me drink? There is only one person who can let me drink. Tifa, a girl like a fantasy princess, scolded coldly. Seeing this scene, the brains of all the guests at the banquet hall, including the staff of the supernatural department, Wang Xian and Pan Hu, were buzzing. Crazy? This is crazy? Not only rejecting the toast of the City Lord, but also turning back on the City Lord? Is this fatal? Very good, hee, very good. Dracula chuckled, took out a handkerchief to wipe the drink off his face, and stared at the girl with inhuman cold eyes like beasts. He suppressed his anger and was about to issue a few instructions. But at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in the quiet banquet hall. I found you. The guests on the field looked back in surprise, and saw a silver-haired young man in ordinary casual clothes, who was incompatible with the current top banquets, standing at the entrance of the main hall. Who is it? Many people were at a loss. The next moment, accompanied by the silver-white skirt of the small dress, the stunning figure quickly passed among the guests in the main hall, and one of the crystal high-heeled shoes almost ran away, and she flew into the open arms of the silver-haired young man. At the same time, the glass with the remnant of red wine fell to the ground and shattered. The glasses and hearts of the guests on the field were also broken. Their eyes were extremely astounded. The one who threw himself into the arms of the silver-haired young man in casual clothes was the powerful girl who just confronted the city lord Dracula, Tifa from Monty Corporation. It is the dream of many men and even women in Fuyaki City to embrace a beautiful girl who is worth hundreds of billions of dollars. And now, the dream woke up. The mysterious young man of unknown origin truly and unmistakably took the beautiful and moving girl's body into his arms, as if announcing his possessions. How could it be him? He should have died a long time ago, 2 years ago. Wang Xian's eyes were red, showing a hellish expression. No way, is it really him? Ying's pupils contracted, his mouth opened wide, and his right hand tightly clenched the cracked bone horn. I'm not dreaming. Sitting on the chair, Pan Hu's eyes widened like cowbells, his tall and strong body trembled constantly, and the figure of the mysterious silver-haired youth overlapped with the figure of the boy 2 years ago. Yi Meng hugged the black-haired girl with his backhand, feeling the astonishing softness and warmth in front of him, and couldn't help teasing softly, I haven't seen you for 2 years, you've gained a lot of weight. I'm not fat. Woohoo. Tifa's eyes were red, she raised her chin, cried and laughed, the pear blossoms were raining, which made people feel pity. Sorry for keeping you waiting, I'm here to complete the agreement with you. Yi Meng lowered his head, and gently kissed the girl's aggrieved rosy mouth, tasting the sweetness that was repeated twice a week 2 years ago, familiar and unfamiliar, and no matter how many times he came again, he would never get tired of it. Tifa closed her eyes, her tear-stained eyelashes trembled slightly, her petal-like lips parted slightly, ready to be picked. The protagonist of this banquet has completely shifted. All the guests at the surrounding banquet turned into petrification, their eyes staring straight at the two hugging and kissing together, feeling like a reunion banquet specially held for them tonight. Dracula, the city lord who was supposed to be the protagonist of tonight's banquet, could no longer hide his anger, and exuded a terrifying aura and coercion like eating people all over his body. Security. Where is the security man? Hurry up and get on me, and there are also people from the supernatural department people? Immediately take down those who broke into the banquet without an invitation letter, and Chairman Mendy who dared to offend and provoke me. Yes, City Lord. More than a dozen security personnel in sunglasses and suits, who were so fast that they were not human, appeared from around the banquet venue and rushed towards Yi and Mentifa. Detectives from the supernatural department were also ready to act, but with a gesture from Inspector Yingzi, they immediately stopped all their actions. Whoosh! A dozen or so security personnel in dark glasses fell to blur in front of them, and they had already lost all traces of the youths and girls. A hurricane blew up in place on the banquet hall, and eye-catching cracks bloomed on the high-level porcelain plates like spider webs. Don't wait for them to react. A hurricane immediately erupted on the other side of the main hall, and the city lord Dracula screamed, flying out like a human cannonball. His body in noble robes smashed into the dining table and the relief wall, and fetched water to the city square outside. Float to the far side. The city lord Dracula was standing in the same place in the main hall, and Yi Meng was holding the girl Tifa with one hand, with his right foot in a flying kick posture, and his ankle seemed to be covered with a layer of bone white. Yi Meng's pupils glowed with fiery broken golden light, and the corners of his mouth were raised wantonly. What are you? Qualifications. Fuyaki City, Monty Headquarters Building, the tallest 600-story top floor. The strong night wind kept whistling into the room, and Chen Hong stood in front of the huge amounts of floor-to-ceiling windows on the top floor, looking at the brightly lit city night scene outside. Her pretty face was full of worry. Chen Hong turned around quickly, and said solemnly to the members of Bai Yukui's team. He went to the city lord's dinner just like that. I was worried that something would happen. Anyway, the city lord is A-level, the only A-level existence in this city. She paused, staring at Bai Yukui, Shenda, and Broken Star who was carrying Xiado seriously. I know you just came back, but if something happens tonight, I hope you can make another move. Hearing this, the members of Bai Yukui looked at each other with strange expressions. There is a high probability that you will take the risk of resisting and offending the city lord. The risk is indeed too great. Chen Hong smiled bitterly, and said sincerely, the commission can be negotiated, no matter how much it is. It's not about the commission. Bai Yukui shook his head and said, holding the cooled Tangdao in his pocket, with his smooth and beautiful legs crossed over Erlang's legs, he didn't intend to accept the task or make a move, and sat on the leather sofa in the lobby on the top floor. It's really not about the commission. Shenda scratched his head and said. Sui Xing turned his head and glanced at Xiado, who was still comatose with his back on his body, but his face had returned to rosy, and said inexplicably, there should be no need for us to take action. What? Chen Hong didn't know why. One sword, just one sword. Shonda looked adoringly, recalling the scene in the mist area, and expressed his heartfelt emotion. If Chen Hong had also been at the Wu scene before, and saw the mighty Kaishan Wu sword, maybe he wouldn't have asked them for help. With just one strike, he killed the almost invincible Black Emperor below A-level? That kind of strength is at least A-level? Bai Yukui held Tangdao in his arms, his holy silver eyes drifted, looking at the city outside the window. She knew, obviously, more than the other team members knew. That's not a grade. Although there is a huge amount of difference between the coefficients of each level, the previous sword is obviously not the real strength of the opponent. Bai Yukui suddenly recalled that the first misty praying mantis controlled by Xiaodo had seen a terrifying tall figure of a bone spur monster in the center of the original site of Tianhe City in the fog region before it died. Later, not long after the Bone Spur Supreme's activity as the slaughter of the Mist Universe level, the silver-haired youth appeared next to the crowd naked, and they never suffered from the threat of the Bone Spur Supreme again. Also, when Yi Meng borrowed a sword from her, the right hand that swung the sword seemed to appear with bone white and spikes flowing. Is he? Bai Yukui suddenly thought of a possibility. His heart was agitated, and his pupils shrank violently like an earthquake. If that's the case, the opponent may enter the same rank as Homelander, the legendary S rank. And now, he has come out of the mist, which undoubtedly means the true king of this city, the true god of this world, has returned. Bai Yukui whispered to himself. At this time, Chen Hong in front of the French windows on the top floor opened his eyes wide, and faintly saw the area beyond the Manor Hotel. A row of bright lights went out at the same time, and a square landmark collapsed. Manor Hotel, in the main banquet hall on the first floor. Almost all the guests on the field were stunned, dumbfounded, looking at the stone pillars and several walls that broke a huge hole. A moment ago, Dracula, the city lord who was the only A-level transcendent in Fuyaki City and the symbol of invincibility. The next moment, the mysterious young man who knew Tifa kicked him out of the main banquet hall and towards the end of the night-shrouded square outside. With Yi Meng holding Tifa as the center, the storm surged. This is a dream? Or phantom? Everything turned around too quickly. So much so that they won't be able to digest it for a while. What? Someone screamed. Immediately, the banquet guests turned pale and fled out in panic. Boss? Is it really you? Panhu, who was wearing a military uniform, stood up excitedly, trembling all over. Who else is it if it's not me? Yi Meng smiled lightly and nodded towards Panhu. Long time no see, Panhu. Indeed, you are the only one who can give Tifa such special treatment. The sturdy man nearly 2 meters tall smiled, but his eyes were moist. 2 years ago, you were listed as a missing person in Tianhe City. I have been looking for you, but can't find. Well, it's a long story. Yi Meng's eyes flickered. More than a long story, 2 years for others in reality. For Yi Meng, it took a total of 33 years to jump back and forth between 2 real dream worlds. From Avengers Alliance 1 to Avengers Alliance 4, from the recovery of the ancient Doomsday to the death of the ancient Doomsday. Is that really a dream? The experience is all fake, but those who are clearly vivid in his memory, everyone who gets along with him is alive, and has a heart-to-heart relationship with him. Yi Meng couldn't help thinking, it's a pity that his dream incarnation died, disconnected from the 2 major dreams, and everything turned into bubbles. Tifa in the dress nestled in Yi Meng's arms, as if sensing what was on his mind. She gently held his right hand with her delicate hands. No matter what happens, let's face it together. Okay. Yi Meng nodded, and said to Panhu with a natural and relaxed expression, we'll talk about it after these things are over. Inspector Yingzi not far away had a complicated expression and said, Yi Meng, you are too impulsive. Taking action against the officially certified city lord means that there is no turning back. Once this matter is not handled properly, it will be equivalent to a war with the entire Xinglong Federation. For the enemy. Are you an enemy of the Star Dragon Federation? 2 years ago, I realized this. Yi Meng didn't care about it, and the corner of his mouth raised wantonly. Besides, the city lord and the others have done it. Why can't I sit down? Yingzi was speechless. Indeed, in the current era, everything still speaks with extraordinary strength. But there is really no one who dares to be an enemy of the Star Dragon Federation, including Homelander. After all, the Star Dragon Federation has a heritage of 200 years, and it has opened up extremely deep and far-reaching paths of different extraordinary. Do one thing and keep doing it. Tifa blinked, and added playfully and decisively, yes. Holding Tifa in his arms, Yi Meng burst into an airwave on the spot, leaping towards the square outside the winery. Inspector, let's just watch it like this? It's not easy to explain to the senior management of headquarters. The other supernatural department agents who came to the banquet widened their eyes and said, can you beat him? Yingzi asked back. The other members fell silent for a moment. Kicking the city lord thousands of meters away with one kick, who can resist this? At least B-level or above containment is required to effectively strike. Yingzi subconsciously touched the white bone horn hanging on her waist. For 2 years, she was still curious about what could make this horn split. Now, she has the answer. Whoosh. Yi Meng hugged Tifa in the posture of a princess, and the invisible biological force field protected the girl like a layer of coating, and flew out of the winery at high speed without any brakes, tearing a hole in the strong wind under the night. Di-Lo wrapped her slender hands around his neck. In almost an instant, Yi Meng hugged Tifa, flew over the damaged marks of the previous city lords splashing in the square, and soon came to the ruins of a huge collapsed stone tablet on the side of the square. The figure stopped and stood at a low altitude of 10 meters. Yi Meng and Tifa looked down and saw traces of human body depressions left on the collapsed stone tablet, and a large number of broken stone tablets were stained red. The blood stains on the scene already exceeded half a person's blood volume, and this bleeding value can basically be pronounced dead. However, only the blood-stained cloak on Dracula's body remained at the scene, and the opponent's body was not seen. He's not only alive, he's gone. Tifa was a little surprised. Not far from the steel, the bloodstains drew a crawling trajectory, and a sewer manhole cover was lifted. I'm just feeling weird. Yi Meng pondered for a while. According to the ranks of the Star Dragon Federation, Bai Yukui and He Huang are only at B+, and the coefficient of a rank is much higher than that of B rank, which belongs to the level that one person can destroy a city. Yes. But Dracula is really too weak as an A-level city lord. Could it be that you are too strong? Tifa reminded in a low voice. Yi Meng shook his head, although it was already inhuman enough to survive being kicked by him, but this level was not even as good as the Black Emperor. He asked, do you know about Dracula's intrusion files? Not long after walking out of the Misty area, Yi Meng understood. Although there were frequent dimensional invasions 2 years later, the Star Dragon Alliance barely maintained control over the world. They graded and built detailed files on intrusion events, people, and objects. Similar to before, with special ability and risk factor, from G to SSS level. It is worth mentioning that Yi Meng himself is currently on the side of the Star Dragon Alliance, and he is still E level, and the file data from 2 years ago is stuck due to disappearance. Although the Santos file is a federal secret, I still read it secretly. Tifa quickly said. Invasion files, Dracula. Intrusion type, character. Intrusion number, SAS 2366. Intrusion level, identified as A level. Invasion report, dressed up as aristocrats on weekdays, claiming to have lived in other worlds for thousands of years, with very rich experience, and has a friendly attitude towards Star Dragon Federation. Never outcrops during the day, prefers to be active at night. He has the ability to stop aging and even keep youth forever. He is able to fly and has an extremely strong physique. He once solved 2 A-level dangerous incidents in the Dakin Autonomous Region by himself. This is also the biggest reason why the other party directly obtained the official A-level certification. The higher UPS suggest electing him as the city lord, acting as an agent and suppressing Fuyaki City. Before Tifa could finish speaking, she saw Yi Meng's expression turned serious, and she couldn't help asking curiously, is there something wrong? There are so many things that are wrong. The corner of Yi Meng's mouth twitched. The others probably didn't feel anything when they heard these reports. But he has seen many types of movies and TV shows in his previous life, and he knows that those who have invaded the current reality basically come from the major movie and TV worlds in his previous life. Therefore, after hearing the file report that Tifa said, they can immediately take their seats. Lived for thousands of years, dressed as aristocrats, afraid of light and walking at night, able to fly, have a Superman physique, and can make other people stay young forever. You can't be wrong, this damn is a vampire? He is also a pure-blooded vampire veteran who can turn the bitten person into a vampire-like existence through the first embrace. As long as it is a vampire film and television work. Basically, they exist as villains who feed on human blood, are born against human race, and are extremely evil. As long as the vampires are given enough time to develop, they can unknowingly expand the racial group, and even transform the entire city of humans into vampires, serving as slaves of pure-blood vampires? If I'm not mistaken. Tonight, he may want to transfer all the people attending the banquet to his fellow vampires. Yi Meng's face turned cold, and the Star Dragon Alliance chose this evil invading existence as the city lord in power, which shows that they are constantly losing control over this real world. Vampire, I don't want to become a nocturnal creature that can never be exposed to the sun. Tifa got goosebumps all over her body and stuck out her tongue. Then it seems that I splashed red wine on his face. Of course it's true, but just pouring red wine on him is not enough. Yi Meng's eyes flashed with red gold flames, and Superman's farsightedness and clairvoyance, looking at the distance of the city shrouded in night. At this time, there were dense vibrations behind him. Yi Meng hugged Tifa and looked back, seeing security guards in dark glasses and black clothes, fully armed soldiers, and ordinary passers-by in the surrounding urban streets. Their eyes were glowing with a cold red light, their ferocious wings were flapping behind them, and they flew over from all around the square. Thousands of them looked like bat swarms at a glance. This city has been corrupted by the secret invasion of vampires. Tifa was terrified. Even she, who lives in Fuyaki City and controls countless network information, can hardly detect the potential assimilation of vampires. It's also because she didn't understand the concept of vampires, and didn't know the ability characteristics of this villain. Yi Meng's face was fearless, facing the attacking group of vampires. His eyes were slightly red. Yi Meng, let me do this. Tifa suddenly raised her left hand. Wearing a smart electronic watch on her slender wrist, she turned on the touch screen of the electronic watch and began to operate it skillfully. Yi Meng was slightly taken aback, feeling that this smartwatch was inexplicably familiar. By the way, he remembered. This is the style of the smartwatch that Morgan once wore. The smartwatch technology was taken out of the Marvel Dream by him 2 years ago, stored in a USB flash drive and handed over to Tifa. The next second when Tifa quickly completed the touchscreen operation of the smartwatch. The night sky in the downtown area of Fuyaki suddenly lit up with a strong ultraviolet light that was as strong as the sun. Thousands of vampires who flew into the square immediately looked disastrous. They stretched out their hands to cover their stinging and tearful eyes, and let out screams. The next moment, the engine thundered. The unmanned aerial vehicles, hovering airships, and flight robots with the logo of Mendy Enterprise are like large-scale mechanical bee swarms that explode their nests, truly forming an overwhelming steel torrent, encircling the incoming vampires in a ruthless manner. Shoot them down from the sky? Vampires vs Mechanical Legion? What kind of shark carving is this? The corners of Yi Meng's mouth twitched slightly, feeling that this scene was extremely joyful and cool. I've wanted to do this for a long time. Tifa's eyes sparkled, her delicate face flushed like a girl watching fireworks, hugging Yi Meng's neck excitedly. Yi Meng, the two of us are invincible. Her beautiful eyes flickered, her white palms made a stir-fry shape, and she smiled lightly with her lips parted. I am in charge of frying chicken, and you are in charge of invincible. Tifa's playful and charming demeanor is definitely not something other people can see. Ignore them, go and win the boss. Yi Meng smiled, and easily rushed out of the group of vampires and machines with Tifa, and flew towards a noble mansion several miles away at top speed. At the moment, a luxurious mansion in the aristocratic style, the main hall on the second floor. The city lord Dracula is covered in blood, and his body is emitting white smoke for self-healing. He knelt down on the ground with his head almost touching the floor, and knelt down towards a golden throne deep in the main hall. King, the opponent is too powerful. Neither I nor my followers are opponents. Please take action. Zaza, your vampire race is really unreliable. On the golden throne, a blonde young man lay casually on it. His eyes were full of arrogance, and his body overflowed with the majesty and terrifying aura of the king. Behind him, this is the residence of the city lord. It seems that I ran back to the nest, since this is the case. The words of the girl and the youth's conversation resounded in the night sky. Next moment, located in the center of Fuyaki, the roof of the ancient aristocratic mansion roared and broke, and several layers of ceilings and floors were pierced almost instantly, all the way to the second floor of the mansion building. A gust of wind blew out, blowing away the gravel and dust. The silver-haired young man hugged the black-haired girl, and forced his way in from the night sky outside, turning the whole building into the open air, and slowly landed in the main hall on the second floor. Miscellaneous cultivators, even people have been brought here. Seeing the two Yi Meng who broke in, the blonde young man lying on the golden throne landed on his feet and sat upright, with arrogance and disdain still on his handsome and flawless face. The city lord. Tifa opened her beautiful eyes in surprise, looking at Dracula, the city lord who is the most extraordinary person in Fuyaki City, still kneeling on the ground, bowing her head to the young man on the golden throne with a very low profile. That look of fanaticism and awe is like a Christian believer meeting the incarnation of God. Her eyes fell on Dracula's right hand, which was hidden by the cuff of the aristocratic robe, revealing a light red circle tattoo on the back of the hand. So that's how it is. Yi Meng looked at Dracula kneeling on the ground, and the young man sitting on the golden seat. The two seemed to be positioned as a servant and a master, and the broken golden eyes revealed a hint of bewilderment. Even though he infers that Dracula is a purebred vampire, he still feels in his heart that the personal strength shown by Dracula still has not reached the A-level beyond the Black Emperor. Vampires are nothing more than tenacious vitality. And being able to fly, blood-sucking can heal self-injury. Even if it is dying, it can be restored to its original state. But in terms of combat ability alone, Bai Yukui can kill 10 ordinary vampires at will. Even Dracula, a pure-blooded vampire, based on the information in the archives, the other party's setting is not too strong. Maybe it comes from the film and television world of Underworld, and modern guns and weapons also have a certain effect on vampires. So with Dracula's settings and ability value, he can handle 2 A-level invasion incidents, and sit firmly in the position of Fuyaki City Lord. Either Dracula has been hiding his own strength, or Dracula is just a cover on the surface, and the real master of Fuyaki City, the city master, is someone else. Now, Yi Meng understood, it was obviously the latter. Moreover, the object of Dracula's allegiance, the existence sitting on the golden seat, does have that qualification, and has the strength enough to be rated as A-level. The real master of power in Fuyaki City, the blonde young man sitting on the golden throne ignored the kneeling Dracula, and proudly looked at Yi Meng and Tifa. Who is coming? Please report your name. As the owner of this place, you should register yourself first, right? Tifa retorted. Woman, you don't have the right to talk here. The blonde young man said lightly, I'm talking to your man. What, my man? Tifa's exquisite cheeks flushed, and after being ridiculed by the other party, not only did she not get angry, but she smiled happily. Yi Meng. Yi Meng put Tifa in his arms to the ground, told her to wait behind, and took a step forward. Really? The blonde young man sat on the golden throne, looked down at Yi Meng, and said arrogantly and casually, since you came here and defeated the waste agent I chose, let's say you are entitled to hear my name. Listen, lowly commoner of this world, my name is Gilgamesh. When Gilgamesh said this, a king's aura continued to rise. He sat on the throne and waved lightly. The space behind the throne twisted at this moment, as if a small universe opened up, shining with endless golden brilliance. Gilgamesh whispered arrogantly, it's over, listen to my name, go to death. The words just fell. Every golden flash that shines behind Gilgamesh turns into legendary swords, knives, spears, halberds, etc. in history, like streamers of honor and judgment. Setsuna runs through the air and strength of the main hall on the second floor. The wind shot towards Yi Meng, who was standing in front of Tifa in an impenetrable way. Boom! Some of the lost swords, like physical missiles, with astonishing power, pierced through the second floor and penetrated deep into the bottom of the basement below the first floor. Boom! 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 Under countless dazzling golden flashes. Hundreds of ancient weapons submerged Yi Meng and the girl Tifa behind him, as if a tomb with various weapons was built directly on the main hall below. Everything happened between lightning and flint. In the blink of an eye, Gilgamesh buried Yi Meng with hundreds of weapons. Under the throne, the old face of the city lord Dracula showed a cheerful smile that relieved hatred. It's what you deserve, let them kill so many of my family members. He turned his head, looked at Gilgamesh on the throne in awe, and complimented, as expected of the master, the king of this world. But Gilgamesh didn't respond to this. He stared at the front. His handsome face revealed a look of shock. That's not right. What's wrong? Dracula was taken aback. The next moment, all the weapons around Yi Meng who shot and killed the two trembled slightly in the air, and some weapons shattered directly, and then bounced back out one after another. The speed and power of the weapons rebound are even stronger than before. Between Setsuna, the entire noble mansion was pierced by hundreds of weapons from the inside out, like a huge amounts of sieve. Nothing in the main hall was intact. The floor, walls and pillars were broken. Dracula had already dodged quickly enough, but a long spear rebounded from it pierced his chest, which had not fully healed, and his body was nailed to the last wall of the main hall. Many rebounded weapons were fired at the golden throne. Gilgamesh leaped up in a very quick reaction, dodged all the rebounded weapons, and landed to look at the destroyed throne next to him. His red eyes were full of surprise and anger, and he looked at the center of the main hall again. It can be seen that the young man and the girl were intact, and a mysterious and powerful force field filled the young man named Yi Meng. You have one more chance, Yi Meng said indifferently, and walked towards Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh took a step back subconsciously, then felt ashamed and angry again, took 2 steps forward again, and said in an unprecedentedly solemn tone, "You are different from everyone else." So, Yi Meng's face was calm, and he continued to move forward. He wanted to test his own current strength, as well as the opponent's strength, the level of A-level strength. So, you deserve my use of that weapon. In Gilgamesh's hand, at some point, a huge amounts of golden key appeared, and it was inserted into the void beside him. Accompanied by the flash of red light covering the entire noble mansion, a golden weapon that looked like a sword but not a sword, a gun and not a gun, was pulled out from the void glowing with golden flashes, and was firmly held in the right palm of Gilgamesh. The fierce king's aura on his body swelled steadily, reaching its peak the moment he held the golden weapon, and his handsome face became a little colder and more ferocious. Fate. This is a film and television series that Yi Meng has watched in his previous life. There are more than 5 film and television works alone. If it goes back to the game series, there will be more. In the world view of Fate, there are gods, magic, and even fantasy species in the world. The most interesting thing is the setting of the special existence of heroic spirit. Famous kings and celebrities in history may become heroic spirits after death, existing in the soul castle outside the world. A modern magician can divide heroic spirits into 7 different positions: swordsman, spearman, archer, cavalryman, magician, assassin, berserker. Summon the soul duplication of a heroic spirit in Soul Castle to the present world to assist in participating in the Holy Grail War. Gilgamesh is one of the heroes in the Soul Castle. His true identity is Mesopotamia, the 5th king of Uruk, the city-state of the early Sumerian dynasty, and the oldest hero king in human history. Heroic spirits are also divided into strengths and weaknesses, and Gilgamesh is obviously ranked at the pinnacle of the heroic spirit world, the most powerful heroic spirit. Because his heroic treasure, the king's treasury, which is said to contain all the treasures in the world, is accompanied by golden light when used, so it is called golden glitter by some people in Yi Meng's previous life. In terms of heroic spirits' overall strength alone, there is only a certain dumb hair king who can stand firmly on an equal footing with him. Yi Meng protected Tifa behind him with a biological force field, watching Gilgamesh pull out a weapon between a sword and a spear from the king's treasure house, as if the whole body was made of expensive gold, with a strange red flashing on the front end texture. It can be regarded as used. Yi Meng thought to himself. Under the world concept of fate, each heroic spirit has a treasure, that is, his own weapon against the enemy, and releasing the treasure is equivalent to the heroic spirit's ultimate move. And Jin shining. Ah no, Gilgamesh, because he has the king's treasury, he is the heroic spirit with the most noble phantasms. In the king's treasury, there is a unique anti-world noble phantasm, which is one of the noble phantasms at the top of all noble phantasms. Anti-world treasure, deviant sword? It's worth it for you to die on this weapon. Gilgamesh held the weapon in his right hand, as if he had gained enough confidence again, regained his usual arrogance, and raised the golden weapon of authority high. If you're dreaming, now, it's time for you to wake up. I will be the only king in this world. On top of everything, look up, heaven and earth have left Pai Ji seeing. Gilgamesh said arrogantly and coldly, activating the anti-world treasure in his hand, the deviation sword. A streak of red light emerged from the golden weapon, and before it was released, it displayed its power, causing huge amounts of oppression on the surrounding space. Rumble? The aristocratic mansion that had already been riddled with holes disintegrated itself, and the powerful spatial vibe stirred outward, causing a severe earthquake in most of Fuyaki City. It is conceivable that if the deviation sword was truly unleashed, even just one blow would be enough to sink the entire central city. Bring it on. Gilgamesh wields the sword of deviation, which is about to unleash a mighty blow. Although after this blow, he didn't know how long it would take to recover his magic power, but as long as he could kill the existence in front of him, he would become the king of the world sooner or later. Thinking of this, Gilgamesh will unleash the full power of the deviation sword on Yi Meng, killing everything. But the next moment, he was stunned. But it is. Yi Meng, who had been pacing slowly towards him, suddenly disappeared, and a white airwave blew up in place. Not good. While Gilgamesh had an uneasy feeling in his heart, a cold, hard, bone-white hand rested on the back of his head. Damn miscellaneous! Exterminate everything, EA, maximum power. Gilgamesh's handsome face looked a little ferocious, and his right wrist was flipped rapidly, trying to blast the full-power deviation sword behind him. But the next moment, his right hand broke directly, and was twisted into a twist in an instant. The Yi sword, which was shining red, dropped from his hand, and was caught by another bone-white palm. Goodbye. Deathly whispers reached Gilgamesh's ears. Do not. Gilgamesh's eyes were about to burst, and before he could turn around, he squeezed his bony spurs together with 5 fingers and crushed his head. The headless and armless hero King Gilgamesh shook his body, fell forward, lay on the ruins within a few seconds, all the corpses turned into data sparks and collapsed. Heroic spirits have no entity, they follow the magician's call, which is equivalent to the projection of the soul, and the body is in the soul castle. Yi Meng is a little curious. Is the heroic spirit who invaded and traveled to the real world here the main body or a duplication? Now after being killed by him, did he die completely, or did he return to the soul castle in the original world? This is a question worth exploring. In addition, Yi Meng lowered his eyes, staring closely at the deviation sword he had snatched from his hand. After King Gilgamesh's body completely dissipated, the red light and power on the deviation sword continued to disappear. But the deviant sword originally didn't disappear because of this, just like an ordinary weapon left in reality. At the last moment of activation, the heroic spirit of the noble phantasm was killed. It's like entering a state of panic, and it actually succeeded in keeping the anti-world treasure exclusive to King of Heroes Gilgamesh. Yi Meng was amazed, although he didn't think that a single blow from this weapon at full power could kill him. But as a top-notch treasure, this weapon has the characteristic of splitting space, and is also known as the Sword of Splitting the World. As the Doomsday Superman is not used on weekdays, but as the first invasion containment obtained by oneself, it is still worth keeping as a commemoration, and there may be a place to use this weapon in the future. Yi Meng. Tifa trotted over. Yi Meng directly handed the deviant sword to Tifa, pouted. Let's go, let's have a good talk with that city lord. Dracula knelt on the mansion that had turned into ruins, stretched out his hand to cover the hole in his chest where blood was flowing out, looked at the faded circle pattern on the back of his right hand, and showed an expression of disbelief. The king is defeated. How is it possible? That's the king. Who? A gust of hurricane blew up behind him. Dracula froze, turned around slowly, and saw the silver-haired youth leading the girl down. The girl was holding the golden sword in her hand. Dracula didn't care about the injury, and immediately stretched out a pair of ugly fleshy wings from his back, trying to escape to the night sky. Just 1 meter into the air, Yi Meng stepped back to the surface from a low altitude with 1 foot, and the ground was sunken into a depression 1.5 meters deep. This is still the case when Yi Meng kept his feet, otherwise he might just turn into meat sauce. Don't kill me. Please, don't kill me. Having lived for 1,000 years, but fearing death more than anyone else, Dracula wailed. I'll ask you an answer. Yi Meng stepped on Dracula's back and asked, how many people in Fuyaki City have you turned into the same race? What kind of race? Dracula trembled and asked in a daze. Huh? When Yi Meng stepped down, the ground trembled, crushing Dracula's left shoulder flat, and the hard bones of the vampire under his feet were as brittle as tofu. The large humanoid bat immediately let out a scream like killing a pig. Regarding this cruel scene, Tifa put her hands on her back and hummed, we all know you are a vampire, why don't you pretend? I said. Dracula said painfully, about 20,000, I have a list, deep in the basement here. More than 20,000 people. Tifa showed a surprised expression. Dracula had only been the city lord for 1 year, and he had assimilated so many vampires in Fuyaki City. And most of them are the military, the police, politicians and chaebol. If you continue to let it go, the consequences will be unimaginable. Is Gilgamesh the heroic spirit you summoned? Yi Meng continued to ask. Summon? Heroic spirit? I don't know. Dracula noticed that Yi Meng wanted to settle down again, so he couldn't help but said anxiously, it was the king who found me and said that he would make a contract with me, and he would guarantee me to be the city lord. Yi Meng came to a sudden. He wondered, as a vampire, how could Dracula know magic and be able to summon heroic spirits as a master? Sure enough, the heroic spirit Gilgamesh invaded by himself. Okay, I'll give you a good one. Yi Meng nodded and put his foot on the back of Dracula's head. No, you can't do this to me. Dracula turned pale and screamed. I am the city owner recognized by Star Dragon Federation, and Homelander will protect me. If you kill me, Homelander will not let you go. Speaking of which, Dracula's cell phone rang suddenly. Dracula seemed to be exhausting his last bit of strength, and took out the bloodstained but intact mobile phone, and the lit screen displayed. Homelander, Bell. Late at night. In the center of Fuyaki, inside the ruins of a noble mansion. A smartphone rings harshly and retro-electronically. Dracula, a pure-blooded vampire lying in the pit, pulled out his mobile phone with the last bit of strength. Looking at the blood-stained mobile phone, a small bright screen lighted up, as if seeing a savior. His pale and bloodless old face showed excitement and ecstasy, as if a pedestrian who was about to die of thirst in the desert had encountered an oasis. Yi Meng and Tifa also saw the name of the caller. The note on the phone seems to be, Homelander, Homelander. Perhaps 2 years ago, only the supernatural department and high-level federal personnel knew that this name represented the great meaning of the patron saint of the West. Today, 2 years later, the Star Dragon Alliance no longer conceals the invasion incident, and normalizes the supernatural, and even molds Homelander into a heroic god. The name Homelander has become a household name. Since the disappearance of the guardian goddess of the East, he is the undisputed #1 in the world's extraordinary ranking. There are too many names about him. Star Dragon Alliance officially certified the first person, the strongest superhero, the patron saint of the Western jurisdiction, the city lord of Bashan City, and the perfect savior incarnation of God. Also, it is not an invasion event, but the existence of the only superhero who has reached the S-level coefficient of human beings. Over the past 2 years, he has been a frequent visitor to the news media in various cities, suppressing extraordinary human gods all over the world, omnipotent in heaven and earth, and can easily resolve any invasion crisis. In addition to the fog domain, it can be regarded as a stain on Homelander's debut as a superhero. But that is not a stain. After all, the fog domain is defined as an SSS intrusion incident, and it is normal that Homelander cannot solve it. This still can't conceal his brilliance. In this era of invasions like dogs and superhumans walking everywhere, he is the only glory of being a native human in the real world. Yi Meng once speculated that the star in Star Dragon Federation might represent Homelander. 2 guests, this is Homelander, Homelander is calling. Dracula, the city lord lying on the ground like a dead dog without any majesty, saw the caller ID on the screen after the ringtone of the mobile phone was turned on. Even though he was half a world away, he still had confidence. Just because, it's Homelander calling. This name represents the top of the world, a symbol of invincibility. For 200 years, Homelander has been invincible in the Star Dragon Federation and has been passed down as a god. 200 years later, with countless invasions in 2 years, Homelander still stands on the pinnacle of the extraordinary, high in the sky of the Western jurisdiction. When Tifa saw the caller ID, her beautiful eyes also showed worry, and she looked at Yi Meng next to her. Yi Meng patted Tifa's hand reassuringly, and said calmly, since the calls are coming, let's answer them. Okay. Afraid that Yi Meng would repent, Dracula immediately manipulated the phone screen and swiped a few times before connecting the phone. Since Yi Meng's feet hadn't left his body, Dracula still could only lie on the ground to answer. The moment the phone was connected, a calm male voice sounded, I'm Homelander, Homelander. Dracula almost cried when he heard this voice, I'm Dracula from Fuyaki City, help me. Don't worry, I'll protect you, you'll be fine. Homelander smiled confidently and asked, I just saw the news report from Fuyaki City, and the information reported by the local supernatural department. You were attacked. The 1,000-year-old vampire couldn't bear it anymore, and cried directly, that's right, the other party is stepping on my head now, I'm about to die. Homelander. There was silence on the other end of the phone, as if to digest the message, and then tried, Yi Meng. It's me. Yi Meng stepped on Dracula's head, lowered his body, picked up the mobile phone on the ground, and smiled, I'm Yi Meng. Homelander on the other end of the phone continued, high school student Yi Meng, intrusion number, SAS 1666, intrusion level, identified as E-class. This is you, right? Federal records show that you disappeared after the foggy area incident. I didn't expect to be alive now. He praised, not only is he still alive, but he also defeated the A-level city lord Dracula, which is very good. Homelander's words were gentle, and he could imagine his iconic perfect smile at the moment when he was facing reporters and media through the phone. That's it. The attitude of the Federation towards superhumans is completely different from that of 2 years ago. Since you defeating Dracula means that you have the strength of an A-level factor, not only can I get the Star Dragon Federation to withdraw your wanted arrest, but I can also directly recommend you to the top management of the Federation to become the new city lord of Fuyaki City. Homelander. Dracula was completely stunned, completely unaware of this situation. I'm quite moved. Yi Meng smiled lightly, but there was no expression on his face. He changed the subject and asked, you know, Dracula is a non-human creature, and he has the ability to transform ordinary humans into his own family members. Ability. Homelander's gentle laughter suddenly stopped, and he said inexplicably serious, you didn't disclose these things to the media, did you? Not yet? Please don't disclose it to the outside world, so as not to cause social panic. Regarding the matter of Dracula, the Star Dragon Federation will deal with him according to his violations. Listening to Homelander's righteous speech, Yi Meng couldn't help laughing. So, you already know that Dracula is a vampire, and that his ability can assimilate humans to become a vampire. Homelander's already domineering temper seemed to have reached the limit, and his gentle tone became much more serious. This is my decision, the Federation's decision. If we can control Dracula, we can create countless flying supernatural beings, and here against future invasions. Yi Meng showed no fear, and continued to ask, I heard that Dracula was recommended by you as the city lord of Fuyaki City a year ago. Why do you help other federal citizens to make decisions and make them become people who will never see the light and engrave their bloodlines? Branded non-human slave creatures. Indeed, transcendence can only be countered by transcendence, and invasion can be countered by invasion. But the purpose of letting an existence like Dracula secretly create a group of vampires is not at all for the so-called world peace, creating an extraordinary army that can resist future invasions, but to satisfy the selfish desires of some people and Dracula. This is to better control the world, not to prevent the collapse of reality, so that the world will usher in harmless peace. Yi Meng, are you questioning me? Homelander lost all his gentle words on the other end of the phone. His voice carried an astonishing power that seemed to fall across tens of thousands of kilometers through a mobile phone. Yi Meng smiled casually at this. So what? I'm just asking you, Homelander. Who? The night wind blew coldly. Being stepped on by Yi Meng, Dracula lying on the ground was dripping with cold sweat, and an ominous premonition enveloped his heart again. That's Homelander? The strongest S-class hero. Godlike characters exist? Although Homelander is gentle, whoever talks to Homelander, not in a low profile. But now, the silver-haired young man is holding a mobile phone, not only questioning Homelander in public, but also confronting Homelander over the phone. There seems to be no offer, Homelander. Okay. Homelander on the other end of the phone said yes repeatedly, but his voice became colder, and he asked in a cold voice, so, what do you want to do? Yi Meng didn't pretend anymore, and simply replied, Dracula won't bother you or the Federation, I will deal with him. What do you want to do with it? Homelander laughed angrily. This kind of invasion scourge, if you kill it, it's over. Yi Meng smiled and added, by the way, I'm not asking you, but telling you. It's not up to others to teach me what I do. Dracula's face was pale, her limbs struggled under Yi Meng's feet, her wings kept flapping and flapping the ground, but she couldn't get up from the ground. She utterly panicked and shouted, no, Homelander, help me. Homelander on the other end of the phone was completely furious, and said coldly, how dare you? Anyway, Dracula is a city lord certified by the Star Dragon Alliance, and he has enough authority in his own city. Even if he goes to court, he won't be found guilty. If you kill him, you are making an enemy of the entire Star Dragon Federation. So what? The corner of Yi Meng's mouth rose, and his right foot was shining brightly, and he suddenly pushed down hard. Boom! Dracula's cry for help stopped abruptly in the night, and her head was completely crushed. Boom! The earth was trampled, and a deep pit appeared. Homelander on the other end of the phone naturally also heard the huge amounts of crackling sounds, and Dracula's paused words. Immediately, the mobile phone held by Yi Meng vibrated, and Homelander's majestic voice was extremely cold. I will kill you. Absolutely. As I said, no one can protect you. I'll wait for you to come to Fuyaki City. Yi Meng showed a bright smile, then hung up the phone and threw it into the pit. At the moment, on the other side of the blue star, on the other side of the world, tens of thousands of kilometers away from Fuyaki City, the western jurisdiction, Shirakami City, the tallest skyscraper in the city center, the top floor office. Click. The mobile phone in his hand was directly pinched, and a man with hairspray and wearing the cloak uniform of the Star Dragon Federation flag had a ferocious expression on his handsome and square face, with prominent veins on his forehead, and his face and neck were flushed red with anger. He landed a fist on the conference table in front of him, the tempered glass table shattered, and fell to the ground with a loud crash. The powerful force made the whole building tremble slightly. Yi Meng, I remember you. Homelander turned around abruptly, his eyes glowing red, looking east through the floor-to-ceiling windows. It seems that there has been no deterrence for a while, and some people in the east have forgotten his prestige and power. It's time to head east again? This time, let's go on a killing spree. This way there is no going back. Tifa looked at Yi Meng worriedly. Yi Meng shrugged, it's unavoidable. Since sooner or later you will turn your face, it's better to just flip the table now. The sooner you flip the table, the sooner it will be easier. If only based on the evaluation in the news media and Homelander's cognition in the first half of the phone call just now, I am afraid that Homelander is the perfect superhero, the savior of the collapsed reality that is constantly being invaded by other worlds. However, in this world, no one knows Homelander better than him. Except him. No one knew that the other party came from a world called Black Robe Pickets. No one knew that the other party was a false hero and true villain with twisted and extreme personality. No one knows that the other party prefers to control the world rather than save the world, and even makes the world completely depend on him, adoring him as the strongest and most perfect hero. But now, Homelander has been considered a success, and almost everyone in the Star Dragon Federation fanatically pursues the other party, pinning all their peaceful hopes of resolving the invasion on the other party. But this also means that the real world is coming to an end. Homelander and other film and television supervillains are constantly invading and ruling the world, accelerating the collapse of the real world. If this continues, reality will be over. Yi Meng is not a superhero, but he doesn't want these supervillains to wantonly control and transform reality. Especially, provoke him and the people around him. Just now, Homelander was angry. As Yi Meng, the Superman of Doomsday, after waking up from a dream after 2 years, seeing the reality of Honkai playing badly, he was already burning with anger. The characteristic power inherited from the ancient Doomsday is best at destroying and killing. Yi Meng doesn't mind, in the real world, use this destructive power properly. If the Star Dragon Federation is really rotten, then he doesn't mind destroying the Star Dragon Federation and raising a brand new human civilization, a civilization that surpasses all invading dimensions. Have you ever felt the wrath of Doomsday Superman in this world? Yi Meng stood on the ground in the center of Fuyaki, raised his golden pupils and calmly looked at the starry sky. The girl gently held his hand. Tifa smiled and winked playfully. I'm not afraid of Homelander. I mean, no matter what happens, I will face it with you. She suddenly exclaimed, but it was Yi Meng who picked her up. Yi Meng nodded and said, definitely, you just sit in the nearest auditorium and watch me carefully. I will prove to the world that your bet back then has paid off big. I don't need to prove it to others. Tifa blushed slightly, holding the deviant's sword in one hand and embracing him in the other, pursing her lips and said, the moment I placed the bet, I had already earned enough. Why do you say that? Yi Meng looked at her in surprise. Tifa was in a daze for a moment, and soon returned to blinking playfully, and looked down at the flat belly in distress. Didn't I earn a few 100 million already? By now, I should have hundreds of billions, but unfortunately I wasted all of them gone. With a straight face, Yi Meng reminded, Tifa, if you continue like this, you won't have to get out of bed from tonight to tomorrow. Ah, Tifa exclaimed, her exquisite face flushed, and her slender and lustrous legs wrapped in a small silver dress couldn't help but tighten. How do you feel? Worth looking forward to. At this time, in the nearby pit, Dracula's headless corpse turned upside down suddenly trembled spontaneously. Tifa looked at the trembling corpse in surprise. Is he still alive? No, this is. Yi Meng's eyes seemed to be jumping with golden flames, and under his clairvoyant vision, he could see that there was another creature inside Dracula. Click. Dracula's already bloody chest burst open, and a white deformed creature the size of a palm and with fleshy wings on its back jumped out at a very fast speed. Bloody steam was bubbling from its mouth, and it was about to fly towards the knight beside it. The horrifying turn of events came suddenly. The headless body of Dracula, the city lord of Fuyaki, had his chest split open on both sides, and a white-winged deformed creature leaped out from it. It seemed to know Yi Meng's interests, and fled in the night with fluttering wings. Even just born, the speed is still extremely fast. In the eyes of ordinary people, they can only see a shallow white line passing by. However, a fiery red laser ray was faster. A red light flashed across the ruins of the city lord's aristocratic mansion, and the temperature in the surrounding 100 meters soared by more than 10 to 20 degrees Celsius. The white deformed creature that had just jumped 10 meters was overtaken by the laser beam and let out an incomparably shrill scream. Setsuna was annihilated into ashes by the berserk hot energy. Not to mention the wreckage, there wasn't even a speck of blood or water vapor left. The crimson laser beam stopped quickly. Yi Meng kept looking at the direction where the white deformed creature died, and the scorching red that appeared in the broken golden eyes disappeared. Everything happened so fast. By the time Tifa reacted, the accident had been resolved. Just now, what was that? Tifa asked in surprise. Although she couldn't see it clearly, she noticed that the small creature had burst from Dracula's corpse. This scene brought back some bad memories for her 2 years ago. It's the one you think. Yi Meng said solemnly, it's a kind of alien, because it was parasitized with Dracula as an embryo, so after birth, it also evolved the genetic characteristics of a vampire. How could it be? Could it be that Dracula raised the alien by himself? Tifa's body shook. After all, as a vampire, Dracula can survive even if he is killed, and the genes of his own pure blood vampire are very suitable for the alien embryo. If you cultivate an army of alien vampires, perfectly killing creatures and immortal species, it's scary enough to think about. I don't think so. Yi Meng pondered for a while, then shook his head. Although he surrendered to Jin Shan, Gilgamesh, as the lord of the city and a pure blood vampire, he still has his own arrogance. How could he take the initiative to act as an alien embryo? Hotbed. He paused, then continued, and if he really became a hotbed of alien embryos? It wasn't just the vampire army that attacked us just now. I think this is because someone secretly calculated him behind the scenes, and threw him to achieve the purpose of cultivating special aliens. Purpose. Tifa was stunned for a moment, then suddenly said, it's Wang Xian. Wang Xian. Yi Meng recalled this man of the hour when he was in high school, and looked at Tifa in surprise. Why are you so sure? Tifa took a deep breath and said quickly, 2 years ago, he also escaped alone from the misty Tianhe city. After I created Mendi Technology Company, he created a Wangquan Biological Company. Genetic engineering, drug making, biological prosthetics, and extraordinary research. Later, I obtained some business intelligence and learned that when Wang Xian left Tianhe city, he brought out an alien cub in a suitcase. Many biotechnologies were derived from the follow-up research on that alien. I originally wanted to solve the potential harm of the alien. But then, you know, the Star Dragon Federation announced the legalization of controllable extraordinary, and Dracula became the city lord of Fuyaki City. Wang Xian directly gave Dracula 30% of the enterprise shares. All secret research of Wangquan Biological Company has been legalized. Tifa spoke firmly, and looked at Yi Meng together. Recently, Wang Xian and Dracula have gotten closer. So I'm sure, if someone breeds aliens on Dracula, it must be Wang Xian. Isn't it? Just take a look in the past and you'll know. Yi Meng picked up Tifa, stepped forward, and lightly stepped on Dracula's corpse. The berserk golden red electric current emerged from the right foot, raging through Dracula's entire body, tearing every cell with electric shock, and evaporating every drop of water at high temperature. Boom! At the same time, Invisible's biological force field wrapped Tifa close to her body, and Yi Meng took Tifa to the sky again, reaching 100 meters in the air in an instant, breaking through the sound barrier, tearing the night of Fuyaki City at a faster speed, and flying towards the suburbs of Fuyaki City. Fuyaki City, near the suburbs. In the dark night, the high-voltage power grid forms a wall here, enclosing an area of 10,000 square meters. Inside are automated factories, skyscraper office buildings, and semicircular biological research base fortresses. Wangquan Biological Company, illegal intrusion is prohibited. There are such warning signs everywhere. Under the dazzling daytime searchlights, vehicles carrying various animals form a convoy and drive into the extremely high-level gate control. Headquarters of Wangquan Biological Company, the most central professional-level biological research base, with the inner 10 floors underground. A closed research room made of special tempered glass materials. The ground is covered with brown-yellow biological mucus and mucus membranes, and there are densely shaped eggs. At the end of the room, surrounded by the shaped eggs, a 5-meter-tall silver-white monster coiled its body. It has no eyes, a long head, steam from the inner molars, pure water flowing, slender and ferocious limbs, and a weirdly deformed body. Alien Queen. At this time, the only door in the research room suddenly opened by Diddy. Walking out of the elevator, a handsome young man still wearing the tuxedo he wore for the banquet stepped on the mucus-covered floor indifferently with his expensive leather boots. He walked through dozens of alien eggs as usual, and came to the deepest part of the laboratory. The Alien Queen approached. My daughter. Facing the huge, ugly, and ferocious monster, the handsome young man waved his hand affectionately. The molars of the Alien Queen were exposed ferociously, and a burst of cold, murderous intent emerged, and finally he lowered his head slightly, allowing the young man to stroke his clean head. The handsome young man said to himself, "This time, it's the last time we meet." At this time, the company's intrusion alarm sounded, resounding inside and outside the headquarters of Wangquan Biological Company. The research room, corridors, and even the elevators were all flashing red alarm lights. Next second, boom! The research base broke open from the 3-story dome above the surface, and a strong hurricane went down, breaking through the 10 underground floors below the surface, as if penetrating at the same time. The hurricane swung outward, revealing 2 figures from it. It was a silver-haired young man in ordinary casual clothes. He stopped half a meter below the 10th floor of the basement, holding a stunning black-haired girl in a small dress in his arms, and the girl was holding a strange golden sword. It came sooner than I expected. Long time no see, Yi Meng. Wang Xian stroked the forehead of the Alien Queen for the last time, turned around slowly, and faced Yi Meng, who came down from the sky with Tifa. He smiled indifferently. Welcome to my home. Also, your graveyard. The alien embryo in Dracula's body was really made by you. Curled up in Yi Meng's arms, Tifa looked at the 10th floor underground, full of alien eggs. Her beautiful brows could not help but frown. Isn't he your partner? A rubbish nocturnal creature is also worthy of being my partner. Wang Xian, standing in front of the Alien Queen, smiled coldly. A year ago, he dared to threaten me. At that time, I thought he had enough value, so I followed his will and gave him 30% of the company's shares. With the official title guarantee of the City Lord and the secret assistance of the Vampire Group, I can better carry out experimental research. He said indifferently. He thought he was sitting on my head all the time. But he didn't know that in my eyes, he was just a breeding ground for abnormal embryos. Experimental research. Tifa looked around the laboratory. That's right. Wang Xian said with a dazed expression, 2 years ago, I lost everything in Tianhe City, and all my family members died in that fog. He gradually became mad, and looked back at the ferocious and huge Alien Queen with love. Only my daughter is with me. For her, I collected all kinds of creatures for research and experiments, which is to support my survival, the only motivation. Tifa said in a deep voice, it's fine if you hate me. 2 years ago, in the incident of the alien spaceship attack, Yi Meng saved your life. Hihi, rather than being rescued by him, I would rather be killed by the alien and avoid the pain of a broken chest. Wang Xian's handsome face was distorted ferociously, and he stared at Yi Meng, who was holding Tifa. 2 years ago, I was obviously the highest-ranking existence in Tianhe City, the proud son of high school, but in the end he was the one who took the exam. Being number 1, I got everything I should have, and it's not like this to humiliate people. I thought he was dead. Unexpectedly, he was not only alive, but also gained such powerful power. Why did I lose everything and he gained everything? Wang Xian roared in a low voice, clenched his fists tightly, and his ferocious face was full of jealousy, resentment, madness, and anger. You mean humiliation? Yi Meng looked at him in surprise, shook his head and said, I never thought of humiliating you. Because, you have never been in my eyes. This is the truth. Although at first, there was more than 1 or 2 levels of difference between the two, but Yi Meng never regarded a character like Wang Xian as a competitor. Wang Xian's expression froze, and his eyes were cold. It doesn't matter anymore. Tonight, you will all die here. And I will become the hero who sanctioned the extraordinary criminals who killed the City Lord, and become the new Lord of Fuyaki City. The City Lord was just killed by me. Do you still think that you can kill me? Yi Meng suddenly admired the opponent's courage. Was he always this brave? Yes, you are sure to die. Wang Xian said coldly, put his hand in his pocket, and took out an energy pistol that glowed blue. He was holding a laser pistol, aimed at Yi Meng and Tifa, and suddenly turned the hand holding the gun to face the alien queen standing close behind. Laugh. A laser shot from the muzzle of the gun penetrated through the inner molars of the alien queen and pierced through the long back of the head. The alien queen is on guard against Yi Meng and Tifa, unaware that the closest people will suddenly shoot herself. Boom! The weak point of the head was pierced and melted by the laser, and the alien queen's huge body of 5 meters fell down. Just a moment ago, he regarded the alien queen as his daughter, but now he shot and killed her? Tifa froze in shock. Your trump card is in the back, right? Yi Meng looked up at the wall in the deepest part of the research room, as if he could see the things behind it through the wall. The 2-year research experiment is over, my daughter, Wang Quan Company. Everything here is unnecessary. With a frenzied expression, Wang Xian stepped over the corpse of the alien queen and lay on the wall. The wall opened to both sides in response. The deepest research room on the 10th floor underground has a hidden basement behind it. As the door opens, the basement is revealed. In the center there is a huge glass tank filled with nutrient solution. The glass tank is the size of a swimming pool. It is connected with dozens of thick cables and connected to the entire headquarters of Wangquan Biological Company. At the moment, the cable was electrified, and an electric current of unknown volts poured into the glass tank. In the glass tank, floating a huge heart 20 meters long and wide, the heart is almost transparent and visible under the strong electric current, and there is a 3-meter deformed creature that has been fully formed inside. Looking through it, Yi Meng could see that the creature's body was filled with various unstable and powerful genes. Tifa's eyes widened. What did you build? Wang Xian looked at the final alien creature cultivated in his heart almost obsessively. For 2 years, I have been trying to combine various top predators: tigers, lions, cheetahs, crocodiles, monsters in the fog mist mantis, fog tentacles, fog black goats, and even werewolves, vampires, even the special gene of the B-level Black Emperor, through the evolutionary ability of alien races to reproduce offspring, brings together some of the abilities of more than a dozen creatures. Unfortunately, due to genetic instability, many aliens died before they took shape. He said excitedly, maybe it's God's favor. Today, 2 years later, I finally succeeded. I successfully created the most perfect and powerful generation of alien life. You're crazy, stop now. Tifa shook her head and said, do you think you can control this kind of alien creature that has evolved more than a dozen times? No, I don't need to control it. It is equivalent to my offspring. As long as it stands on the top of the world, it doesn't matter if the world is destroyed. Wang Xian said foolishly, besides, it's too late to stop now already. The words did not fall. Fuyaki City centered on Wangquan Biological Company, spreading out like an invisible electromagnetic wave, and half of the city's urban area was completely extinguished. The power supply of half the city is concentrated in one place. Kaka? The electric energy and nutrient solution on the 10 underground floors were integrated into one, and only the strong white light like the sun could be seen. The huge and thick glass tank burst open, and from the huge heart of the black goat, a 3-meter-shaped creature jumped out. Boom! The base of the research fortress was crumbling, cracks were scattered all over the ground and walls, and a sense of terror swept across the room. Tears welled up in Wang Xian's eyes, excitedly looking at the alien creature surrounded by powerful and dazzling lightning. It is 3 meters tall, with a slightly flat bald head, and the overall shape tends to be human, but the muscles are as solid as cement, and the whole body has sharp scales like blades. Split 5 floors in diameter? The powerful electric light came out through the body, like a deformed Thor. Its sense of oppression is indeed better than the legendary gods. My descendants, kill them. Facing the final alien, Wang Xian knelt on the ground with tears streaming down his face, pointing to Yi Meng and Tifa. In the end, the alien stood still, staring at the kneeling Wang Xian with lightning-cold eyes. At this moment, Wang Xian also felt the fear of death, dripping with cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably. Fortunately, in the end, the alien still set its sights on Yi Meng and Tifa. Perhaps it felt that these 2 humans were better prey than Wang Xian. Accompanied by powerful lightning, it stepped towards Yi Meng. Wait for me. Yi Meng dropped Tifa to the ground, facing the final alien that was coming forward. He broke away from the physical rules, suspended in the low altitude of the room, his eyes seemed to be burning with red flames, and a mysterious aura emerged. The next moment, in the end the alien stopped suddenly. It was still looking at Yi Meng, but it seemed to be in a daze, and then its body trembled inexplicably. Flutter? Wang Xian, who was kneeling on the ground, had a surprised expression. What kind of feature is this? Is it a prelude to the activation of the ability? Why? He always felt that in the end, the alien was the same as himself now, starting to tremble because of fear. Every time Yi Meng took a step forward, he took a trembling step back when he absorbed the electric energy of half of Fuyaki City and formed the final alien with extraordinary godlike power. Wang Xian, who put his life, beliefs, and everything else on top of the final alien, knelt on the ground with an incomprehensible expression. What are you retreating? Wang Xian shouted angrily at the final alien, you can absorb external energy, and with the superimposition of more than a dozen biological gene characteristics, your body is harder than fine steel, and you are almost born to stand upright. Invincible, go straight up and kill him. However, no matter how he yelled, 3 meters huge amounts of. In the end, the alien was surrounded by electric light, staring blankly and fearfully at the silver-haired young man, and kept trembling backwards following instinct, almost retreating to the door of the training room where Wang Xian was. Wang Xian was cold all over. It was as if he thought he had left a king in his hand, which was enough to stud the whole game, but only to find out that it was a small 3. Tifa was stunned at this slightly joyous scene, and then muttered half understanding, "Wait, many creatures from the mist were used to cultivate this final alien? Then I understand." 2 years down. The endless mist creatures in the mist area were almost all killed by the same existence. One after another the mist species became extinct, and that fear was baked into the genes. Even, as a gene, the superposition was passed on to the current final alien. Perhaps, in the end, the alien did see Yi Meng for the first time, but at the moment when he sensed the aura of Doomsday, the Lord of the Mist region, the numerous extraordinary biological genes in his body began to issue a fatal danger warning. Run, run, run. Will die, will die, will die. Present. With the ultimate alien whose innate biological genes are strong to a certain extent, staring at the seemingly ordinary human youth Yi Meng, the heart is constantly surging with cold air, the scales of the blade are constantly standing up, and he keenly feels that one step forward or one shot will kill him. Herald? Wang Xian has seen Yi Meng's extraordinary strength displayed at the banquet, but he has enough confidence in the final alien he has cultivated. He believes that the final alien will have the combat power to compete against the strongest in the world, and it is also because he has no way to turn back. If you don't succeed, you will succeed. Therefore, every step back and every tremor that the final alien took at the moment was undoubtedly slapping him in the face and performing a cruel soul torture on him. What the hell are you doing? Don't you kill people? Come on, twist his head and crush his body? You should have hunting molars too, you can use that too. Just kill him, just do it. Wang Xian was in a hurry, his handsome face was ferocious and livid. He got up from the ground, wishing he could push forward and finally be transformed. But he just stood up. A tail shadow dragging and flickering flashed by at a very high speed, and the wind and thunder came from the front of Wang Xian to the back in an instant, splitting the pillars and walls of the basement with a shocking scorched black crack. The entire fortress base is crumbling. Wang Xian only felt severe pain in his waist, and his upper body suddenly fell backwards, but his vision reflected his lower body, and the blood was evaporated by the electric light before it exploded. Looking at the long tail of lightning retracted from above his body, Wang Xian realized that his body had been cut in half. He opened his mouth, but it was difficult to make a sound, and the blood couldn't stop gushing out. Turns out, eventually the aliens kill. Wang Xian's vision and consciousness became more and more blurred. Feeling the loss of blood and life, he still kept his bloodshot eyes wide open. When he saw the final alien in front of him roared, he rushed towards the small young man with an electric light. Right, that is it. Kill them. If I die, I will drag them to hell together. Wang Xian, with only half of his body left, lay on the ground sideways, roaring in his heart. Before he died, he wanted to see the end that was 2 years late. Tifa looked at the final alien that turned into a terrifying thunderbolt and fell towards this side, but she didn't have much fear, because her confidence in Yi Meng and Yuan surpassed Yi Meng's confidence in herself, and this has never changed. Next moment. In front of Tifa, a right hand that seemed to be covered by a white bone arm guard, bulging out the perfect muscles of the assembly line, resisted the final alien incarnation of thunder, and directly forced the 3-meter huge amounts of body to stop. Boom! 2 astonishing extraordinary forces ushered in the confrontation, the wave-like electric light and the golden red energy emerging from the right hand of the bones clashed together, and a ray of residual power leaked out would crack the floor of the surrounding basement, and the entire underground room without lights. The basement on the 10th floor was brightly lit, and cracks spread upwards along the inner wall. The entire fortress building is about to collapse unbearably. Tifa was close to the battlefield, unscathed. An invisible powerful force field is like the world's top defense, and Yi Meng standing in front is more like an unshakable mountain. In the end, the alien let out a sharp hiss, and the huge fist was firmly grasped by the palm covered with the exoskeleton. The huge electric current flowing forward gave Yi Meng a shower of lightning. Yi Meng ignored the electric energy and allowed the opponent to absorb his own destructive energy. He held the right finger of the final alien with his right hand, and clasped the other arm of the alien with his left hand. At this time, his left hand is also covered with a layer of ferocious and sacred grey bone, like a thin close-fitting arm guard, which just forms a pair with the naturally formed white bone arm guard on the right-hand side. This is not as simple as 1 + 1. With Yi Meng as the center, a group of small golden red ball lightning spread out, pushing the final alien body back. And because Yi Meng grasped it with both hands, the final alien looked like a large shrimp, bowing its body and burning in the endless destructive electric fire. The speed of energy absorbing cannot exceed the speed of the burst of destructive energy in both hands. In the end, the alien screamed in pain, and finally couldn't help but grinned open, and the knife-like sharp inner molars shot towards Yi Meng's face like lightning. No matter how it evolves, this is the natural killer of the alien. If it is used by the final alien at the moment, it would kill Dracula in one blow. Unfortunately, the target is Yi Meng. In other people's eyes, the ejection speed of the inner molar breaking through the speed of sound is pitifully slow under Yi Meng's fiery golden eyes. Yi Meng raised his eyes upwards, and his gaze immediately turned into two beams of real heat rays, splitting half of the ejected inner molars, and splitting the final alien head along with it. The head was cut in half, and in the end the alien still survived tenaciously, and the lightning ran wildly, spreading a pair of huge amounts of meat wings on its back, trying to escape. Stay here. Yi Meng smiled slightly, the power of Superman surged in both hands, and the bones of the bones suddenly pulled violently to the sides. There was a creepy click. In the end, the body of the alien 3 meters huge amounts of was torn into two halves, with each half carrying a sword and armor wing that was still trying to flap its wings. At the same time, the destructive lightning that had been accumulated to a certain extent erupted at the same time, piercing and annihilating the lightning and matter of the two bodies. In the air, there are things called destruction spores, which can swallow even a drop of blood and a cell. Yi Meng loosened his hands and dropped them. A hurricane blasted away with the remaining ashes. Everything happened and ended in the blink of an eye. The victory and defeat have been divided. Not far away, Wang Xian, who was lying on the ground with only a body left, stared blankly at the spot where Yi Meng was standing, leaving only a round scorched black hole. Gone? So what about the big one that ends up being alien? Just this? Was directly torn? At the last moment before he died, Wang Xian finally got a glimpse of Yi Meng's strength, which was obviously more desperate than what he thought the gap in social class was. Outside, power was restored in the city of Fuyaki. Inside, the movement of the research base stopped. It's pretty good that I can use both hands, close to 70% of the strength of the naked Steppenwolf. The fiery red light in Yi Meng's eyes was dim, and he spoke softly with sincerity, and stepped forward to Wang Xian. Wang Xian's bloodshot eyes were still wide open, and the hard muscles on his face were frozen with unwillingness. Two severed corpses fell on the pool of blood, and they had lost their vital signs motionless. To be killed by the existence created by oneself is not to play with fire and set oneself on fire. 2 years ago, Yi Meng really didn't pay attention to the other party, and never regarded the other party as a competitor. But everything doesn't matter now, the grievances from 2 years ago are over. Yi Meng lowered his body, threw Wang Xian's hand to the ground before he died, and picked up the energy pistol that shot the alien queen. Compared with the fiery and violent red light, there is a completely different rational and indifferent silver light in his eyes. A ray of virtual thoughts is like a scanning X-ray, which conducts an in-depth identification of the energy pistol he picked up. When Tifa stepped forward, she didn't even look at Wang Xian's body. She also looked at the pistol picked up by Yi Meng, with a strange look in her soft eyes. This kind of energy pistol. Have you seen it? Yi Meng asked. No. Tifa was in a daze, and waved his hands. I just think that the built-in power supply of this pistol is very high level, even surpassing the current nuclear energy technology of Monty Corporation. Definitely high level, this is new elemental energy. Yi Meng's eyes were extremely complicated, feeling the special energy of the blue light in the pistol. He can't be wrong. How could he, who was an artificial intelligence in that world, get it wrong? This is the exclusive energy of another world, which comes from the energy source called infinite gems. That world, called Marvel? But how could such an item exist in the real world? Yi Meng was shocked. Although 2 years ago, he had stored part of the technology of the Marvel Dream in a USB flash drive and transferred it to Meng Tifa, but it does not include the new element creation technology of infinite gems energy. After all, some technologies are part of the universe rules of the local world and are creations exclusive to that world. Even if there is a creation formula for producing infinite gems energy isotopes, it is impossible to reproduce the new energy isotopes of infinite gems in the real world out of thin air. Unless, this energy pistol came through as an intrusion containment object? Yi Meng also saw that on the inside of the barrel of the energy pistol, there is a unique production mark of the Hydra organization in the Marvel Universe. This is wrong, it's too wrong. Yi Meng's heart was constantly shaking, and his thinking was like a host code program running at an overclocking frequency. The world of Marvel and DC. At first, he thought that those were just his own dreams, but later immersed in them, he thought they were real dimensions. And in the later stage of the dream of the Marvel Universe, the leftovers encountered in the Time Management Bureau said that they had traced back to the origin of the Marvel Universe and saw a teenager sleeping. At that time, he finally woke up. I have been trapped in a dream, so I began to plan to make the dream incarnation go further or usher in death, and then return to reality soberly. He failed and succeeded again, disconnected from the two major dream worlds, and returned to the real world after a complete recovery. As a result, now in the real world, exclusive creations from the Marvel Universe have been discovered. Those two dreams, are they the same as other invasion dimensions? Are they real worlds? Yi Meng thought again about this question that he had pondered over countless times. However, there is no real answer after all. Whether it was a dream or the origin of the energy pistol in Wang Xian's hand, there was no trace to be found. What are you thinking about? Tifa's slender white hands wrapped around his neck, and she pressed her beautiful face with flowing black hair to his chest. During the 2 years in Tianhe City, I had a long, long dream. Yi Meng replied bluntly. There was no need to hide it from Tifa. Tifa raised her white and delicate chin. Her wine-red eyes were soft and gentle. Is it a dream or a nightmare? Yi Meng was taken aback. In the beginning, in order to gain power in the dream world, he had to survive many desperate situations, which seemed to be the type of nightmare. However, it took 33 years for the two major dreams to come together. sitting in that giant bronze chair as the ancient avatar of Doom, surrounded by Superman, Cam, Atlana, Wonder Woman, Leopard, Steppenwolf, and Black Adam. As the incarnation of Vision, she leaned on each other with Scarlet Witch Wanda in her girlhood, and sat in the meeting room on the top floor of the Avengers headquarters building where the superhero was full. How can you say it was all a nightmare? If given the chance, I would really like to see them again. So, Yi Meng, who is the Doomsday Superman in reality, raised his mouth and smiled. It's a sweet dream, a sweet dream. That's great. Tifa breathed a sigh of relief, as if relieved and happy for Yi Meng. Yi Meng nodded, no longer entangled whether it was a dream illusion or another dimension. In any case, those dream worlds have a certain connection with reality, and he believes that he will eventually find a way to return to the Marvel Universe. Yi Meng hugged Tifa lightly and said, let's go back. The camera data here shows that Wang Xuanyu released several semi-finished alien creatures just now, and the target is your Mendy Company. Although Mendy Company has robot guards and the strength of Bai Yukui's team, but Bai Yukui's body has problems, and other team members have also been injured, so they may not be able to deal with the alien that is a failed experiment. Hearing this, Tifa looked like an old god, and took off the semi-transparent patterned glove on his right hand, and shook the back of his small and white hand at Yi Meng. Don't worry, the company is more than just those with extraordinary combat power. This is... Yi Meng looked at the conspicuous lines on the back of Tifa's hand, and was a little surprised. His eyes showed sudden surprise. So, this is the reason why you dare to turn against the city lord at the banquet. I didn't learn this from you. Tifa let out a clear and silvery laugh. You need to hide more cards, but when it's time to turn over, you still have to turn over. It was like a thundercloud condensed underground, and a ball of lightning swept out. The dazzling and fiery furious energy of golden red is raging and flowing. The building of the research base of Wangquan Biological Company collapsed with a roar, and sank into the depths of the ground thousands of meters down. Countless stone layers collapsed and buried them continuously, burying all the remaining alien eggs and experimental products. Subsequently, the night sky on the outskirts of Fuyaki City erupted with the sound of a sonic boom. Less than 3 seconds. Yi Meng hugged Tifa wearing a small silver dress, and returned to the downtown area of Fuyaki, the top office of the headquarters of Mendy Corporation. At the moment, a hole with a radius of 10 meters was opened on the open-air balcony on the 600th floor, and the office areas on several floors of the building were in a mess. And when Yi Meng and Tifa fell from the sky, the extraordinary battle here was over. It can be seen that Bai Yukui's team is panting, still holding their own weapons in their hands, protecting the pale-faced Chen Hong behind them. Yi Meng stopped at a high altitude, and his eyes quickly fell on an extra person in the top office. It was a young girl knight wearing a heroic cloak armor, holding an invisible weapon in both hands, and with a prominent upturned blonde hair. The second heroic spirit from the Fate world. Gilgamesh and Gold Shining, based on the top level of special groups such as heroic spirits, but not in the Soul Castle. There is no duplication, only the legend himself. Name, King Arthur, Artoria Pendragon. Yi Meng's eyes shifted, and he looked down at Tifa in his arms. On the back of the girl's snow-white right hand, there was a light red order pattern. Monty headquarters. Yi Meng took Tifa down from the huge hole in the dome of the building and returned to the top office where the extraordinary battle had just ended. Miss File Size. When Chen Hong saw the safe and sound girl in the dress in Yi Meng's arms, she couldn't help being excited. Chairman Mendy, and brother Yi Meng, Shenda, Sui Xing, and Xiaodou, who woke up from a coma, all looked suspicious when they saw the girl snuggling up in the arms of the silver-haired young man. It seems that let alone acquaintance, it is estimated that the relationship is not shallow. On the contrary, Bai Yukui, the leader of the Doomsday team, reflected the two with his holy silver eyes, and his cold face was as expressionless as ever, as if he had known the relationship between the two for a long time. Master. The noble and elegant girl Night King put away the invisible sword, and nodded slightly to Tifa with a gentle face. Facing the attention of everyone on the field, Tifa was not shy, and stepped down from Yi Meng's arms generously, smoothing the wrinkles on the little dress gracefully. Are you all right? Tifa's clear and beautiful eyes, like a trickling spring, looked around and took care of everyone's situation. The kind of aloofness not due to class differences, but the sincere care from the heart, made Shenda and Broken Seeing, who came from the Doomsday world of the Spirit Cage, feel flattered and warmed. We're fine. Bai Yukui shook his head and said, Sister Bai, thank you for your hard work this time. Tifa smiled slightly, and said softly and sincerely, your investigation mission to the fog region was completed very well, and with this incident, I will give you 3 times the reward commission as compensation. Yes. Bai Yukui was not polite, and nodded slightly. She glanced at Yi Meng behind Tifa, her moist lips parted slightly, but she still didn't say a word in the end. Tifa noticed this, with a strange expression, and then smiled and said, you have worked hard, go and have a good rest first, we have more projects to cooperate in the future. After Tifa finished speaking, she turned to look at the standing girl Night King, and said, thank you for your shot this time, Saber, Swordsman. This is what I should do. The King of Knights nodded lightly, and took a step back in the office. The beautiful figure in the armored blue dress gradually disappeared from the air. Sister File Size. The female assistant Chen Hong looked at Tifa resentfully. Tifa blinked playfully, reached out, and patted her towering chest. Okay, you are also scared this time. I just say everything will be fine. It's really, there's nothing I can do about you. Chen Hong laughed angrily. Okay, no matter what happens tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, in short, we won the final victory tonight. Tifa lightly spread her arms, as if declaring victory, and then changed the topic, so, let's all rest first and go to sleep. It's just a return and a few words of greeting, but it makes the top office that has been turned into ruins at night bright again, dispelling the oppressive haze of anxiety and panic, which is obviously enough to support the backbone of this place. Looking at Tifa, who is slim and tall, she has completely metamorphosed from a young girl to an outstanding mature woman, and secretly feels that she has not only grown up in a dream in the past 2 years. On the day of returning to reality, in the second half of the night, a detached villa building near the headquarters of Monty Corporation. In the living room on the second floor, after taking a shower, Yi Meng changed into a set of long-sleeved pajamas that Tifa prepared in advance, and sat on the soft leather sofa. The slightly long silver hair that has been trimmed by the hot eye is draped over the shoulders. After the stubble is removed, a delicate and handsome young face is revealed. The pajamas are supported by muscles. Without using the power of Doomsday Superman, it is the appearance that has experienced 2 years of growth. Definitely, Yi Meng is no stranger to her mature looks. It is almost the same as the youthful appearance that it often transforms into when it is vision. Yi Meng, what is this? Tifa, who also took a bath, put on a long white bath towel and walked out, holding a small blue witch doll in her white palm. I almost forgot about her. Yi Meng took the witch puppet from Tifa's hand, looked at the puppet with its eyes still closed, and said with a chuckle, during the 2 years in the fog-shrouded Tianhe city, she was the only existence that accompanied me is. Oh. Tifa puffed her cheeks, held the corner of the bath towel that exposed half of her snow-white shoulders, and turned around in front of Yi Meng. Her long black hair that was not fully dried was gently fluttering, and she sat with the faint fragrance of bath dew, into Yi Meng's arms. Yi Meng took a deep breath. From his perspective, he could see the girl's delicate nape, perfect back shape, slender waist, and round and soft buttocks. Tifa, who just got out of the bath, sat on Yi Meng's lap, kicked off the pink slippers on her tiny feet, and kicked back and forth with her slender and beautiful legs hanging in the air like a little girl. You won't be jealous of a puppet, will you? Yi Meng's breath became hot, and he couldn't laugh or cry. I'm not that stingy. Tifa shook her head and pouted, it's just that I wish I could always be by your side during those 2 years. You've been with me all the time. Yi Meng smiled, and embraced Tifa's soft body with his backhand. If not for Tifa, perhaps, he will never wake up and return to the real world, and just sink into the dream world forever. I know it too. For 2 years, you have been trying to find out what's going on in the Fogland, trying to find me. Yi Meng laughed, before he was curious why Bai Yukui's team would carry out commission missions in the mist. Until, he knew that Bai Yukui cooperated with Mengti Company created by Tifa. Hai Huang cooperated with Wang Quan Biological Company to enter the depths of the fog and capture various fog creatures for Wang Xian's alien experiment. If you don't come back, I'm going to go in and look for you. Tifa snorted softly, kicking back and forth with her dangling legs. Her raised feet and soles were pink. As I said, I will definitely come back and complete the agreement with you. Yi Meng caressed the soft and slippery skin in front of him with his palm, looked at the order lines on the back of Tifa's right hand without stopping, and asked curiously, by the way, how did you become the master? Generally speaking, only a magician who has the concept of magic in the fate world can become a master, and summon heroic spirits as servants to assist in the battle in this world. Dracula, the former city lord, was obviously a special exception because he was chosen by Gilgamesh himself. But, how did Tifa become the master without magic? He is also the top heroic spirit of the swordsmanship, the master of King Arthur. Tifa lightly bit her moist and soft lips, as if she was holding back something. Her wine-red eyes were full of mist and beauty, and her small mouth was slightly open for panting. She said in a daze, oh, you said saber, Arteria. The words just fell. A heroic and beautiful figure of a young girl Night Wang appeared under the light in the living room on the second floor. Are you calling me, master? Yi Meng's hands froze for a moment. Tifa was in a trance, seeing the girl Night King who appeared. She was delayed for 3 seconds before reacting. Her face was flushed. She hurriedly grabbed the corner of the towel and jumped out of Yi Meng's arms. The noble and elegant young girl Night King appeared in the living room. Her holy blue eyes were lifted up, looking at the red-faced Tifa and the hard-bodied Yi Meng. A ray of surprise appeared on her ageless delicate face. It seems that I came at the wrong time. You continue. She didn't feel embarrassed either. She had the maturity and stability of a person who had experienced it, and she was about to leave the living room door after she said a gentle sentence. Wait, Saber? You misunderstood. Tifa hurriedly said. The mature young girl Night Wang tilted her head cutely, and said seriously, is there any? It is a very sacred and natural behavior for excellent men and women to breed offspring, which is beneficial to the development of oneself and civilization. It didn't reproduce in the living room. Tifa was sitting on the sofa next to her, hiding her apple-like face. Even her unrestrained and strong temper couldn't resist the cute girl Night King's serious description of such things. Adhering to the belief that as long as I'm not embarrassed, the one who's embarrassed is someone else, Yi Meng took the initiative to say hello at this time. It's the first meeting. No, it should be the second meeting, Saber. The girl Night King turned her head, stared at Yi Meng seriously, and said after a long silence, Tifa has a very good vision, very good. You can solve Gilgamesh who opened the king's treasure house. You have an extremely powerful and superior King Jean. I just wanted to ask you, can he continue to use his sword? Yi Meng asked. The girl Night King looked at the deviant sword placed on the shelf on the side of the living room, nodded and shook her head. Yes, that treasure has enough magic power instilled by Gilgamesh. As long as it is activated, it can continue to exert the strongest blow, enough to split the space. But that is not the body of the treasure, it is just a concept in the present world, and it will disappear after a blow. In other words, it's a one-time containment, right? Yi Meng shrugged, but didn't care about it. He is also not going to use the deviation sword, as Doomsday Superman has fists, so the one-time and eternal deviation sword are the same for him. It's just that due to the characteristics of the split space, it was left as an emergency measure. Yi Meng and the girl Night King looked at each other, and asked to get to the point. Did you time travel? Same as Gilgamesh? No. The girl Night King shook her head. I am a servant who was summoned as a heroic spirit. Tifa obviously doesn't have any magic power. Yi Meng was stunned. I didn't tell you just now. Tifa next to him explained with blushing on his face. A year ago, I obtained a supernatural item that invaded. It was a scabbard with abundant strange energy. Could it be? Yi Meng opened his eyes wide. The girl Night King nodded and said, that's right, that's my treasure, the scabbard of the Sword of Promised Victory. Master Tifa used this scabbard to establish a deep connection with me and summon me to this world. It can still be like this. Yi Meng didn't know what to say. He suddenly felt that Tifa was the man of destiny, and this would allow her to pick up the magic scabbard that could summon King Arthur to make a contract. The girl Night King continued, definitely, it is because the master has no magic power, so he can't help me replenish my magic power. I have been depleting my own magic power, and I have consumed more than half of it in the battle tonight. The world is gone. Sorry. Tifa said apologetically. No need to apologize. The girl Night King shook her head. This is your life, and it is also my journey. Last question. Yi Meng stared straight at the young girl Night King. Her dark eyes glowed with golden flames. Do you want to stay in this world? And why? The existence of heroic spirits has their own thinking and wisdom, and they don't just follow the master who summons them in this world. In particular, the one and only special heroic spirit in front of you, Arthur King Artoria? In the worldview of fate, she is the only one who does not become a heroic spirit after death, but becomes a heroic spirit before her death as the King of Great Britain in order to change the fate of Britain. She did not enter the Soul Castle, but existed in at the moment, which is the real legendary body. Arturia did not hide anything, and said frankly and firmly, I chose to come to this world by fate in order to pursue the future of Great Britain. I believe that there are things here that will allow me to change the fate of Great Britain. I will fight until the last moment to pursue the future of Great Britain. And hold it in your hands. The thing you said, for example, Holy Grail. Yi Meng asked. You actually know the Holy Grail? Artoria was stunned, then nodded firmly. Yes, there is also the Holy Grail in this world, otherwise the scabbard would not be lost here, but I haven't found its whereabouts yet. Even Tifa, who is the master, was confused by at the moment. Only Yi Meng knew the seriousness of this matter. In the current real world, there are not only heroic spirits, but even things like the Holy Grail have invaded. The Holy Grail is a conceptual body in fate. Due to its huge magical power, it can satisfy the wish of the wisher. It is similar to the wishing sorcerer's stone that Yi Meng encountered in the DC Dreamland before. This thing is a pit. Every time the Holy Grail appears, an unprecedented war will be set off, and the heroic spirit will die and fall. The girl Night King Artoria left the living room. Sitting on the sofa, Yi Meng fell into deep thought. In the past 2 years, the real world has changed beyond imagination. All kinds of things and concepts that only existed in the film and television works of the previous life have invaded. In Fuyaki City alone, there are vampires, werewolves, aliens, heroic spirits, and the apocalyptic team from the Spirit Cage. Let alone global. Obviously. It seems that under the system of self-government of the extraordinary City Lord, the peaceful Star Dragon Federation is actually on the verge of collapse, and many evil extraordinary are hidden in it. Luckily, he's Doomsday Superman. Just as Yi Meng was thinking of this, he felt tender and soft. Tifa gently lay on his chest, yawned lightly and said, I'm sleepy. Then let's rest first. Yi Meng smiled and hugged Tifa's soft body. Not just invasions hidden in the dark and far away around the world. Tonight is definitely a night to overthrow Fuyaki City. Dracula, the lord of the city, died, and tens of thousands of vampires and the machine army under Monty Corporation fought in the sky above the square, leaving corpses and mechanical parts everywhere. Wang Xian, the founder of Wangquan Biological Company, died, and all the aliens and experimental products in the research base were destroyed. The semi-finished aliens sent by Wang Xian before his death were also killed in the headquarters of Monty Company. Although the internal troubles in Fuyaki City have been resolved, many things have been hidden by the night. When the media reveals everything tomorrow morning, the whole world will know the shocking changes that happened here. On the bright side, there are sanctions from the Star Dragon Federation, as well as warnings and threats from Homelander. But so what? Since the reality has collapsed, let the storm come more violently. Yi Meng felt that it was too troublesome to find the intrusions that harmed reality by himself, so it is better to let these intrusions jump out one by one and clean them up together. Until then, sleep is the #1 priority. Yi Meng walked into the room with Tifa in his arms, the towel slipped off, and the lights on the second floor went out. In the darkness, a delicate body still shone with an ivory-like luster, with proud curves. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night for countless people in Fuyaki City. The girl Night King Arturia has been guarding outside the living room door on the second floor. Just suddenly, in the dark, she felt as if she was connected with Master Tifa, and then wave after wave of powerful magic power was poured into her stomach out of thin air, filling her stomach all at once, and then continued to replenish the magic power of her whole body until it was almost overflowing. Arturia touched her lower abdomen, which had slightly increased magic power, and as if realizing something, her heroic and delicate face flushed slightly, and soon returned to normal. A 5-star hotel near Monty Corporation headquarters. In the first floor suite, Shinda and Xiado fell asleep in their own rooms. In the main hall of the suite after the lights were turned off, Suxing in pajamas rubbed his sleepy eyes and walked out of the main hall in the dark. She was stunned for a moment, and saw that the glass door of the balcony in the main hall was open, and the white tulle curtains were constantly fluttering in the night wind. A beautiful and proud female figure stood on the balcony facing the night wind. Although there was no snow fox cloak, the bright moonlight draped over her body like a light gauze cloak. Her silhouette and temperament were extremely stunning. "Boss, you don't sleep at night. What are you doing here? You look so good, but let us women feel ashamed." Broken Star grumbled, walked forward, and was soon stunned again. She saw that, as the spiritual leader of the last days, an inhumanly resolute and powerful boss who never gave up, at the moment looked up at the moon, and a line of crystal clear water lines slipped from his beautiful and cold face. "Boss, you." Broken Star was stunned. It was a scene she had never seen before, no matter the original world or the world here. "I found it." The silver-haired woman in the moonlight cloak said inexplicably. "What did you find?" Broken Star subconsciously asked. Bai Yukui murmured softly, "I found it. It can save our existence in the last days." Holding her warm and sweaty body, Yi Meng lay down on the bed and fell asleep. After 33 years of switching back and forth between Marvel and DC dreams, she finally returned to the real world at this moment, holding Tifa back in her arms. Despite the series of threats and strife in the real world, Yi Meng has never felt more at ease than in this moment. And having been immersed in the two major dreams for such a long time, just like Tifa's previous response to "It's a beautiful dream," he no longer fears and resists entering the dream as before. Whether it is the ancient destruction day, or the artificial intelligence vision, it belongs to him. As a part of his life, whether it is real or dreamy, it is inseparable from him. Yi Meng even has the idea that, if given the chance, he really wants to go back to those worlds and have a look. Holding Tifa like this, Yi Meng quickly fell asleep. "Yi Meng, I can't imagine you anymore." In the endless darkness of the subconscious, Yi Meng suddenly heard a sad female voice that shook his heart. That voice was so familiar that it made his soul tingle. Then, the sound seems to have its own traction. Fall, fall, fall. Yi Meng felt that his consciousness was constantly falling. This was the same as 2 years ago, the same as countless days and nights of dreaming, the prelude to entering the dream world. Could it be that the connection between me and the previous dream worlds has not been broken? I can enter the dream world again after sleeping in a dream in reality? But my corresponding dream incarnation has died. What will become of entering the dream world? Yi Meng was excited and surprised. However, after falling to a certain degree, before reaching the other side of a certain dimension of the dream, the consciousness stagnated in a boundless darkness. "I can't perceive you anymore. Yi Meng, don't leave me." No matter how the girl cries, no matter how strong the traction of the dream anchor point is, it is as if there is a sadly thick barrier between the dream dimension, and Yi Meng's dream consciousness can no longer smoothly enter that dream dimension. However, although it is impossible to enter, it has reached the edge of that dimension. A hazy, dim ray of daylight plunges into the darkness of the present. Looking at the subtle daylight, Yi Meng's dream consciousness was in a trance, and he vaguely saw it from the perspective of God. Not far away, a young girl in a red windbreaker was kneeling on the grass. Her beautiful and delicate face was full of tears, a few strands of dark blonde hair stuck to her face, and more reddish hair that contrasted with the sun fluttered in the wind. He held tightly a pile of dilapidated mechanical body parts. Yi Meng's heart skipped a beat. That's Marvel Dreamland, the forest in Wakanda. Also, he bid farewell to Wanda at the end, and decided to use the Vision Self-Destruct Mind Gem to attack the final location of the advanced personality. Yi Meng saw that his Marvel dream world no longer existed, and time continued to flow forward without stagnation. Seeing it, the girl with gradually reddish hair hugged the remnant of vibranium that had lost its energy and vitality, crying heartbrokenly, "Wanda? Can you perceive me?" Yi Meng tried to shout, but he existed outside the Marvel world. Without the coordinates of his avatar, he couldn't convey his voice no matter how he called. The girl Wanda remained kneeling on the grass in the Wakanda forest, hugging the mechanical remains of vibranium tightly. Her eyes were red. Why did Vision become like this? A cheeky young man wearing a black combat uniform and carrying a brand new vibranium Changling shield rushed into the Wakanda forest, staring blankly at Wanda holding the wreckage of Vision. "Captain." The girl Wanda had a sad and dazed expression on her face, and without letting go of the mechanical wreckage, she murmured, "It was me. It was my fault. I wasn't strong enough to help him." Captain America didn't know how to comfort him. He understands the pain of losing a loved one best, and knows that it is useless for anyone to comfort him, and he can only survive by himself. At this time, over Wakanda, the alien warships of Thanos' fleet crashed one after another. After a while, the energy shield covering Wakanda was completely lifted. The sound of fighting and shouting was deafening, and energy beams flickered and roared. The battle between the Thanos fleet and the top forces of the Earth is unfolding on the grassland outside the Wakanda forest. Has it started yet? Captain America wants to go out to fight, but is worried about the girl Wanda who is left alone in the forest. Crash! Accompanied by the sound of shattering glass in the town behind, a tall and vigorous female alien figure jumped out of the top floor window of Wakanda Castle, holding a blue gemstone in her hand. Captain America saw this scene from a distance, his pupils shrank, and he shouted into the intercom, "Sam, stop her in the direction of the palace and castle. Don't let her take the space gem away. Receive." As soon as the words fell, a black figure with metal wings spread out, like a falcon, rushed towards the female alien who was still in the air. It's too late. One of the only 5 Thanos generals alive, the supergiant was in the air, licked his lips and chuckled, squeezed the space gem hard, and a cloud of blue mist enveloped her. With a flash of blue light, Falcon flinched. It's broken? Captain America's heart sank when he saw this. Since the death of Vision, the situation that was originally advantageous has been declining, and it has been beyond the control of the Avengers Alliance? As if following Captain America's premonition of uneasiness, in about 5 minutes, the battle became fierce, and a cloud of blue mist appeared from the forest again. This time, not only the supergiant, but a 2-meter-tall, muscular purple-bald existence stepped out of it. He is wearing a dilapidated armor battlesuit, with an arm missing on his right body, and a metal glove on his left hand, which has been inlaid with 5 infinite gems including the space gem. Seeing Wanda holding the vibranium mechanical body, the one-armed Thanos' burly body trembled for a moment, and he stepped back almost forming the muscle memory of the pain mask, and quickly noticed the abnormality of Vision. It turned out to be like this. He is no longer here, so Supergiant can succeed here. The one-armed Thanos obviously breathed a sigh of relief, and with the infinity gauntlet of 5 infinite gems in his hand, a powerful force spread outward. Wanda, go! Captain America yelled and rushed to meet the one-armed Thanos. The one-armed Thanos slapped casually, wearing the infinity gauntlet's left hand like a huge amounts of golden millstone. Even with the diamond-shaped vibranium shield, Captain America was still thrown by the diameter. At the same time, Falcon, a member of the Avengers Alliance, swooped down from the sky above the forest, and Black Panther, the new king of Wakanda, swooped fiercely out of the forest grass. The one-armed Thanos lightly clenched his glove, and Falcon and Black Panther immediately flew backwards. One of them knocked down several big trees, and the other fell into the ground deeply, losing their fighting power with one blow. The girl Wanda was still kneeling on the ground, hugging the vibranium mechanical body tightly, with a dazed expression and motionless. Wanda, that mechanical body, has been completely broken. It has no intelligence. He is dead. Yi Meng shouted through the invisible barrier of the world dimension. The girl Wanda was indifferent. Even, the one-armed Thanos stepped forward. Although I don't know where he went or what happened before, it seems that destiny is still on my side. Thanos looked at Vision, which had turned into a pile of wreckage, and gently held the infinity gauntlet. The green time gem on it lit up. Fortunately, the mind gem didn't get destroyed for long. Under the power of the time gem, the time of some areas is reversed. A yellow gem was restored to its shape in countless finely broken invisible states. Forming Setsuna, Yi Meng's dream consciousness, felt a strange feeling of electric shock for no reason. Thanos controlled it very carefully, and only backtracked to restore the mind gem, without backtracking to restore the vision body that was previously the carrier of the mind gem. Thanos was also completely terrified. Even with 5 infinite gems in his hand, he didn't have the confidence to defeat Vision Yi Meng, who showed the posture of the destruction machine Superman before. Finally, it's done. One-armed Thanos stretches out his left hand, letting the mind gem automatically fit into the last empty slot. Collect all 6 infinite gems, as if ushering in huge amounts of qualitative change. A burst of colorful energy emerges from the gloves, and even Thanos is a little difficult to control. Whoosh! The surging colored energy was split by the cold light, and a 2-handed battle axe with a wooden handle fell from the sky, slashing straight on the chest of one-armed Thanos. The tomahawk fell from the sky in half a step, and Thor, who was wearing an electronic eye, seemed to be resurrected with full blood. He put his hands on the wooden tomahawk in hatred, and pressed the axe blade into Thanos' chest. You should cut off my head. Thanos' purple face showed pain, but he grinned wantonly, ignoring the injury on his chest, and forcibly snapped his fingers with the infinity gauntlet. No. Thor realized something was wrong, but it was too late to stop it. Dazzling white light enveloped the world, enveloped the entire universe region. Only the sound of a snap of fingers echoed in the Wakanda forest. Thanos finally finished, the snap of his fingers that killed half of the universe's creatures. This is like his destiny, and this snapping of fingers just happened to prevent the hatching of the god embryo in the Earth's core. Wanda. The dreamy Yi Meng stared blankly at the girl Wanda across the dimensional barrier. At the moment Thanos snapped his fingers, he felt for no reason that he had a subtle connection with infinite gems, and could even slightly interfere with the power of infinite snaps. Therefore, he tampered with the power of infinite snapping fingers, so that Wanda was not included in the obliterated half of the universe's creatures. However, at the last moment when the snapping power came into effect, Wanda's chaos force subconsciously tampered with the random probability of infinite snapping again, so that he was once again among the obliterated half of the universe's creatures. He saw Wanda hugging his avatar wreckage, turned into ashes under the white light of infinite snapping fingers, and finally said softly, 5 years from now, I will continue to wait for you. If I can't wait for you, I will find you, no matter which world you are in. Yi Meng fell silent. Is this what happens when he leaves Marvel's dream world? He died before Wanda's eyes, and Wanda died before his eyes. He died as Vision, Wanda snapped his fingers, and half of the Avengers died. Nothing has changed in the past history of this world. 5 years later, after the Hulk and Iron Man have each played an infinite snap, he will return to the state where he first entered the Marvel dream as Artificial Intelligence Friday. But can he go back now? Back to the Marvel universe once again. The girl Wanda, who was the anchor of the first Marvel dream, died, and the white light in front of Yi Meng's consciousness dimmed, and he could no longer see the follow-up scene of the Marvel world clearly. King. At this time, Yi Meng's dream consciousness left in the dark area heard another call from another world again. Yi Meng looked back and saw another dream world lit up behind him. That scene was even more tragic than the end of Marvel, where Thanos wiped out half of the universe's creatures. The sky is burning, the earth is crying. Human beings wailed, and the living beings were devastated. Alien warships hovered over the kingdoms of the earth, and countless cities were turned into ruins, hell on earth. The man wearing the S-shaped totem Kryptonian battlesuit that symbolizes hope looks crazy, turning a blind eye to those alien warships, flying crookedly in the sky, sometimes hitting the ground with his head in his arms, and then stumbling and continuing to climb up aimlessly wandering. A young girl wearing a female Superman skirt flew in the air and followed closely behind him, her eyes full of worry. Cousin. The expression on her pretty face changed, and she hurriedly flew down to the ruins of the city to hide, and soon several alien warships approached. It wasn't me, I didn't kill the king, how could I kill the king? Superman muttered to himself, ignoring the alien warships that surrounded him. One of the huge amounts of alien warships, the deck slowly opened. With red flashes in his eyes, the armored alien leader stepped out of the cabin domineeringly, and the Steppenwolf respectfully followed. Lord Destroyer, cough, after the death of the Supreme, Superman went crazy, and there is nothing in this world that can stop the Dark Lord's progress. Steppenwolf said happily. The alien old man dressed as a warlock next to the Dark King sneered, what is Destroyer Supreme? Even if he is here, now that the Dark King and the Apocalypse army are here, everything is unstoppable. Steppenwolf frowned, subconsciously wanting to refute, but realizing that the Dark Lord was before him and his current position, he still chose to keep his mouth shut. Only those who have seen the King of Destruction know how powerful he is. If he was there, the world would still be destroyed. No matter what cosmic forces intervened, there would be no surprises. Doxate, have you invaded the Earth of the DC universe with the Apocalypse Star Force? Yi Meng stared at the DC dimension from a distance. In the 30 years of being the ancient Doomsday, he wanted to open the mother box more than once and go to the Apocalypse Star of the new Steppenwolves. Did not expect. Before he was alive, Darkseid didn't come, but after his death, Darkseid came. Yi Meng turned his gaze to another place, and faintly saw a deserted manor house still standing in the forest on the outskirts of the metropolis. The people here go to the building to be empty, and it is completely deserted. There was only one pink ghost girl floating in the hallway on the 3rd floor of the mansion. Superman went crazy, Leopard Girl died, Steppenwolf defected, Black Adam became king of the enclosure, Wonder Woman disappeared, Atlanta hid back in the submarine empire. The pink girl floated at the door of the main building on the 3rd floor of the mansion, looking at the empty bronze chair quietly placed in the darkness, her star-like bright pupils dimmed. Your Majesty, she called softly in a childish voice. They all said that you are dead. But I believe that you are still alive, how could the king die? Kim flew to the huge amounts of bronze chair, sat cross-legged on the left armrest of the chair as before, and smiled knowingly like a child. My lord, even if they are gone, I will guard here until you come back. Little Huahua. Yi Meng tried to yell, but the ghost girl was still unaware, and fell asleep with her petite body curled up on the bronze railing. At this time, the blurred vision of DC's dream world also disappeared. Yi Meng's consciousness floated up, and he couldn't completely enter the 2 dream worlds, so he began to wake up. Yi Meng woke up from a dream. Compared with the previous dreams, this time he was more like a passerby in the dream, and could only watch the ending and withering of the 2 dream worlds. The connection with Marvel's dream world was broken, and he could not return as another incarnation. Like a god who has lost his incense offerings and believers, he is lost in the interlayer of years and legends. Yi Meng opened his eyes, looked over the graceful and moving curve of the quilt on the bed, and could see wisps of white morning light falling from the window. The night is over, and it is dawn. There is no rush about the dream, even if it is urgent, there is no other way. Now let's deal with the real world first. Yi Meng lifted the quilt lightly and got out of bed, ignoring the laws of physics and hovering at low altitude without making the slightest sound, picked up the sports liner on the back of the chair and put it on. Without waking up Tifa, who was still asleep on the bed, Yi Meng opened the door and walked out of the room. Chen Hong in professional attire was pacing back and forth in circles in the living room outside with anxious expression on his face. You are awake. If you don't wake up, I will knock on the door. Seeing Yi Meng, who woke up, Chen Hong breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at the room. Is Sister File Size awake? Yi Meng estimated and said, lie down a little more. What time is it? And you are still tossing, Miss File Size? Chen Hong gritted her teeth, wishing to bite Yi Meng, but she had no choice but to let out a long breath. Now read the news and online reports. The sky is about to collapse. Oh. Yi Meng was non-committal about this, and sat down on the sofa at will, directly covering computers and mobile phones within 50 meters with virtual thoughts, and connecting to the intelligence system. A large amount of information immediately poured into the brain, and under the super brain, it was methodically analyzed and arranged, leaving valuable information. Soon, Yi Meng knew why Chen Hong was so anxious in the morning. What happened last night, after a night of fermentation, has spread all over the world, and heated discussions on the internet. The fact that Dracula, the Lord of Fuyaki City, was attacked at his birthday party alone was enough to cause an uproar. Since Star Dragon Federation began to implement the city autonomy system, the city owner is half of the federal official high level, has the highest authority in the local city, and is restricted and sheltered by Star Dragon Federation. It can be said that the city lord represents the entire federal empire in the city under his jurisdiction. To attack the city lord is to provoke and offend the Star Dragon Federation. In particular, the city lord was attacked at a banquet, under the eyes of countless politicians, rich people, and military officers in Fuyaki City. Even if the Star Dragon Federation deliberately covered up this matter, it would not be able to do so. Not to mention, in the middle of the night, near-Earth satellites detected that the building where the city owner Dracula lived also collapsed. After confirmation by the Supernatural Department personnel and the local army, the death of the city owner Dracula can basically be announced. Once this news spread, the whole world was shocked. That's the city lord officially certified by the Federation, and an extraordinary person who has reached the A-level factor strength. Since the implementation of the city's self-government system for more than a year, when some city owners participated in resolving the invasion incidents, they also suffered losses and replacements midway from time to time. But this is definitely the first serving Castellan who was attacked and killed by other extraordinary people in front of the people of Fuyaki City. Isn't this just slapping the Star Dragon Federation in the face in front of the whole world, with a bang? And not just this one thing. In addition to attacking and killing the city lord, tens of thousands of ordinary citizens were also killed in the central square of Fuyaki. Periodic power outages in Fuyaki City, the attack on the research base of Wangquan Biological Company, the death of Chairman Wang Xian, etc., were all exposed with the dawn. Immediately, the whole world was in an uproar, and people in Fuyaki City were panicked. Yi Meng's eyes flashed with silver, and he smiled casually. In the descriptions of these news reports, I have become a heinous crime and a heinous alien invasion devil. That's what I find weird too. Chen Hong, Tifa's assistant and secretary, frowned. Last night, I used Mendy Company to suppress a lot of fallacies, but the caliber of these news reports was too uniform, and all of them popped up all at once, all aimed at your verbal criticism. What's so strange about that? Yi Meng shrugged. Probably those vampires who didn't jump out last night and hid in various social classes in Fuyaki. Their master Dracula was killed by me, so they are naturally afraid that I will find them out one by one, so I want to use the forces outside the city, especially the Federation, to suppress and kill me. Then what should we do now? Now the fallacy is very unfavorable to us, and the Star Dragon Alliance may make a big move. Chen Hong was in a hurry. Although she didn't like Yi Meng very much because of Sister File Size, she already regarded Yi Meng as the same camp because of Sister File Size's choice. She also knew that, no matter what, Miss File Size would stand with Yi Meng, even if it took her and the Mendy Company that had been carefully operated for 2 years. No need to do anything. Yi Meng smiled inexplicably. No rush, I'll wait for their move. Now that the reality has collapsed and all kinds of invasions are lurking in the dark, let's muddy the water. Wait until someone jumps out to clean up. 10 minutes later, Chen Hong, who had been staring at the phone, suddenly received a piece of information. She looked at the words on it, her eyes widened and her whole body trembled. She had already predicted just now that under the overwhelming fallacies, there would always be one party from the high-level Star Dragon Alliance, the Supernatural Department, and even the local military, which was what Yi Meng said. But, she didn't expect that Homelander was the first to make a move. The king of the game? Chen Hong seemed to be struck by a thunderbolt, trembling and terrified. Although Homelander was just a character, his identity, strength, and influence almost represented the Star Dragon Federation, the global supernatural department, and the military of the Western jurisdiction. Power. This name is almost divine. In the current extraordinary age, Homelander is a god, and his will is unstoppable. The Eastern jurisdiction is fine, but the Union citizens in the Western jurisdiction almost fanatically regard Homelander as the incarnation of God. Even knowing that Yi Meng has great strength, Chen Hong doesn't think she can stand shoulder to shoulder with Homelander. After all, Homelander is the first symbol of this extraordinary era, the only S-class superhero in the current world, and has suppressed this world for 2 years or even longer. Chen Hong was feeling his scalp tingling, but saw a silver-haired young man next to him who was regarded as an invading evil devil. He didn't have the self-knowledge of being hostile and judged by the whole world, and lazily turned on the virtual projection. Has Homelander held a press conference? I see, look. The light blue three-dimensional virtual projection lights up in the living room, presenting the scene of the press conference in progress on the other side of the world at the same time. Today, I will go east. Western Jurisdiction, Shirakami City, press conference. The sun was shining brightly on the stage, surrounded by tens of thousands of people. Wearing the Star Dragon Confederate flag, Homelander opened his hands with a confident smile on his face. Today, I will travel east for the second time. Wearing the cloak of the flag of the Star Dragon Federation, which symbolizes honor and power, Homelander landed from the sky on the Times Square in the center of Shirakami City. Just a simple sentence caused the square to explode. Homelander is the supreme leader of the supernatural department of the Western Jurisdiction, and may have a stipulation with the Star Dragon Federation. For the past 2 years in the Extraordinary Era, he has basically acted within the hemisphere of the Western Jurisdiction. Except that 2 years ago, the era of Extraordinary had just kicked off, and Homelander made his debut in front of the public for the first time. That was also the first time Homelander traveled east. Well, that turned out to be the only outright blemish in Homelander's hero career. To this day, many people still find it hard to believe that something as strong as Homelander can't solve the fog event. Therefore, so far, Homelander has not been able to be ranked in the SSS class, and the SSS class intrusion event represents no solution. Unresolved invasion? At present, in the whole world, apart from the fog region, there are only a few SSS level events. Therefore, it is reasonable for Homelander to fail in containment on the first eastward journey, and to miss the Fogland incident. This did not affect his prestige, and even allowed him to have one of the magnificent records of surviving several SSS invasions without injury. And this time, after a long absence of 2 years, Homelander announced to the world the second trip to the east. Homelander, Homelander, Homelander. The huge shouts converged into a torrent of sound in the central square of Shirakami, rushing up to the clouds. On the stage, Homelander, bathed in sunlight, with a gentle face, like the incarnation of justice, pressed his hands down, causing the people in the central square below to shut down instantly. From this, we can also see the prestige and weight of Homelander. I learned the bad news and shocking news from the east this morning. Facing numerous media and tens of thousands of Union citizens, Homelander sighed from the bottom of his heart. First of all, I know Dracula. He is a very good person. Although he comes from another dimension, he loves Dracula very much. This land has continuously helped our Federation a year ago to accommodate evil invasions that endanger the lives of citizens. After 1 year as the city lord, he has made the development of Fuyaki City flourish, and made the top 10 cities stable and healthy, free from foreign invasion. He was a worthy hero. When Homelander said this, many people in the audience were infected, and there was a burst of silence and mourning. But Homelander's eyes were sharp, and his words were deep and forceful. This is such a hero, the city lord, who was killed at his birthday party last night. The other party also killed more than tens of thousands of innocent people, destroyed the Wangquan Biological Company, and treated the local supernatural department and the army as nothing, disregarding human life. That person's name is Yi Meng? Do you think we should let the other party's evil deeds go away? Homelander asked back. No. Resentment was written on the faces of tens of thousands of people. They shouted in unison, judgment. On Homelander's upright and handsome face, a more brilliant and gentle smile appeared. At the moment, Dakin Autonomous Prefecture, a hidden military base. Pan, whose dark face was pale, and he kept panting heavily. He obviously rushed all the way here, and hurriedly said to the veteran officer sitting in the office, "Uncle, I believe that what my friend does is right, and he will not do it casually. Killing, how can I help him? At least give him the right to prove it." The veteran general sighed, judging from the current pressure of fallacies, it's very difficult. As far as I know so far, the high-level Federation has decided to send 5A-level extraordinary people to solve this matter. The most troublesome thing is Homelander, the veteran official said. Homelander has a treaty with the high-level Federation, and can only operate in the Western Jurisdiction. Now, he is holding a press conference like this to put pressure on the Federation, and then get an East power to act. He shook his head and said, the Federation can't persuade Homelander to go eastward for sanctions. Your friend can't stand it, and no one can stand it. Homelander knew he had succeeded, mobilizing public condemnation and fallacy. Now, even if he doesn't want to go to the east, the high-level federal officials in the eastern jurisdiction will ask him to go. For the second trip to the east, you must win the beauty, so as to completely establish your prestige. Just as Homelander was thinking about this, he suddenly saw many media reporters in the audience looking down at their mobile phones with strange expressions on their faces. At this time, a congresswoman of a certain age, but with an excellent career line and still charming charm, hurried onto the stage of the press conference and handed the tablet notebook to Homelander. Homelander, take a look at this. Homelander looked down. Those were live videos and phone recordings, which were officially released and promoted to the entire network by Mendy Company. Homelander's heart skipped a beat suddenly, with an ominous premonition. He clicked and looked at each. The first video is Dracula, the city lord, who unfolds his hideous wings and fangs, revealing the terrifying original appearance of a vampire from an old gentleman. Above, there is also a detailed science popularization about pure-blood vampires, including the first blood-sucking embrace, which transforms ordinary people into vampire slaves who cannot see the light. The second video shows tens of thousands of ordinary people flying into the square in the form of vampires, like inhuman creatures walking at night, which makes people shudder. The third video is in the laboratory of Wang Quan Biological Company, where Wang Xian raises the alien queen and countless alien eggs, and creates the final alien. As for the phone recording, Homelander closed his eyes, clicked on it, and it turned out to be the recording of the phone call he made last night. In it, he indirectly admitted that he already knew that Dracula was a pure-blood vampire. Click. Under the terrified gaze of the Congresswoman, Homelander looked calm and crumpled the tablet notebook like a piece of paper. These are. Chen Hong was stunned, looking at the videos and recordings that were crazily circulated on the internet and released in the name and channel of Mendy Company. You did it. She looked at Yi Meng, who was lying on the sofa. Yi Meng shook his head and looked in the direction of the room. Just in time, the door opened, and a black-haired girl in white pajamas walked out, shaking the smartwatch on her white and slender wrist. I did it. Tifa smiled slightly. Yi Meng, I know you don't care about these things. But, I do. No one is worthy of questioning and judging you. She firmly said, in this world, everyone has the right to know the truth. They should know who should really be judged and sanctioned. Uncle, this. In the military base, Pan Hu was pleasantly surprised to watch the videos and recordings circulating on the internet. After the old officer saw it, his old face twitched, and he sighed heavily. It's too impulsive. Even if these are true, isn't this a complete blow to the face of Homelander and Star Dragon Federation? Before, if they surrendered to Star Dragon Federation, the Dragon Alliance, working hard for the Alliance to deal with the invasion incident, may still have a chance, and now it will undoubtedly offend Homelander to death. He shook his head, as if issuing a notice, your friend, you are dead. From now on, cut off all contact with him, or you will be implicated. Even the rank of general cannot keep you. How could it be? Pan Hu's eyes were dull, and his tall and burly body shook violently. At the on-site press conference, some media reporters raised their hands courageously and asked, Homelander, what do you think of the video and recording released by Monty Corporation just now? Mundy's company is in the same group as Yi Meng, and their hearts are to be punished. Homelander said calmly, but suddenly clenched his fists. I will judge at this moment. He already regretted it. If he had known about it, he would have gone directly to solve it, and why would he hold a press conference? However, it is not too late to make up for the mistakes now. Homelander looked up to the east. The next moment, a cloud of white air was set off in the square, and he leaped up to a height of 100 meters like a rocket, and his whole body turned into a streamer of light, disappearing into the rising sun. Homelander, let's go? At the scene, the square filled with tens of thousands of people became a sensation. You said, in this world, no one can judge and question me. Responding to Tifa's fiery gaze, Yi Meng got up from the sofa. The laziness of just getting up was gone, replaced by an indescribable aura. That kind of momentum once made the two worlds of Marvel and DC feel awe. Yi Meng's pitch-black eyes burst into flames, his aura filled with fighting spirit, and he turned his head to look at the western sky outside the window. Then, as you wish. Homelander is here. Even though Bashan City at the press conference was on the other side thousands of miles away, Chen Hong still took a deep breath while watching the Homelander flying from the east through the live broadcast. Sister File Size, what should we do now? Chen Hong looked anxiously at Tifa next to him. After Mendy Company released the previous videos and recordings, she was almost on the same boat as Yi Meng. Once Yi Meng was tried, Mendy Company would not be spared either. Tifa showed no fear, blinked, and smiled slightly. Homelander held a press conference. Isn't it just trying to suppress us, and at the same time take this opportunity to establish a reputation in the Eastern jurisdiction, so as to shape it into a true god in the world? Is it? Then, as he wishes. Tifa borrowed what Yi Meng said just now. She pondered for a while, her beautiful eyes twinkled, and she gave an order in a firm tone. Use all the satellites, unmanned surveillance aircraft, intelligent robots, and stereoscopic projection technology of Mendy Company, and treat the meeting the Homelander who came here will shoot at 360 degrees without angle of view, and broadcast live to the whole world simultaneously through the whole network channel. Want to join the war? Chen Hong asked subconsciously with her eyes wide open. Tifa shook her head. There is no need to participate in the battle. Even if all the robots are used, it is meaningless to the extraordinary existence of Homelander. Chen Hong trembled all over, and said in surprise, Miss, do you believe that Yi Meng can beat Homelander? Or else? Tifa smiled. This is no joke. The corners of Chen Hong's mouth were bitter. This time it was a truly shocking gamble, betting on everything in Mendy Company, and also betting on the future of File Size Sister Tifa and everyone on the field. If you want to win, you can only beat Homelander. This is the most basic winning condition, but it is also the most difficult problem in the world. That's Homelander, 2 years, 200 years, standing like a god in the sky, with unparalleled honor and achievements. Fuyaki City, a hotel suite. Boss, are we going to make a move? Shenda, Sui Sing, and Xiaodo, who got up early to rest, were already fully armed, with worried and anxious expressions on their faces, and looked in the direction of the sofa in the main hall. The usually old-fashioned, cold, and arrogant silver-haired girl is sitting cross-legged on the floor in front of the sofa, wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses and ordinary casual attire, and is constantly manipulating the game controller with both hands to immerse herself in the arcade game on the TV screen. It's no different from ordinary house girls. Why are you all standing there? I don't have any tasks today, play games with me. Bai Yukui pushed his glasses and said lazily. Boss, no matter what, brother Yi Meng saved our lives. Shinda said in a deep voice, we can't let him be killed by the Homelander trial. Yes, he saved my life twice. The girl Xiaodou stretched out 2 fingers. The battle level they are about to face is not something we can intervene in. Bai Yukui shook his head, and the action of manipulating the game controller paused, with a glimmer of light in his eyes. Besides, they haven't really met yet. Who said he will lose? Broken Star stepped forward, clenched the bow in his hand, his sharp eyes flickered. Boss, do you think Yi Meng will be the winner? I can't judge accurately. They are all much stronger than me. Even if my body does not have the problem of cell failure, it is impossible to fight them. Bai Yukui stared at the arcade game characters facing each other on the TV screen. His holy silver eyes glowed with wisdom. However, this battle will definitely change the pattern of this world. If Homelander wins, he'll take the Eastern jurisdiction and deify him to a whole new level that no one else has ever been able to reach. And if Yi Meng wins, then he will step on the stepping stone of Homelander, the highest peak, and become the first person in one fell swoop. Speaking of this, Bai Yukui's voice weakened, as if he was whispering, if it's the latter, he might be our reliance, our only hope to return to the original world. Eastern Jurisdiction, Kunlun, headquarters of the Eastern Hemisphere Paranormal Division. A meeting with the highest level authority was quietly held here. 5 people and 8 remote virtual projections were seated. What do you think about Homelander's second eastbound trip? He's getting more and more presumptuous. It's okay to be casual in the West. This time, he didn't report to this side, so he directly held a press conference to come over. Indeed. But he came here this time to judge the incident that happened in Fuyaki City last night. The city lord Dracula died and his identity was exposed. This has a terrible impact on our federation. This Yi Meng has some strength, but it is obviously a thorn. Since it is difficult to control, let Homelander kill him. After all, Homelander can at least control it. I agree. I also agree. Just in case, let the transcendental team that was assembled and dispatched this morning wait and see temporarily outside Fuyaki City to confirm that Homelander has killed or contained Yi Meng. The discussion of the meeting is here, and it is basically over. It's just that someone suddenly put forward a novel point of view. Everyone, what if Homelander loses? The main hall of the meeting was silent for a moment. Immediately, everyone, including the initiator who made this point, laughed. That's Homelander? How could Homelander lose? Although they don't want to admit that Homelander is a god, and they know some of the opponent's bad habits, they don't have any doubts about his strength. The fireball-like sun has not yet risen to the center. Less than 10 minutes have passed since Baishan City's on-site press conference ended halfway. As a seaside city, Fuyaki City, almost all the residents walked out of the streets and alleys, and the vehicles also stopped on the road. They kept looking up, and finally saw a black dot, like an airplane or a bird, appearing from the connection between the western sea and the sky, approaching the bustling urban area at a high speed. Here he comes. Everyone held their breath and their hearts beat faster. Even knowing that Homelander was not here to judge them, they still felt a suffocating sense of oppression. Such is the power of Homelander. Under the watchful eyes of tens of millions of Union citizens, under the shooting of thousands of satellites and drones, Homelander, wearing the cloak of the Star Dragon flag, crossed land and sea and finally landed in the sky above the city. Yi Meng, you're a man, so don't hide. Get out. Homelander spoke in a cold voice, and the voice with its own amplifier exploded in the sky. A lazy voice suddenly came from the high altitude of the building not far away. You are too slow, waiting for you for a long time. I want to go to find you. The proud smile on Homelander's face froze. Looking sideways from high above, he saw a silver-haired young man lying on a sun lounger at the top of the headquarters of Monty Corporation headquarters, next to the unfinished dome hole, wearing a casual summer suit. Clothes bathed in sunlight. Homelander was stunned for a moment. He thought that the other party would definitely hide, and even took advantage of the opportunity to escape from Fuyaki City. So, when he first came to Fuyaki City, he shouted loudly before he could do a far-sighted investigation, and wanted to use this to start to demonstrate his heroic power of domineering descending and extraordinary retreat. As a result, the other party not only stayed in Fuyaki City, but also seemed to be waiting for him to come. The scene that took place over Fuyaki City was also broadcast simultaneously on all media online channels from various perspectives by satellites and drones. The entire Blue Star, all over the world, regardless of the Eastern jurisdiction or the Western jurisdiction. Hundreds of autonomous prefectures, thousands of cities. People who were outdoors stopped one after another, and the cars on the road turned off collectively, watching the live broadcast on the huge advertising screen. Indoors, Union citizens, whether they were working or resting at home, stopped what they were doing and formed a group with the people around them. The intensity of attention is unprecedented, even more popular than when Homelander debuted in front of the public 2 years ago. One reason is that this is the first invasion incident in which a city owner was attacked and killed by a transcendent in an autonomous city. The second reason is that this is Homelander's second trip to the east, and 2 years ago, Homelander traveled eastward for the first time, and the foggy area was shrouded in fog. Even a video of the process and the aftermath could not be transmitted. But this time, under the operation of Mendy Company, there is almost no dead angle in all directions, allowing the whole world to simultaneously watch what happened in Fuyaki City. This made it absolutely impossible for the intruders, ordinary locals, high-level politicians, or ordinary citizens to miss this live broadcast. Definitely, most people have the mentality of watching how Homelander takes action to punish the extraordinary with the live broadcast. So, at this time, when they saw the Homelander descending over Fuyaki City, they had no time to cheer. Then I saw that the silver-haired young man who was the #1 extraordinary criminal in the attack last night was lying on the top floor of the 600th floor of the headquarters of Monty Corporation, basking in the sun. Basking in the sun and waiting for Homelander to arrive, Yi Meng slowly got up from the sun chair and stretched vigorously. Homelander froze for a moment. The billions of federal citizens who watched the live broadcast at the same time were also stunned. It's fine if you don't run away, just stay and wait. Isn't this courting death? Someone shook his head. Rampant, it's too rampant. Someone resented. Homelander is here, I can't escape. Someone sighed. Don't you think he's handsome? Someone had a fever. Don't get angry, he's going to die. Someone retorted. It's really the boss's usual style. In the military base, Pan, who couldn't laugh or cry, look carefully, the world may change today. Captain Aiko of the local supernatural branch stationed in Fuyaki City said softly. Under different voices of discussion around the world, Homelander came back to his senses, and he flew forward, with a characteristic smile raised on the corner of his mouth, 50 meters away from the top floor of Monty's headquarters building. You are Yi Meng, right? It's not me, anyone else. Yi Meng shrugged. Okay, very good. Homelander looked through his eyes and didn't see any clues from Yi Meng's body. The muscle strength and cell level were at the level of ordinary people. He smiled even brighter, standing in the air with his waist in the air, the national flag cloak fluttering, and he said condescendingly, Yi Meng, because of the crimes you committed in Fuyaki City, I hereby represent the Star Dragon Federation and all human beings around the world. You will be judged and sanctioned. It's up to you. Yi Meng interrupted him. Homelander's words came to an abrupt end, and the people of Fuyaki City, and even the people watching the simultaneous live broadcast all over the world were completely stunned. It is no longer enough to describe it as bold and rampant, but that is Homelander, a godlike extraordinary existence. Just because I'm Homelander. The smile on Homelander's face disappeared. With bulging veins on his forehead, he suppressed his anger and said in a low voice. Yi Meng smiled calmly. You alone are not qualified to judge me. Then I'll let you see if I'm qualified. Homelander was furious, his eyes slightly red. Wait. Yi Meng interrupted him with a raised hand. Now, it's too late for you to regret it. Kneel down and beg for mercy. Homelander said coldly, his eyes flickering with burning red pupils. You made me wait for so long. It should be okay to give me time to change my clothes. As Yi Meng said, he manipulated the smartwatch worn on his left wrist, and immediately a pair of silver-plated square metal backpacks flew out from the hole in the dome of the building, touched his back and immediately unfolded along the body surface, turning into a new head, a light silver-white metal battlesuit that covers the body from the feet. The chest glows with the energy core of the nuclear energy round groove. Ultra-technical metal armor, so this is what you relied on to kill Dracula last night. Homelander seemed to have finally realized something, still aloof and proud, and smiled sarcastically. Not really, it's really just a piece of clothing. Some people think it's too disrespectful to wear casual clothes in this battle. Yi Meng, who put on the silver metal battle armor, said sincerely. This steel battlesuit is not the early version of the Iron Man Mark armor. This is already the latest armed creation developed by Monty Corporation. But for him, the steel armor is the same, and it doesn't have much impact on his combat power. It doesn't matter if it's clothes or not. Goodbye. Along with Homelander's words, just look down at him. Psst. The two lines of sight turned into a substantial crimson laser beam, and Setsuna cut through the 50-meter-high air, like a sword of judgment swung down by a god, and slashed down at Yi Meng, who was wearing a silver-white steel battlesuit. The speed of the thermal sight was so fast that people watching the live broadcast saw a red light flash, and the top of the building where Yi Meng was standing had been split. In general, the invading enemies or events encountered are basically the result of instant kills under the thermal sight. Homelander's face changed when he emitted this divine power, and his hot gaze didn't really hit the enemy at that moment. Instead, it was avoided. A mass of white waves and hurricanes swayed on the top of the building, and there was no sound of engine braking. The right hand wrapped in a metal battlesuit stretched forward, with 5 fingers strangling Homelander's throat like lightning. Homelander's eyes were wide open, his muscles were tense like never before, and his hairs were all standing on end. Without waiting for him to react, the next moment, wearing a silver-white metal battlesuit, Yi Meng grabbed Homelander by the throat and led him to continue to fly backwards at a high speed, from the urban area to the suburbs in an instant, like a missile slanting into the headquarters of Wang Quan Bio Company. Due to the death of Chairman Wang Xian, the already empty skyscrapers were directly penetrated by the two, and the reinforced concrete is as fragile as tofu. Yi Meng's speed did not slow down, and with the Homelander strangling the throat, he continued to crash into the factory buildings behind the headquarters building. Rumble. Several solid factory buildings collapsed, and a 1,000-meter-long deep ditch was plowed out of the vibrating and whining ground. Hurricanes raged and dust waves swept through. At the end of the deep canal, Homelander was lying on the ground with his face flushed, holding the hand that was strangling his neck tightly with both hands, showing an unbelievable expression. No, this is not the power that metal armor can display. Correct answer. However, there is no reward. Yi Meng did not use the nuclear energy and engine power of the metal battlesuit. At the moment, the metal battlesuit arm guard wrapped the inside, and the entire right arm muscle was slightly inflated, covered with a layer of gray bone derived from its own strength floor. At this time, the hardness of the muscles of the right arm far exceeds the hardness of the metal battlesuit, which is the steel body of Doomsday. The power far exceeds the armored engine restraint energy that nuclear energy can provide. There was a click. Yi Meng squeezed the metal glove with his right hand and threw Homelander forward. The sound barrier was easily broken, and several factory fortresses were smashed and collapsed ahead. This is the power of Yi Meng's own Destruction Day Superman. On the top of the Monty Company building, there is still a red-hot line of sight trace, and the flames are burning blazingly. After Setsuna, the hurricane delay that causes atmospheric disturbance usually explodes outward from a high altitude. A white trail that breaks the sound barrier and tears the sky starts from the center of the urban area, cuts obliquely downwards over half of the city, reaches and runs through the skyscrapers of the Wangquan Bio Company headquarters and the suburbs. Factory buildings. The local residents of Fuyaki City, as well as people from all over the world, watched the simultaneous live broadcast. Just a moment ago, there were emotions of resentment, regret, etc., and almost 100% of the people would think that Homelander would end the battle as cleanly as before, and use the mighty power equivalent to the legendary gods to judge and sanction any opposing extraordinary existence. But this time, the existence that should have been judged was wearing a silver-white metal battlesuit, standing at the end of the 1,000-meter-deep canal, and the Homelander, which was supposed to be invincible, flew out in a daze and embarrassment, and continued to penetrate the front several factory buildings. Like simultaneous blasting, several factory buildings collapsed like building blocks. All of this is faithfully photographed from all angles by intensive high frame rate drones. At this moment, the roar of huge amounts resounded and reverberated over Fuyaki City. On the streets of Fuyaki City, there was a dead silence. The most prosperous pedestrian streets in major cities are dead silent. People from all over the world who watched the live broadcast at the same time felt their scalps go numb at this moment, and they took a sharp breath of air conditioning, suspecting that their eyes were hallucinating. Or is it the wrong way for them to open the live broadcast? Things shouldn't be like this. Boom! In the area of the factories that had just been knocked down and turned into ruins, piles of steel and gravel piled up like hills exploded. Homelander's square and handsome face can no longer see the gentle smile that has been hanging all the time. The dark blue star dragon flag cloak is tattered into a few cloth belts flying wildly. The hairstyle of the fashionable elite is already messy, dirty, and gray, and it is impossible to maintain the heroic image of Wei Guangzhang. Anger made his face flush, and there were 5 obvious handprints on his neck. With a low growl, his red eyes widened, and 2 parallel heat rays burst out again, rushing straight at Yi Meng, who was 100 meters away, at the speed of light. You're the one who stares at people, right? Yi Meng lifted the right hand that pinched the metal glove parts, and lifted the silver-white metal mask. The originally pitch-black eyes turned into broken golden pupils. The pupils were filled with the meaning of destruction, as if flashing with powerful and violent electric flames. In the next moment, Yi Meng's eyes also shot out 2 beams of parallel ray of heat. Laugh! The crimson and red gold hot eyes collided fiercely, and the surrounding temperature instantly rose by hundreds of degrees Celsius. The heat wave swept out and enveloped the entire Wangquan Biological Company. The high temperature distorted the space captured by the camera. I'm not dreaming, am I? In the Western jurisdiction, a citizen watching the live broadcast on the Shirakami City Square was stunned. His pupils were reddened by the intertwined and colliding hot lines of sight on the screen. I also suspect that I am dreaming. The high temperature seemed to be transmitted through the camera, and many people who were also like sculptures swallowed a mouthful of saliva and dry-mouthed another sentence. Boss, you can even have hot eyes. Pan Hu yelled in surprise at a certain military base in Dakin, clenched his fist vigorously, and swung it down violently. The veteran general officer who was sitting on the chair had already stood up, put his hands on the table, and looked at the live broadcast completely different from what he expected, showing an expression of disbelief. This time, maybe he completely missed it. At the same time, he also knows very well what it means to be able to compete with Homelander evenly. And the scene is not evenly matched. Laugh? Die to me. Homelander couldn't care less about his idol image anymore. His face flushed and convulsed a little, but no matter how his body leaned forward, even with the strength of feeding, the hot gaze he shot was still stubbornly countered. Under the golden and red thermal sights that almost merged together, the red thermal sights seemed to be insignificant, and they retreated in a row. Definitely, what he doesn't know is that Yi Meng under the Doomsday Superman can release heat ray even with his mouth, and the power is 2 to 3 times stronger when paired together. That is the real high spotlight pairing water gun? At the critical moment, Homelander closed his eyes and turned his head sideways to dodge. The ray grazed his face, and it was burned so hot that a piece of his face was removed, as if he had been slapped. This slap also completely shut down Homelander. After all, this was live broadcast simultaneously around the world. Didn't this kill him? Kill you, definitely kill you. Feeling ashamed, Homelander roared, ignoring the cut face, jumped on the spot and added flight, and rushed towards Yi Meng, who was 100 meters away. Since the heat vision is not as good as the opponent, then use his most confident Superman strength and physique. He was just lax before. This time he decided to use his full strength to smash his embarrassing opponent to pieces. The sound barrier was broken, Setsuna arrived within 100 meters, and Homelander's fist wrapped in uniform gloves slammed into Yi Meng's face. But before the fist that Homelander thought was enough to kill all enemies fell, it was blocked by the palm of the metal glove that had been crushed earlier, and the palm of at the moment was covered with a layer of grey bone like a glove. Such an exoskeleton hand with clear muscles and veins made Homelander's heart tremble, and it felt very familiar. It's just that he was so angry that he couldn't stop thinking about it. Death. Homelander at the moment has only one thought, to defeat the opponent as soon as possible, otherwise the altar that has been on the altar for 2 years will be burned. So, while Homelander's left fist was blocked, his clenched right hand slammed forward like lightning, and the full blow in anger brought a storm. Come. Yi Meng seemed to be happy instead of surprised, and also accompanied him with a punch. This time, fist for fist. Boom. When the fists of the two collided at close range, it was obviously just a melee bombardment collision of the body, but it was like the collision of two modern missile heads, and the hurricane and explosive waves exploded outward. The earth is cracked and dust waves are rolling. The metal battlesuit covered from the fist to the arm of Yi Meng's left hand was shattered, but Homelander let out a scream, and blood spilled from the gap between his 5 fingers. Homelander stared forward with his eyes wide open, and saw that after Yi Meng's metal battlesuit gauntlet was shattered, the inside was also covered with a layer of biological gray and white bone that was harder than metal. That is, Homelander felt that he was about to recall, and flew backwards with his fist in severe pain, but because Yi Meng grabbed his left hand, he forcefully pulled back during the backwards flight. The field of vision turned 720 degrees, and Homelander had a close contact with the earth, and the earth cracked and sunken. Yi Meng hangs in the sky infinitely close to the ground, lifts the Homelander with one hand, swings the opponent's sandbag back and forth, and smashes it onto the ground. The explosive power of Superman's gestures and destructive power are just the sound of the battle between the two, thundering over Fuyaki City. However, this time the protagonist is no longer Homelander, who is recognized as the extraordinary number 1 by the Star Dragon Federation. Wearing a silver-white metal battlesuit, Yi Meng's face and hands are exposed. He has basically turned into a Doomsday Superman, showing a body of steel and the power of Doomsday. Yi Meng held the Homelander in one hand, spun it hundreds of times like a windmill, and slammed it to the far end 10,000 meters away, smashing through the few intact buildings of Wangquan Biological Company. Before Homelander stabilized his body, he chased after him like a humanoid lightning, suppressing the opponent again and crashing into the ground, creating a meteorite crater. Then, Yi Meng's hands with perfect muscular curves, with bone spurs protruding from the back of his hands, ferocious like a devil, mighty like divine power, lingering in the golden red flame of destruction, continued to lift Homelander, who was trying to resist, and smashed it on the ground again and again. On the earth, boom, boom, boom. Every time Homelander smashed into it, a sinkhole appeared in the ground, and rift valleys extended to the area outside Wangquan's Biological Company. Watching the simultaneous live broadcast of people around the world, at the moment is completely speechless. This world is so crazy, Homelander in the name of God has been at a disadvantage. No, it is not enough to be at a disadvantage, this is being ravaged without any power to fight back. This day is destined to be the darkest day for Homelander fans and believers. The Homelander they pinned their hopes on, the undefeated myth, may be completely broken today. That's the feeling. Once again, the world was turned upside down and smashed into the ground, but Homelander seemed to be awakened, the painful memory that he didn't want to recall 2 years ago. That was his nightmare for 2 years, the fear that shattered all pride and self-confidence. That fear should be within the mist, it cannot appear here. Homelander was bruised, but his inner spirit and will were more seriously injured. His pupils were dull, looking at the bony hands and feet covered with bone spurs, his eyes flashed with monstrous destructive flames, and the silver-haired young man was overflowing with energy currents and powerful aura. It can't be wrong, how could it be possible to admit it? Homelander yelled in horror, "You are the bony monster that destroyed and hunted everything in the fog 2 years ago." Yi Meng came to a sudden, "It turns out that you met me 2 years ago. I should have been sleepwalking at that time, and I didn't know you." With Yi Meng's acknowledgement, Homelander suddenly despaired. Due to the sonic boom and roar of the live fight being beaten, the people watching the live broadcast did not hear the conversation between the two, but they still saw the panic and despair on Homelander's face in front of the public for the first time. Fuyaki City, in the villa. "We can win, we can win." Chen Hong looked back excitedly, only to see that Tifa, the sister of File Size, was still there, but her eyes were shining. It seemed that the other party had witnessed today's scene many years ago. Fuyaki City, inside the hotel. This is his true strength. Compared with the shocked team members next to him, although Bai Yukui's eyes were full of splendor, he had already expected it. After she guessed that Yi Meng was the supreme being who suppressed the Fogland for 2 years, she judged that Homelander failed miserably in intervening in the fog incident 2 years ago, obviously because of bumping into the Fogland Supreme. 2 years ago, Homelander would have failed miserably. 2 years later, the end is obvious. Dakin, a military base. Awesome, the boss is too powerful. In the office, Pan Hu was very excited, as if he had entered into it, and he was the existence of punching Homelander. It's really amazing. A veteran officer who has experienced everything, at the moment can hardly hide his surprise and emotion. Better than Homelander, knocking down a myth is destined to be the rise of a new myth. A battle of the conferred gods that could affect the history and system of the Star Dragon Federation? It's just. The old general officer changed the subject, his old but resolute face sank. Would those people be happy to see this scene come to fruition? At the moment, off the field. Kunming, headquarters of the Paranormal Department of the Eastern Jurisdiction. An emergency high-level meeting was held again, and several virtual projection figures lost their composure before and sat back on their chairs in a panic. Homelander must not lose. Now, it is no longer a question of whether Homelander will lose or not, but how to deal with enemies stronger than Homelander. Has he been defined as an enemy of the Federation? Now, if we please, there may be room for turnover. Can we control him? Everyone was discussing intensely. Suddenly, a member said, I am at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, and I just got his statement. Him? Immediately. Everyone fell silent, revealing an inexplicably more fanatical expression than the people of the Western jurisdiction had on Homelander. The member continued to quickly say, he said. The incident that caused the dragon girl to be in a coma 2 years ago is related to him. No matter what, be sure to kill the other party before Homelander loses. Learn. Yes. Faced with this order, even if it was only passed down from generation to generation, the high-level personnel on the field still complied without any objection. If Homelander is a man-made god, then he is a real god. 200 years ago, the true god who created the Star Dragon Federation? At the same time, burning flames, a messy battlefield. After Homelander recognized Yi Meng, he immediately lost all will to fight and even resist. His body was covered in blood, and he got up from the ground and was about to flee and fly away. If you escape, you won't have any chance to fight back. Seeing this, Yi Meng said to himself, against Homelander, he also used more than half of his Destruction Day Superman's strength, and he clearly felt that the desire for destruction was beginning to shake his heart. Maybe Homelander delays a little longer, but it's not necessarily true that there is a chance. Forget it, it should be over. Yi Meng's eyes flashed with flames of destruction, and in the next moment, the hurricane surged, and he turned into a stream of light to catch up with the fleeing Homelander, and stomped heavily on his back. Along with this kick, a ball of lightning exploded in the air, like a grand firework. Homelander's body arched back like a shrimp, his bloodshot eyes almost protruded, the national flag belt hanging on his shoulder was annihilated and turned into ashes, and his uniform and flesh and blood were torn to pieces. With a scream, he rolled his eyes and lost consciousness. The half-dismembered body flew out obliquely under the strong inertia, smashed the outer wall of Wangquan Biological Company, and continued to plow a 1,000-meter-deep ditch on the roadbed outside before stopping. The dust wave dissipated, and it can be seen that Homelander was lying at the end of the deep ditch. His whole body was scorched black and no part was intact, and he did not know whether he was alive or dead. At the moment, watching the simultaneous live broadcast, billions of Union citizens around the world were stunned, with only one voice in their minds. Homelander lost. It's like an invisible magnetic storm sweeping across the globe at breakneck speed. Countless scorching and shocking gazes looked at the young man in the silver-white battlesuit standing high above the battlefield, and he clearly realized one thing. The history of the Federation will be rewritten at this moment, and a new extraordinary myth is born. The only S-level Homelander was defeated, completely defeated, almost powerless to fight back. The winner, the extraordinary criminal of Fuiaki City, Yi Meng? This message is like a huge amounts of magnetic field storm, from Fuiaki City to the inland of the eastern jurisdiction, and across the vast ocean and starry sky, to reach the western jurisdiction of the other hemisphere. Countless people watching the live broadcast were stunned, looking at the Homelander who flew upside down and fell into the earth, and looking at the silver-haired young man standing in the sky above the city under the sun. Everyone's brains were buzzing in chaos, and it was difficult to digest this. Subvert the perceived reality. This is true witness to history. Even more dramatic than dramatic, with the support of Star Dragon Federation's 200 years of experience, Homelander's 2-year path to becoming a god was cut off. When he escaped and fell, all honors belonged to the opponent as a wedding dress. Rival Yi Meng, whose paranormal name, Doomsday Superman? Homelander stands on top of hundreds of millions of people, and he is above Homelander. There is nothing extraordinary above, and below are all sentient beings of the Federation. In this extraordinary age, a new legend is born. Call. The airwaves churned, and the dust waves broke apart. Doomsday Superman Yi Meng flew straight down, and was about to give Homelander a shot, but at this moment, a faint green light, like a tide gushing from the city's alleyway below, enveloped the 100-meter area including Yi Meng in an instant. Urban area. In the mysterious green light tide, the speed of the swooping Yi Meng obviously surpassed the sound barrier, like a human-shaped super bullet, but at this moment, it slowed down by tens of millions of times, maintaining the dive posture and falling slowly at the speed of a turtle. The shocking scene also stunned the citizens of the Union watching the simultaneous live broadcast, not knowing why. Finally couldn't resist jumping out. Like Yi Meng who was mired in a quagmire and slowly flying down, Broken Jinteng looked sideways at the alley dozens of meters away, and saw a middle-aged white man standing there, whose body was the source of the strange green light decelerating. This ability, this image. Although Yi Meng's body had been slowed down, his mind was still as quick as a superhost, and he quickly found out the source of the intrusion into the superhuman. The Flash in the world of film and television, there once appeared such a supervillain similar to ability. Turtle speed people possesses a super ability that can affect the kinetic energy of the surroundings and make the surroundings fall into the field of turtle speed. When the super ability is activated, even the Flash, who possesses super speed power, will not be spared, and his running speed is so slow that even ordinary people can't. Gasurin noticed Yi Meng's gaze, and the slow but firm hot gaze shooting towards this side, and immediately shuddered all over his body. His face yelled in pain. The kinetic energy he released is too strong. I can't hinder his actions for long. It's enough. At the same time, a cold and arrogant male voice sounded from the roof of a 5-story building next to the street. It is just at the border of the turtle speed field. A young man with blue hair, retro blue armor, and dressed as an ancient general of an unknown civilization stood straddling the wall, his tall and slender body squatting down in a posture of accumulating strength, holding a red spear in both hands. Powerful strange energy crazily flocked to the gun body, converging on the blood-stained red sharp spear tip. Is that a heroic spirit? In the villa, Tifa was startled when she saw this. That's right, looks, posture, and the treasure. It should be Siyu Kulane, the child of light, one of the spearmen. His treasure is the spear of piercing the dead thorn. Once activated, it will definitely hit the heart. The face of the girl Night King on the side changed slightly, her figure flickered, she jumped outside, and rushed towards the city battlefield not far away. It's too late to stop it now. Although, even without this turtle speed domain, I am confident that I can kill you with one shot, but I still listen to my cowardly master. The corners of the Son of Light's mouth turned up, strength, the magic power, skills, and brewing aura reached their peak, and the treasured spear in his hand suddenly stabbed forward through the air. The Deaththorn piercing spear ability takes effect, and the moment before the attack is launched, it has already hit the enemy's heart in advance under the alternation of cause and effect. Laugh. A phantom of a scarlet long spear passed the turtle speed field ahead of time, pierced through Yi Meng's left breastplate with precision, and the silver-white battle armor burst. Did it succeed? Turtle speed, as well as the high-level federal officials who were behind the scenes and coordinating the siege operation, had their hearts pounding. No, this feeling. It did hit, but it didn't penetrate. Son of Light suddenly yelled in disbelief. As if following his words, it can be seen that the silver-white metal breastplate is shattered, revealing a chest that is covered with a layer of skin armor and exoskeleton inside and outside, and an S-shaped totem is faintly presented with the gray-white muscle arc. On the left chest that should have pierced through the heart, there was only a shallow and slightly concave white mark, barely proving that the previous spear that pierced the Deaththorn had indeed hit. No defense was broken. You don't think that you can kill me like this? Doomsday. Yi Meng's eyes flashed with destructive flames, and he slowly landed on the ground from a low altitude in the field of turtle speed. As the silver-white battle armor on his body was continuously damaged, he gradually revealed a ferocious and sacred body with bony spurs. Sizzle. Strands of gold-red energy flow emerge from the hard and cold exoskeleton, like a human-shaped energy conversion field, and like a supreme god that is constantly recovering. The turtle speed man who maintained the turtle speed field turned pale, holding his head tightly, with blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. I can't last much longer. The opponent's body emits an unpredictable, huge and amazing kinetic energy every moment, far surpassing any existence he has encountered before, constantly distorting and shaking the stability of the turtle speed field. Kaka? Suddenly, an unknown object fell from the sky and threw it towards Yi Meng, who was constantly recovering and emitting powerful energy. As soon as it touches Yi Meng's body, it looks like a hollowed-out ancient armor with countless objects connected to the brackets, and then Yi Meng's limbs are covered from the back. The object fits on Yi Meng's body, and automatically tightens and shrinks. There is a talisman flashing inside, and each support is working, trying to make Yi Meng put on a kneeling posture. Even that item was used. Behind the scenes, the high-level federal personnel at the meeting showed joy. This time it must be done. No matter what, it's impossible for the other party to get rid of the suppression of that intruding item. Their self-confidence stems from the particularity of this intruding creation. Invasion Archives, the commandment. Invasion Type, Object. Intrusion ID, SAS-0433. Casualties have been caused, none. Intrusion level, identified as A level. Involving no solution, extremely high personality. Archive report. As long as it is thrown at a humanoid creature, the item will automatically be worn on the opponent, forcing the opponent to kneel down and salute, and recite a strange fixed speech. After 10 minutes, the item will automatically unlock and fall off. No matter how much effort you use during this period, even if the missile bombs, you can't release the restraint of the item. This is. Yi Meng, who was put on by the precepts, was visibly taken aback. It's not that this item is too special and powerful, but that this thing is too familiar. This is, again, a creation that should only exist in Marvel's dream world. Get away from the urban battlegrounds that siege Doomsday. Superman Yi Meng. A middle-aged man in a black uniform with a murderous look, leading an armed force of 30 people, came to the Dracula City Lord's residence that was destroyed by Yi Meng last night. At the moment, here is reduced to a sinkhole and ruins. The middle-aged man who led the team waved his hand. It's here. It's already started over there. Hurry up and take out that invading artifact. Yes. Immediately, 2 armed men stepped forward behind him and dropped a mobile safe that was escorting him to the ground. After entering a series of complex and lengthy passwords, the safe opened, and it could be seen that there was a kitchen knife inside. That's right, a kitchen knife. To be more precise, it is a rusty, ordinary kitchen knife with a blunt edge. It seems that it can be used to cut vegetables, let alone meat. However, the Major General who was born in the military with a murderous look looked at the kitchen knives stored in the safe with a cautious and apprehensive expression. This invading artifact is too evil. If it wasn't for dealing with the Transcendent who could defeat Homelander, he believed that those in the upper echelon of the Federation would never have allowed himself to take this weapon out of Kunlun. Invasion Archives, Ghost Chopper. Invasion Type, Object. Intrusion Number, SAS 1000. Casualties have been caused, 10,000 plus. Intrusion Level, identified as A level. Archive Report. Holding the ghost kitchen knife, you can see the remnants of the creatures that have set foot here in the past in the nearby area. Once the holder uses the ghost kitchen knife to slash the remaining figure of the past creature, the creature will be simultaneously attacked in reality, and the holder will also pay the same injury. It is identified as a causal weapon, use it with caution. The first one is up to you. The middle-aged Major General pointed to one of the armed members. Yes. The armed member was inexplicably frightened and fanatical, and stepped forward without any hesitation, holding the kitchen knife in the safe in his hand. The next moment, he vaguely saw dozens of phantoms appearing on the ruins, including men and women, and even the dead Dracula. One of the phantoms was the silver-haired youth who had just defeated Homelander. I found the target, I'm going to attack. As the armed team member holding the kitchen knife said, he strode forward, raised the kitchen knife and swung it down, hitting the silver-haired young phantom's neck. Dragon Hail, the Federation is immortal. At the end, he let out a low growl madly, with inhuman beast pupils shining in his eyes, dinosaur-like rubber bands emerged from his arms, and the strength of his slashing was far beyond that of a Superman. Psst! The kitchen knife fell forward, but there was a strange line of blood on the neck of the armed man holding the kitchen knife, and blood gushed out. Gilyalo, heads, headless corpses, and kitchen knives fell to the ground. The Major General remained expressionless, and said coldly, continue, next one. Yes. Another armed man went out frantically. In the midst of battle, trapped in the realm of slow speed and wearing the precepts that restrict body movements, Doomsday Superman Yi Meng is still standing with his chest upright, without the slightest tendency to kneel down and salute. Yi Meng recognized the invading artifact trying to confine itself, a magical artifact that should have existed in the Marvel Dream World, the holy place in New York guarded by Doctor Strange. This implement was once used by Doctor Strange to restrain the leader of the Dark Magician. Unexpectedly, it appeared here now. Does this mean that the Marvel and DC worlds that have only appeared in dreams, like other plane worlds that have invaded reality, are real? Just thinking of this, a subtle feeling came to my heart. Yi Meng looked down, and there was a slender cut on the neck that was also covered with bones. This cut is enough to kill an ordinary person. However, for Doomsday Superman, it was only a minor injury. Sizzle. Even in the field of turtle speed, Yi Meng's neck wound still gushed out a large amount of energy streamer very quickly, and the seemingly fatal wound was recovering at a slow speed visible to the naked eye. However, the next moment, Yi Meng's shoulders, neck, back of the head, and legs appeared one after another out of thin air with slender slashes. Most of the slashes were located and deep enough to be fatal to ordinary people. Damaged joints. The precepts were still restrained and suppressed, and countless brackets rattled, trying to make Yi Meng lean forward, raised his hands back, and knelt on the ground with his knees forward. At the same time, the dome over Fuyaki City suddenly broke open, huge amounts of light fell from the sky, and fell fiercely on Yi Meng's head, covering the 20-meter area where he was. Orbital Light Cannon. Chen Hong turned pale and shouted. This is the hottest weapon method known to the Star Dragon Federation at the moment, and one output of energy is enough to last a month for a city. This represents the supreme authority of the Federation, the Light of Judgment. Only, the orbital light cannon sank everything down, blasting out a bottomless abyss with a radius of 10 meters, but Yi Meng still stood firmly in the low sky. His body glowing with bone luster was undamaged, and was still baptized by the impact of the light cannon, as if bathing in a hot bath. Countless people watching the simultaneous live broadcast, including the high-level federal officials, stared blankly. Is this God? In the field of turtle speed, the restriction of commandments, the invisible slashing, and the light cannon. That's it. It's just that. It's not enough to kill me. Doomsday Superman Yi Meng stopped pretending. He stepped forward abruptly, and the weapon of commandment on his body shattered inch by inch. With this foot in the air, the amazing force turned into a force field and raged in all directions, and the ball lightning exploded outwards. Turtle Speed Man's eyes went dark, and the kinetic energy surging nearby at this moment was 10 times higher than before, and the Turtle Speed domain was instantly destroyed, and the previously decelerated heat sight pierced him and the roadway forward. Boom! Dragging his half-bone spur body that was constantly cut and healed, Yi Meng seemed to be breaking free from a cage and ushering in awakening. His broken gold eyes were constantly burning and flashing with destructive pupils. He is like a walking nuclear bomb, a living catastrophe. He raised his hands full of electric energy, tore apart the orbital light cannon that fell from the sky, and 3 bursts burst out from his opened eyes and growling mouth. The light beams merged into a golden red burning light that broke through the sky in an instant. This scene, just like 2 years ago, the trident laser that once appeared in the high school campus of Tianhe City, known as the mighty power of the gods, reappeared in the current Fuyaki City. In the next moment, tens of miles away from the surface, the Federation's first space station in space was pierced through, bursting out with extremely tragic and bright flames. Without the turtle speed domain, the supermanized Yi Meng of Half-Doomsday moved and appeared in front of the Son of Light, who was trying to escape from the scene. Son of Light's pupil shrank. He was agile enough to be a spearman, but at this moment he couldn't keep up with the opponent's speed. He tried to raise his spear and noble phantasm to fight back. It's too slow. Yi Meng shook his head, his hands covered with bone spurs and exoskeleton arm guards, and slammed forward. The head of Yingling's Son of Light was smashed into pieces, turning into a little bit of starlight and disappearing on the rooftop. After completing all this, Yi Meng continued to raise his eyes, looking at the other end of Fuyaki City. 2 hot lines of sight shot forward, swept across the sky over the 3 streets in an instant, and precisely landed on the previous residence of the City Lord of Dracula. Fuyaki City, the residence of the former City Lord, on the ruins. Next. Continue, next. Not yet, the next one will make up. Under the command of the middle-aged Major General, one armed man in his prime stepped forward one after another, lifted the kitchen knife from the ground, and slashed fatally at the past phantom of the silver-haired youth. Within a short while, more than a dozen armed men fell in disorder on the ground. They were either separated from their heads or their limbs were broken. They were piled together like sacrifices. Bloody creeks flowed out of the pile of corpses, and the blood gradually spread the ruins. Dyed dark red. There was a strong smell of blood in the air, and the remaining armed personnel continued to step forward, picking up the kitchen knife that was not stained with blood. Looking at the more than 20 people who seemed to have committed suicide, the Major General couldn't hide his regret. These are dead soldiers who have been trained since childhood and are extremely loyal to the Federation. And the intrusion creation used, if not for the sake of secrecy, can be rated as A+, or even S level. The tricky kitchen knife. Ordinary people will die as soon as they hold it, and they can't see the phantom of the past at all, let alone use it cut out a knife. Only these federal soldiers who are more loyal and fanatical than ordinary soldiers, who have received his blessing, and whose bodies are different from ordinary people, can barely lift this evil kitchen knife and slash a knife or two. They exist originally to use this invading artifact. The effect is remarkable. Under the same injury effect of the sly chopper involving the law of causality, even Homelander and Son of Light's amazing physical defenses that are difficult to break through are cut through the air. However, the opponent not only has a super physical defense, but the self-healing speed is even more amazing than the physical defense, and the fatal cuts to ordinary people can be recovered almost instantly. How to fight this? Those who can ignore this tricky kitchen knife are obviously monsters among monsters. But now there is no turning back. The Major General knew that the armed men who threw their blood to death for the Federation could only get minor injuries in less than a second, but he still could only call next and let them fulfill their own value. When all the armed men are dead, he will go back with the crafty kitchen knife. Next. The Major General was in a trance, and when he saw the armed men in front fell down, he instinctively yelled, and suddenly looked up at the sky not far away. The orbital light cannon that fell from the near outer space was torn apart, the golden-red violent energy ray pierced the sky upwards, and the light blue upward sky lit up with balls of flames, which was the end of the space station that launched the orbital light cannon. And the second golden-red beam of destruction, from the extraordinary battle situation more than 10 miles away, spanned the sky over 3 modern streets, and continuously fell towards the ruins where they were. No, I don't want to die yet, I want to bring this invading creation back. The Major General collapsed instantly, screaming in panic. In the next moment, the destruction beam obliquely sliced through the ruined land, annihilating the Major General and the remaining armed personnel. The land with a radius of hundreds of meters was divided into 2 parts, and the middle was turned into hot red lava. In the high-temperature magma, the skeletons of the special team that went out were left with nothing but a rusty kitchen knife bubbling and sinking into the magma. 3 hot sights, one clapping with both hands. The temperature in Fuyaki City soared, and some areas rose by 10,000 degrees. Between Setsuna, the mysterious force that seems to have successfully suppressed the Doomsday Superman Yi Meng, ushered in annihilation. The battle situation is over. Wearing a highly battle-damaged silver-white battlesuit, with a solid chest, slender arms, and strong feet, a half-perfect body without metal armor is covered with sacred and ferocious, hard, and thin gray-white bones. With a hideous bone spur on the back of his hand, Yi Meng stood on the rooftop where the Son of Light of the heroic spirit was before. His eyes flashed with fire, and he turned his fiery gaze away from the direction of the City Lord's residence. He stood alone in the air, his whole body was surrounded by current, his aura was violent and stable, like a revived god. Just want to kill me like this? At least 10 times more. Yi Meng has already used half of his strength, and is on the verge of recovering his will to destroy. He looks coldly at the inland of the eastern jurisdiction, and his injuries have all recovered. It would be best if there were a little more extraordinary villains who jumped out. Let's clean them all together today. Eastern jurisdiction, Kunlun, the highest meeting room. There was silence here, and after a while, someone sighed. It failed. The Federation's first space station equipped with an orbital light cannon was destroyed. The A-level Turtle Speedman, the A-level Son of Light, and the extraordinary special forces that had been trained for many years were all dead. Kitchen knife. That's right. This is worse and more serious than the mist incident. Another high-level official said helplessly, especially that kitchen knife, if it is left outside, the consequences will be unimaginable. As I said before, it must not be brought get out of Kunlun. It's meaningless to talk about it now. Now that things have come to an end, think about how to deal with the extraordinary Yi Meng. The combat power and ability that the other party has shown so far is almost impossible to solve. According to the current rating, the opponent will be the only S+, or even SSS. There is another SSS class in the world. It is still a transcendent, but it is on the opposite side of the Star Dragon Federation. The high-level staff sighed and suffered from headaches, and some people were already panicked, worried about Yi Meng's reckoning afterward. As the highest-level personnel coordinating the Star Dragon Alliance, this is the first time they have such a headache and uneasiness. Even Homelander, who secretly had a bad reputation before, is still under their control. But this time, Yi Meng's strength was beyond control, making them feel restless. Just as the meeting was full of uneasy atmosphere, a member of the Old God said, "Their sacrifices are valuable." Eastern Jurisdiction Occult Division, acting leader. Many members were shocked, and someone exclaimed in surprise, could it be that all of this is within his expectation and control? After all, the one who conveyed his words and instructions just now was this extraordinary leader who temporarily took the position of Dragon Lady. The acting leader spread his hands, although we lost a lot of extraordinary combat power and high-level creations. But at least we know that the opponent is almost equivalent to the strengthening version of Homelander, in all aspects. The corners of the other members' mouths twitched. Isn't this nonsense? What can I do if I know? Homelander has almost become a god, isn't the strengthening version of Homelander just surpassing the gods? How can this be killed? The acting leader continued to smile confidently. As for the sly kitchen knife, after Yi Meng is eliminated, send someone to Fuyaki City to recover it. The question is, now that the superhumans sent out are gone, how do we kill him? A member pointed to a figure standing in the sky on the live broadcast projection beside him. Void hunting? It's very simple. The acting leader smiled slightly. We have seen just now that conventional and energy weapons, and even nuclear strikes, are generally causal weapons that can only destroy the body, but cannot cause fatal and effective blows to the opponent. So, you only need to use a more advanced method than the previous extraordinary method. An extraordinary means with a higher personality than the previous extraordinary means? At the highest level meeting, many high-level officials laughed wryly upon hearing this. They definitely know this. The issue is Ghost Chopper, Discipline, Heroic Son of Light, City Lord Kamehato, Orbital Light Cannon, and Special Troops favored by the gods. These extraordinary means of starting A level are already level 1 that they can use. How could there be a higher ranked extraordinary means than these extraordinary means? Wait. A group of high-level personnel suddenly trembled in their hearts. There are really extraordinary creations that reach S level, or even SSS level. But looking at the Star Dragon Federation, with the foundation of the past 200 years, only 5 pieces have been obtained. Some are more consumables, once used they are gone. And this level of supernatural creations, they don't have the authority to call them, and they are all guarded by the god who created the Star Dragon Federation. Could it be that he gave you that level of intrusion creation? Immediately, all the members at the meeting set their eyes on the acting leader. The acting leader who participated in the meeting with a virtual projection smiled, and took out 2 things with his left and right hands. They were a string of blue crystal pendants and a note that looked like it was torn from an ordinary notebook. On the back of the note, several names have already been written, leaving only the last blank space for writing on the front. Really? Recognizing the meanings represented by these 2 creations, the eyes of the rest of the members became even hotter. This is the soul-suppressing crystal pendant that Dragon Girl has worn since she was a child. Over the years, the crystal contains a full-force mental blow that exceeds the peak level of Dragon Girl. This blow, he said, even a Homelander can easily kill it. While speaking, the acting leader crushed the blue crystal. A huge fire phoenix burning blazingly in the void spread its wings and flew out from the shattered blue crystal, screaming in the sky. The sound of the nothingness fire phoenix alone, through the projection, is enough to make people's soul horrified. The acting leader gestured, tearing up the white paper in his hand. As for this, I believe you all know the source. In the previous S-level invasion incident Strange Death, the Death Note was finally destroyed, but still with a note torn from that notebook. This is the last. The acting leader looked at the note with regret, picked up a pen, took off the cap of the pen, and wrote Yi Meng on the last blank space of the note. Once you write the name of the person you want in that notebook, the person will die of a heart attack. Hesitation on behalf of the leader, or continue to add a sentence, die under the attack of Phoenix Force. This supplement consumes the last blank of this note. 2 real S rank, or even SSS rank, extraordinary creations are consumed at once at this moment, and used on the same person. All the high-level personnel on the field felt distressed. This is half the background of the Federation, but they all breathed a sigh of relief. They know that the victory is already divided. The Star Dragon Federation is always the winner? Under the global simultaneous live broadcast, Doomsday Superman Yi Meng stood in the sky. When the Girl Night King arrived at the scene of the battle, the Son of Light had been photographed so that even the light disappeared. You are really powerful, the strongest person I have ever seen. Arteria landed on the roof, watching Yi Meng sigh with emotion. Yi Meng was about to say something. But at this moment, a huge phoenix burning with fire flew out of the void and rushed towards Yi Meng's body in the air without any warning. Even if she just flew by, Artoria felt that her heroic body, magic power, and soul were going to be burned to the ground. Not to mention Yi Meng, who was the target of the fire phoenix attack. In just an instant, all the damaged armor on Yi Meng's body melted into molten iron and flowed down. Ignoring the bone spurs and exoskeleton, the fire phoenix with its wings outstretched into the body of Doomsday Superman Yi Meng. Do not. In the villa, Tifa suddenly realized something and yelled, and was about to jump out of the window like Arteria before. Chen Hong hurriedly hugged her to stop her. This moment, Yi Meng closed his eyes, his body stopped in the air, feeling that the real time and space seemed to have stopped. Even with the shelter of a little will to destroy the ancient Doomsday, and the spiritual consciousness with the strengthening part of artificial intelligence, it is still broken into by the pure spiritual power of the fire phoenix at this moment. Yi Meng felt that his soul and consciousness were torn apart by the phoenix of nothingness that jumped into his body, and everything began to burn. At the same time, a subtle causal force pulls him towards the realm of death. Am I going to die? Yi Meng experienced death again. Like vision before it, the fateful end of Doomsday of the ancients. Familiar with death? This is too bad. Yi Meng didn't expect that at the moment of his real death, he would still have an inexplicable urge to laugh. Then, Yi Meng's consciousness sank into darkness, which was more like falling into a dream than death. Same as before, Yi Meng's consciousness reached the boundary of invisible, and he faintly saw the familiar outlines of the two dream worlds, but he couldn't step forward to enter. He heard the last bitter whisper of the girl Wanda, I will continue to wait for you in 5 years. It was vaguely replaced by the words of Wanda, who became the real Scarlet Witch. No matter which world you are in, I will go there and kill you. He heard an immature, familiar voice from that world, which he hadn't heard for a long time. Teacher Yuba, I'm here. I heard your call. He heard Superman's crazy words like crazy. I didn't kill the king. How could he die? Also, Xiaohua murmured while watching the end of the world, I will wait for you here on the bronze throne. However, it cannot be touched, and the two dream worlds are separated by a hazy and insurmountable boundary wall. But at this time, clang clang, accompanied by the chirping of the real fire phoenix, it was sharp and crisp, and this dark area also ignited raging flames, and the boundaries were distorted. This phoenix force, which was tearing apart his soul, seemed to have inadvertently torn apart the barriers of the two dream worlds, exposing a hole. And guided by the rule of death, Yi Meng's consciousness seems to have a brand new power, allowing him to cross the blurred border between the two dream worlds. Hey, the whole universe has lost half of its creatures. Obviously. We failed, Thanos succeeded. Yi Meng was in a daze when he heard several familiar voices nearby. He opened his eyes and suddenly saw that he was in a bright and ultramodern main hall. In the bright main hall, several familiar figures stood. That is, Iron Man Tony Stark, Captain America Steve Luoges, Thor, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, and a blonde woman who has never been seen before and can have a file in SHIELD. Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers? At her feet, there is also a little brown bear standing on 2 feet, fully armed. At the moment, everyone in the main hall showed depressed expressions. Yi Meng was able to clearly perceive that their inner depression and depression were not from the perspective of God who watched from afar. He froze. I really came back. Back to the world where this dream started, the dream world named Marvel.Night. Marvel Universe World, New Avengers Headquarters. An alien spaceship that has run out of energy is quietly parked on the vast grassy field outside the headquarters. In the main hall on the first floor of the illuminated headquarters, several people couldn't hide their sadness and fatigue, with the unwillingness after the defeat, and the atmosphere in the room was oppressive. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff sighed, the loss of this battle is too heavy. The loss of superhero alone has Wakanda King Black Panther, Doctor Strange, Falcon Sam, Wanda, Nick Fury, Tony Stark, who took off the steel battlesuit that was comparable to the gods, wore a black t-shirt like an ordinary middle-aged man, and Tony Stark with graying temples added, Spider-Man, Peter Parker, that child also died. Also, Vision. Captain America Steve Luoges's eyes were dim, and he couldn't help looking at the workbench on the side of the main hall, recovering the mechanical wreckage that could no longer be assembled into a complete human body. In the suppressed discussion among the people in the main hall, Yi Meng, who returned here, was stunned, and also looked at the wreckage of the Vision avatar. Indeed, in this Marvel world, he should have failed and died while destroying the Mind Gem. The Vision avatar was destroyed, and the AI data was emptied. So what is the current self? Yi Meng lowered his head, all he saw was air, and now the avatar had no real form. Like a mass of air with a self-awareness? No, it should be said that like the signal sent from the past to the future, it hardly exists, but it is truly in the present world. Yi Meng tried it, and was able to clearly observe the things in the main hall, and even the emotions of the people on the field, but he couldn't communicate with them. Like a smart ghost. Am I dead? Yi Meng found that he seemed to have returned to the state of artificial intelligence before, and he still maintained enough calmness and composure in the face of the current weird situation. Yi Meng recalled the shocking situation that happened in the real world just now. The phantom of the fire phoenix that appeared out of thin air and burned his soul was obviously the phoenix force he had encountered before, so in the end it was the guardian dragon girl who shot him? It's not quite like that. The phantom of the fire phoenix has no artificial mood swings. But anyway, The character of Phoenix Force, looking at the world concept of the Marvel X-Men series, is an extreme bug, which can be compared with Chaos Force after Wanda Awakening. As Doomsday Superman himself, he does not fully possess the ancient Doomsday's ability, nor does he fully inherit the characteristics of Marvel's artificial intelligence. A certain level of Phoenix Force's attack is indeed enough to pose a threat to him, but it shouldn't be fatal immediately, at least you can resist. After all, he's not a psychically immune Superman, he's a Doomsday Superman. Is it the causal law of death ability? Yi Meng reminisced about the taste before the real death. At that time, he keenly felt another subtle mysterious force. In some film and television works, there is indeed this kind of mortal causal ability, such as conceptual incarnations such as Death God, and there are also abilities such as Death Note and Magic Eye that can cause people to die. So, in reality, my main body is indeed dead, but now it is clearly in a deep dream state. Yi Meng pondered, feeling a little unbelievable. Before, in order to return to the real world, his Vision incarnation in Marvel's dream and the ancient Doomsday incarnation in DC's dream ushered in death respectively. But now, the death of his self in the real world caused him to reconnect and return to the dream world. Dream reality, a reincarnation. As an invisible intelligent ghost, Yi Meng quietly floats in the low sky, floating in the main hall of Avengers. Vision is dead? I don't believe it. I won't believe it. Thor sat on the steps, holding a brand new storm axe. His cheeks were full of vicissitudes, and he raised his eyes angrily and blankly. I don't believe that Thanos can kill Vision. Thor, can you tell me your reason? Tony Stark asked in surprise. Thor responded in a deep voice, before I forged the storm axe, Vision clearly defeated Thanos and crippled one of his arms, and the Infinity Gauntlet couldn't stop it. Real or fake? Many people on the field who had never witnessed the Star Wars were shocked. So it was. Tony Stark murmured. No wonder before, he and Spider-Man, Doctor Strange, and others arrived at the Titan star of Thanos' home planet. When they met Thanos, they found that the other party had broken a right arm and seemed to be in a state of fleeing. However, even with a broken arm, the Infinity Gauntlet Thanos, who was under injury, still defeated them all. Thanos is so strong, and because of that, it's hard to imagine how powerful Vision would be to defeat Thanos and knock him into flight. Vision wasn't killed by Thanos. Captain America Steve suddenly said, Vision died before Thanos came to Earth, and only Wanda who was there at the time knew the cause of his death. Black Widow worried, maybe, besides Thanos, there are more powerful potential enemies. It did exist before. But now, the Time Management Bureau is gone. Yi Meng said softly, it's a pity that no one can hear his voice and perceive his existence. It's pointless to think too much now. Captain Marvel, who has just returned to the Earth, is obviously a vigorous and decisive action. If you still have the fighting spirit, come with me to kill Thanos, take back the Infinity Gauntlet, and bring the battle back. Kill Thanos. The surviving heroes of Avengers headquarters were shocked. Yi Meng shook his head, it's late. Really? When Captain Marvel Carol Danvers, leading the reinvigorated surviving heroes, rushes to a planet where gem energy fluctuations have occurred based on Nebula, who was once one of Thanos' right men and then defected. What he saw was just a purple-skinned one-armed man who was disarmed and returned to the fields, farming on the planet in his back garden, without the sharp eyes and domineering aura of the past. Captain Marvel swooped and held Thanos' left hand, allowing Thor to use his battle axe directly, chopping off Thanos' left arm wearing the Infinity Gauntlet. But the Infinity Gauntlet worn on the left hand has been corroded by cosmic energy, and the 6 depressions that should have been inlaid with gems are empty. Obviously Thanos was on the Earth. After he snapped his fingers that killed half of the universe, he came back here and destroyed 6 infinite gems with the power of the second snap. Facing this truth as the ending, the heroes on the field were aggrieved and helpless. At last, Thor was angry, swung his storm axe to cut off Thanos' head, raised his red cloak, and turned low and hesitantly towards the sunset outside the house. After Nebula collected and buried Thanos' body, the Avengers also left the planet, and they will face the world after the defeat. Thanos wins. Half the heroes and the living come to an end. An era is now coming to an end. Yi Meng, who followed the Avengers to this planet, secretly stayed here where Thanos was buried. For no reason. He can clearly perceive that there are 6 residual cosmic energy microns wandering in and around this planet. One of the cosmic energies makes Yi Meng feel very intimate and familiar, like a part of himself. After the Avengers spaceship departs, Thanos' back garden planet has resumed its usual prosperity. Under the bright and warm sunshine, the garden where Thanos was buried is full of vitality. Half of the creatures in the universe were killed, and the universe regained its balance. After a brief period of strife and chaos, a new order and peace emerged. Just, from that day on, ordinary creatures living on the back garden planet, when they dream, occasionally see a humanoid existence glowing with a sacred yellow light in their dreams. That godlike existence hangs over the back garden, warming people's hearts. Meeting him must be a warm and pure dream. Also, from that day on, Yi Meng chose to stay alone in Thanos' back garden. He tried to absorb the psychic energy left on the planet, just like finding the tiny puzzle pieces scattered throughout the universe and putting them back together. Yi Meng can feel that his own existence is constantly solidified in the process of absorbing and putting together spiritual energy. In the beginning, he was just a lost terminal, a void signal sent from the past to the future. He hardly existed in this world, and no creature in the universe could perceive his existence. Gradually, Yi Meng's own existence continued to solidify, never crossing the boundary of reality. He was able to enter the minds of weak and pure creatures when they were sleeping, and even absorb their negativity and negative emotions as nutrients. This is undoubtedly the ability of Mind Gem, although it is very weak. This can't help but remind Yi Meng when he used the Vision incarnation to attack the Mind Gem incarnation. Did it really fail that time? Or was he only half successful at the beginning? But now his consciousness has returned from reality to the Marvel dream, and by mistake, he was able to continue to complete the remaining half of the advancement? So, it started from that day. Yi Meng stayed in the back garden most of the time, absorbing the psychic energy left over when the Mind Gem was destroyed. Part of the time wanders the universe, looking for pieces of the Mind Gem puzzle, passing by in the dreams of weak and pure cosmic beings or alien babies. In the Marvel universe, there is a legend of a new god for no reason. Yi Meng definitely also went back to Marvel Earth, back to the fallen headquarters of Avengers, and went to the empty house where she lived with Wanda for 3 years. He attended the wedding of Iron Man Tony Stark and Pepper Potts, and witnessed the pregnant Pepper Potts giving birth to a baby girl shortly thereafter. 1 month later, the baby girl was named Morgan Stark. Except for the Captain Marvel in the alien civilization, the surviving heroes basically came to the dinner, including Thor, Captain America Steve, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, Hulk Banner, War Machine Rhodes, Guardians of Galaxy's Brown Bear Rocket, the new Sorcerer Supreme, King, and more. Most of them seemed to celebrate it as a happy event, trying to wash away the trauma of the endgame. Yi Meng's spiritual concept between non-existence and existence, standing quietly in the banquet crowd, no one noticed his existence, even Thor and the new Sorcerer Supreme had no insight. Only the little Morgan in Pepper Potts' arms suddenly opened his small eyes when he passed by Yi Meng. His blue eyes were as clear as jewels, as if he could see the special existence of Yi Meng. Morgan, you will have a heart as strong as steel. In the next countless days and nights, even if you are alone, you will not have nightmares. Yi Meng stretched out his hand, touched little Morgan's brow lightly, and said softly. Little Morgan's eyes were shining brightly, and for the first time, he let out a light and immature laugh, and reached out to hold Yi Meng's fingers, but the immature white hand was empty. Everyone, let's have another drink. Yi Meng turned around and walked towards the group of heroes who were drinking wine under the magnificent lights. Yi Meng quietly watched the last group of heroes who got drunk, and watched an era decline under the influence of flickering events after the final battle. In this way, time flies like water. In a flash, it was 5 years later. In the past 5 years, Yi Meng has been serving as the energy concept body of Mind Gem, existing in the dream world of Marvel. No one knew of his existence, yet hundreds of billions of creatures knew of his existence in their dreams. During these 5 years, Yi Meng finally absorbed the remaining Mind Gem energy in Thanos' back garden planet. He felt that the existence of his conceptual incarnation ushered in metamorphosis, and he could begin to indirectly modify and guide human emotions, and even began to affect some energies in the outer universe. Although this is still far from the complete Mind Gem ability, it also makes him truly return to Marvel with an incarnation. However, what makes Yi Meng feel strange is that 5 years have passed, and the final turning point should also come. But why? It's been so long. Yi Meng suddenly thought of something. Incarnate in his mind concept, he came to the inner part of Marvel Earth. In a parking lot in New York that had been closed for 5 years, he found a Jeep whose rear trunk was transformed into a small quantum tunnel. 5 years later, it is still difficult for Yi Meng's psychic concept avatar to affect real objects, but it has reached the point where it can slightly modify the intelligence system by transforming psychic energy. As the onboard system of the Jeep's rear trunk restarted, the small quantum tunnel opened again, and a man in the helmet popped out of it in the next instant, a man in the helmet who had recovered from the dust to the size of an adult human file. That was the second-generation Ant-Man, Scott Lang, who had disappeared for 5 years and other heroes thought he had also died in the flickering incident. Wearing the Ant-Man uniform, Scott Lang took off his helmet, stared blankly at the dusty indoor garage, and quickly got up and ran out of the garage in shock. Yi Meng, the incarnation of the concept of mind, stood beside him, quietly watching the scene. He knows that a new era is coming, which is also the ending and origin of a reincarnation. The second-generation Ant-Man Scott Lang will bring Avengers the concept of traveling through time and space derived from the quantum realm. Then the surviving Avengers will return to the past and collect 6 complete infinite gems from the past parallel time and space, so as to snap their fingers to reverse the final battle 5 years ago, and bring back the other half of the creatures that disappeared in the snap of their fingers. Wanda and the others will usher in the resurrection, and Iron Man will die in this battle. Then, after another half a year, it was the starting point when I first fell into a dream and began to intervene in the Marvel world as an artificial intelligence incarnation. Maybe, I will meet my past self. Yi Meng pondered for a while, and suddenly realized that this was an unprecedented opportunity. Maybe he could peek in and learn exactly how he fell asleep in the first place and became the AI Friday avatar. In any case, since Marvel in 2024, I have returned to myself 10 years ago, and I have gone through everything as Vision, and I am about to return to 2024. For him, Marvel's past and future will be completely brought together. Lake House. Since the end of the final battle, after marrying Pepper Potts and having children, Iron Man Tony Stark no longer maintains Avengers, and the family moved to the outskirts of New York to settle down here, away from the noise of the city and the chaos of the world. After 5 years, little Morgan has grown from a slap file size to a 1.2-meter tall elf who often plays in the back garage. Looking at his daughter Morgan, who leaned out of the tent in the field and wore a blue steel helmet, Tony Stark was in a daze. Recently, he often recalled the past. He thought of the freshman Avengers who had just created Vision and had not yet broken out of civil strife. A superhero capable of inheriting itself. Thinking back to the moment when little Morgan was just born, and when little Morgan just learned to speak, he didn't speak the English word teacher instead of parents. These little things make him worry about it now. Maybe it's because people are getting old, so they can't help remembering the past. After taking off the steel battlesuit, he is no longer Iron Man, but an ordinary middle-aged and elderly person. Tony Stark smiled, stepped forward and picked up little Morgan. At this moment, a vehicle on the forest road drove towards this side, stopped by the lake, and several people who were familiar but hadn't seen for a long time got out of the vehicle. Hey, rare visitor. Tony Stark blinked in surprise. Long time no see, Tony. Captain America Steve Luogis, who got off the car, smiled. Behind him was Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, and the second-generation Ant-Man Scott Lang who was still trapped in the quantum realm. Definitely, none of them noticed that there was an invisible spiritual concept entity that also walked out through the rear door of the vehicle. The little Morgan in Tony's arms opened his eyes wide. This time, he also didn't perceive the existence, but felt that today's sunshine was brighter and warmer than ever before. 5 years after the Endgame, Captain America and others, who are still maintaining Avengers, brought the second-generation Ant-Man to the lakeside cottage where Iron Man lives in seclusion. Naturally, it is because of the concept of the quantum field brought about by the return of the second-generation Ant-Man. Between non-existence and existence, Yi Meng, who is quite a part of Mind Gem's conceptual body, followed everyone to the hut. The interior of the lakeside cottage is not much different from Yi Meng's impression. It's just that when he first dreamed here, Iron Man had already died, but now Iron Man is still living here. After the Captain America and others were polite, they quickly got to the point and explained the purpose of their visit. Yi Meng did not expect that the name of his previous incarnation would pop out from the mouth of the second-generation Ant-Man. The second-generation Ant-Man Scott Lang stood in the main hall of the wooden house, facing everyone on the sofa, dancing. Listen to me. At first, I was rescuing the mother-in-law who was trapped in the quantum realm, Hank Pym's wife time. I asked Vision to help, and he proposed a theory at that time. That is, the quantum realm is beyond the world, and the time there is different from the time rules in our world. Now, I have experienced it myself. I was trapped in the quantum realm and only felt that a moment had passed, but the outside world had already passed 5 years. So, Iron Man Tony Stark, as a genius beyond the current era and the first person in the field of earth science and technology, immediately waved his hand and said bluntly, "Do you think it is possible to go back to the past time period through the quantum realm, kill Thanos in advance, or get infinite gems? In order to reverse the ending 5 years ago, we really have this idea." Captain America said firmly, "At least, this may be our only hope and chance. Traveling through time and space is impossible." Tony Stark shook his head. He hugged little Morgan. His vicissitudes of face turned cold. "If it's because of this, unfortunately, I can't help you either. You go away." Before leaving the hut, Captain America said in a deep voice, "Tony, have you ever thought about it? Maybe we can bring back Vision, Spider-Man, those half of the lost souls." Tony Stark's attitude was extremely firm, and he sent away the Avengers members who brought quantum tunneling technology and the concept of traveling through time and space. It's not that you don't want to help them and save half of the lost souls. Sitting on the chair, Yi Meng, who looked like a yellow emptiness, seemed to see through the heart of Iron Man at the moment. "You are worried that the rekindled hope will fail again. What is more worried is that you are clearly determined to be a hero. Retirement, but still want to put on a Mark Steel battlesuit, go back to the days of fighting to the death for the world, and die before Morgan grows up." Tony Stark stood at the closed door, hugging little Morgan tightly in his arms, and waited until the vehicle outside the door drove away. He still didn't sit down on the sofa again. As Yi Meng said, Tony Stark is Iron Man after all. Late that night, after his wife and daughter had fallen asleep, he was alone in the main hall, commanding the artificial intelligence Saturday to perform time-space travel-related deduction on the quantum field technology. At this time, Yi Meng also discovered that there is no artificial intelligence Friday in this time period. Not even a file code exists yet. How did the future Artificial Intelligence Friday, the avatar who first entered the Marvel Dreamland, come about? Yi Meng didn't get too entangled in this point. Seeing Saturday's continuous deduction failure, he finally couldn't help but secretly help to correct a program code. For Yi Meng, this was just casual, no one noticed his behavior, and even Saturday's intelligent logic was bypassed by the confusion of his mind. It's just that when little Morgan walked out of the room barefoot, Tony Stark was both pleasantly surprised and sad when he deduced the successful program code in the main hall late at night. Only then did Yi Meng realize what he had done. He released the second-generation Ant-Man from the quantum realm, and also contributed to the deduction of quantum tunnels traveling through time and space. It's the same as Doctor Strange, seeing a successful future, and then constantly guiding Iron Man towards that future. So, facing the girl in the dress who walked out of the room, Yi Meng couldn't help feeling a little guilty and apologetic. Another quick thought came to him. Now that there is no secret interference from the Time Management Bureau, and the laws of the sacred timeline have been broken, he may be able to save the Iron Man who should have been sacrificed. Although he has only absorbed part of the Mind Gem energy now, which is equivalent to part of the Mind Gem's conceptual body, and does not have the ability of 6 infinite gems to reverse life and death, it can still be done with the current ability layout. He doesn't want the future Doctor Strange sees, but the Marvel future he decides for himself. After a month. New York, the new Avengers headquarters. Since Iron Man Tony Stark changed his mind, returned to headquarters with the Vibranium shield, shook hands with Captain America, and joined the Quantum Realm Shuttle Time and Space Project. With the efforts of Iron Man and the Hulk, 2 technology giants, and the secret help of Yi Meng, the time travel project has continuously produced breakthrough progress. As one of the time-traveling experimenters, Hawkeye Clint arrived at a specific space-time in the past through a small quantum tunnel for the first time. Although he only stayed for a few seconds, it was already a breakthrough from pure theory to practice. Therefore, in this month, Avengers spent more time building large-scale quantum shuttle equipment, reconvening the surviving superheroes, manufacturing time-space shuttle uniforms based on the Ant-Man battlesuit, and discussing the return which fixed plane gets infinite gems. Headquarters Meeting Hall. Yi Meng stood in a corner, watching the Avengers who reunited and planned to save the world after being divided by civil strife. Iron Man Tony Stark, who is married and has a child, Thor with a big belly and a shape-shifting figure, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff who dyed his hair into silver, Clint from Hawkeye to now a Ronin, and the young and tall Captain America as always Steve Luo Jess. Back to a few years ago, the new Avengers meeting. Yi Meng is very clear. This is also the last glory of Avengers, where many heroes and veterans ignite themselves and open up a path to a new era. Many heroes will return after this war reversal, and many heroes will stay in the old era completely. As a witness, Yi Meng is also a participant, intervening without anyone noticing, plotting the result he wants. Then, the Avengers plan to travel back in time to the present day. The weather outside is clear and cloudless. Inside the headquarters base, Stark, Steve, Natasha Romanoff and others all put on the spacetime shuttle battlesuit and stepped onto the shuttle machine platform. Believe, we will win. Captain America gave a powerful speech before the shuttle operation. It's about to start. Yi Meng thought to himself, floating beside the shuttle machine platform, watching several people who boarded the shuttle machine platform. The ending will be reversed 5 years from now. The Avengers will be divided into 3 groups, and they will travel to 3 different past time and space, collect all 6 infinite gems, and return to the present time and space to snap their fingers infinitely. Wanda is about to be resurrected. Yi Meng was excited and felt that he could fulfill his original promise. At this moment, the spacetime machine platform transformed by the quantum tunnel was activated, and with a flash of light, all the superheroes on the platform disappeared. Little time passed. The next moment, the disappearing superhero reappeared on the machine platform, except for Black Widow. Almost everyone reappeared, and some members also had items of different color and luster gem styles in their hands. In the hands of the second-generation Ant-Man, the metal scepter that was the carrier of the predecessor of the Mind Gem was held. They succeeded. Yi Meng was shocked. When the second generation of Ant-Man shuttled back, the metal scepter in his hand had an inexplicable attraction and repulsion to him. Surprised? The group of superheroes who had just returned had not communicated with each other before they saw the psychic scepter held in the hands of the second-generation Ant-Man constantly trembling, glowing circles of light. The light of Mind Gem collides with another potential energy in the room. In the Setsuna room, the ground and outer walls of the headquarters base, as well as the metal equipment, were twisted and annihilated into ashes in an instant. Yi Meng stands in the air, staring at the Mind Scepter, as if seeing the same kind, and has the urge to devour or expel it. At this moment, Yi Meng realized very clearly that he was the conceptual incarnation of Mind Gem. This unique Mind Gem in the Marvel Universe, even though he is not at the peak, he is still the master of the mind rule of this universe. At the moment, facing the Mind Gem from the past parallel universe is like facing an intruder. Yi Meng instinctively rejects it, and wants to completely devour this Mind Gem and annihilate it. Click. The scepter held by the second-generation Ant-Man, the smooth metal rod could not withstand the confrontation of the high-level universe, and several cracks burst out first. What the hell is going on here? Not only Ant-Man, who was terrified and didn't dare to let go, but other hero members were shocked when they saw this. In their hands, the other 5 infinite gems were normal, but the Mind Scepter carrying the Mind Gem had a problem? They didn't know that the Mind Gem in their own universe had become spirited, and began to repair their own energy and rules, and the concept of existence became clearer, which was not comparable to the other 5 destroyed infinite gems. In Invisible, it seems that the spiritual entities of the 2 universes are confronting each other in space, and the aftermath makes all the superheroes who have just returned from traveling through time and space dizzy. This is a situation that even Yi Meng did not expect. I finally understand why infinite gems with the same characteristics cannot appear in the same universe. Broken, if this continues, I will destroy that Mind Gem. Yi Meng has such a real feeling, even though he has not recovered even 1/10 of it now, he has enough bonuses in the original universe, at least he can expel the single mind gem out? Can now. He still can't achieve the function of the complete mind gem, and needs this foreign mind gem to help the current Avengers play infinite snaps. That's the only way to do it. Yi Meng gritted his teeth, suppressed his own energy and ability, and forced his own rules to usher in dormancy. I hope that the bureau that was set up before has not failed. With this thought in mind, Yi Meng's eyes went dark, his consciousness blurred, and he was disconnected from external information. More than half a year later, at night, in front of a lake on the outskirts of New York, under the vast starry sky, the small space-time shuttle platform self-destruct, emitting thick smoke. Spider-Man from 3 different parallel time and space jumped into the air at the same time. On the spot, Dr. Banner and Dr. Strange, who turned into Hulk, looked at each other. Dr. Banner sighed, "We were one step too late, and we don't know where he fled to. It's a foregone conclusion, and it's pointless to continue to pursue it." Sam, the second-generation American captain, had a dark face and could only accept the status quo. Winter Soldier Bucky said casually, "Anyway, there is no white vision in this time and space anymore, let other time and space take care of the rest." The others were speechless. It should be said, is it worthy of thinking that you have done a villain? Doctor Strange turned around and looked at the 2 outside Spider-Mans who had already grown up besides the local little Spider-Man. "Tomorrow I have a wedding to attend, so let's send you away happily as soon as possible." Extraordinary Spider-Man. Middle-aged Spider-Man. At the same time, inside the Stark family's villa, the main hall on the first floor is brightly lit. Happy's fat and chubby face was full of apology. He didn't know where to put his hands, and said to Pepper Potts, who was still wearing a white collar suit, "I'm sorry, I didn't protect Morgan well and let her suffer such dangerous situation." If something happened to Morgan, he really didn't know how to deal with the death of Tony Stark. Fortunately, she was not injured. You can't expect this, so don't blame yourself too much. Pepper Potts glanced at the children's room with the door closed, and asked, "How are May and Peter Parker?" "They're fine." Happy wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling terrified. Pepper Potts continued to ask, "I heard. It is the imitation body of Vision." Vision suddenly appeared, repelled those foreign villains, and saved Morgan. Happy nodded. "It's true that the situation at the scene is like this, but the matter is still under investigation." He opened his mouth, but he didn't say a word after all. Just now, Morgan has been saying that Vision is actually the artificial intelligence Friday who defected before. In a children's room, little Loli, who was only 6 years old, was lying on the bed, already tired enough to fall asleep. The corners of her mouth raised slightly, as if she was having a sweet dream, and whispered softly, "I heard it, Teacher Yuba. I'm here." Beside, the robot Dabai, who had been standing in the corner of the room with the lights off, inexplicably lit up the smart chip on his chest, but this time it was a faint yellow light dot. In order to avoid the rejection of foreign mind gem, Yi Meng, the concept body of mind gem, can only choose to fall into a deep sleep. That is, without self-thinking, drifting in the Marvel universe like sleepwalking. This is also a dream within a dream. Yi Meng didn't know how long he had been asleep, but he felt as if he was integrated with the entire Marvel universe and became a part of the will of the Void universe. He can feel the souls of biological races from all over the Marvel universe, including the Earth, from the moment they are born, or from their death. There are innocence, resentment, anger, joy, sadness, sin, and so on. He subconsciously guided some weak and difficult alien creatures, giving them a glimmer of hope for the starry sky and the future. Weaved one dream after another for some creatures, so that they can remember the past and look forward to the future. In some areas of the universe where there is no life and the stars are dim, spiritual seeds that may hatch wisdom are planted. In the dreams or consciousness of unknown beings, let them surround their own spiritual conceptual body, and listen to them calling me in awe and love, calling me various inexplicable and intimate titles such as Yishin. During this time, Yi Meng even vaguely saw the end of the mind and soul of the Marvel universe, which was born from a Big Bang, and 6 infinite gems also appeared together. This is a real and unmistakable world, not an illusion derived from the so-called dream as said by the people left behind. Yi Meng also saw that shortly after the birth of the Marvel universe, there were planet-like mechanical creatures with huge amounts of humanoids, breaking in from the outside dimension, and taking the opportunity to plant mechanical creatures one after another in the formed planet's seeds, in order to absorb the energy produced by life on the planet. That is the Celestial God group. They call themselves the Celestial Gods, walking on behalf of the current will of the universe, and have secretly controlled the world for hundreds of millions of years. The Celestial Group created the Eternal Race, allowing them to represent the will of the Celestial God and protect the planet that hatched the seeds of the Celestial God. Thanos was also a member of the Eternals who defended Titan. So, I don't know if Thanos hit it by mistake at the beginning, or if he discovered this a long time ago. The snap of his fingers that killed half of the universe's creatures earlier caused the embryos of the gods that were hatching on many planets to postpone the arrival of the gods. Yi Meng also saw that, from the distant ancient times, peeking into the infinite rule of the universe to become a god, and began to define the universe as the Asgard family ruled by the 9 realms. Mystery, rule, will, heart. Yi Meng is dreaming in a dream, as if he has truly become the incarnation of Mind Gem, and the current Marvel universe is like brothers who were born and grown together. This feeling is really unprecedented. Yi Meng was feeling emotional, and in a trance, he heard a delay like immature words, which penetrated time and space and fell clearly in his ears. Teacher Yuba, I heard it, and I am here. She paused, and continued to speak softly, thank you for saving me. Morgan, when did I call you, and when did I save you? Yi Meng was taken aback, and suddenly woke up from a dream within a dream. The next moment, he no longer sees the retrospective scene of the past universe, but is in the present moment, and he really sees a cozy room with the lights off, and a familiar girl in a dress is lying on the bed, holding a crunchy shark pillow. I'm awake, and I'm back. Yi Meng whispered to himself, as if in a lifetime. He stared blankly at the night view of New York City inside the house and outside the window, and suddenly looked at the big white robot standing in the corner of the room. The mental concept body was immediately transformed into a signal imitating artificial intelligence, and entered the chip familiarly. If it was before, it might be difficult to do this, but after experiencing a dream within a dream, the mental ability is stronger and more familiar than before. On the chest of the Dabai robot, a faint yellow light appeared on the chip, and then returned to normal, but Doda's eyes lit up with wisdom pupils. Little Morgan had a good dream in which she dreamed of her dead father and had a conversation with him about how much he loved her. At the end of the dream, she dreamed that the teacher came back. The figure of the teacher overlapped with the god who often appeared in dreams when he was a child, and the outline became more and more clear. Then, the dream woke up. Little Morgan's slender eyelashes fluttered, and they were open to be dyed with a layer of sleepiness. His eyes were as clear and bright as sapphires, and the morning light came into his eyes like water. By the window, the tall and bloated inflatable body of the Dabai robot is barely squeezed on a single sofa, and it is holding a small book to read. Wake up, let's go wash up first. Dabai whispered without raising his head while looking at the book. Oh, Little Morgan subconsciously replied. She lifted the quilt and jumped off the bed, retrieved the pink slippers with her clean feet, rubbed her eyes and walked towards the door. However, halfway through, Little Morgan stopped. She seemed to wake up. When she heard the sound of pages turning behind her, her body trembled slightly. Little Morgan remembered that he did not equip Dabai with artificial intelligence, but only programmed some specific command feedback codes. So, it's impossible for Dabai to act on his own, let alone send out the questioning words to her, which are very similar to that one. Unless, teacher, is it you? Little Morgan turned his head, his big eyes regained clarity were covered by a layer of mist again. Dabai looked down at the book, smiled and said, it's not bad. I haven't seen you for a while, and I went to MIT to study, and it seems that my study progress is not much slower than before. The voice fell. The blonde-haired little loli was pear blossoms with rain, and her slender and petite body ran and jumped, and fell into the inflated gentle embrace, constantly smearing tears on it. Woo, teacher. I was scared to death last night. Woo, I thought I would never see you again. Okay, didn't I kill all those bad guys last night? Yi Meng smiled calmly, but Dabai, who was temporarily in his body, couldn't show his expression, and even uttered the supervillain's terrifying lines in the shape of a nanny-like inflatable doll. He touched Morgan's little head with his inflated bloated palm, and the memory gradually merged with the disconnected timeline. Unexpectedly, after falling asleep as a mind gem concept body, I just skipped 2 reversal battles of snapping fingers, and also skipped meeting my past self who first fell into a dream. It just so happened that before waking up, he solved other dimension invasion villains by himself, rescued Morgan, took away the Stark manufacturing workbench in Happy's house, and created a time-traveling machine to return to the past time point. Going back to the past, spanning 10 years, and finally returning to the intersection of the present and the future. For Morgan, it may only be half a day away from him, but Yi Meng has already experienced Marvel for 10 years, DC Dream for 30 years, and reality for 2 years. Woohoo! Morgan hugged Yi Meng's inflated body tightly, not willing to let go. Morgan, long time no see. Yi Meng put down the closed book and said sincerely,
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.